Sports fans, and welcome to the 2017 European CSQ Spring Finals. 12 teams have been whittled down to 4, and after today, we're going to know which 2 teams will be moving into the European Challenger Series. Hey everybody, I'm Devin Pyrotechnics Young, and of course joining me on the desk is Strictly Come Dancing future contestant Andrew Vedius Day. How you doing, man?
I'm doing very well. Excited to be back once more for another season of Challenger, and we're not just there yet because we need to figure out which 2 teams are going to be making their way forward.
Exactly, a whole lot of exciting action coming up for Challenger, especially with all these teams getting involved. And I say teams, I mean football teams, of course, with PSG jumping on board. But who's going to join them? We're going to have to find out. Let's take a look at what's on the cards for today. We'll be starting off with a best of 5 between Nerve and Team Kinguin, and then later on, Fnatic Academy will be taking on Team Forge.
Yeah, and I think that it's a little bit of a surprise given after yesterday's results. I think a lot of people were expecting today to be Fnatic Academy going up against Team Kinguin, and we were going to see 2 of the former Challenger Series teams going up against each other.
Right.
But with what was a bit of a surprising upset coming out from Nerve, we're going to be starting off the day with quite an exciting matchup.
Absolutely. Can't even stress that enough. Let's dive straight into the first match of the day, of course, on the blue side, starting for game number 1. It will be Nerve, and that means in the top lane, they've got Ruin in the jungle, Memento. Yes, that is Memento. He's also on an LCS squad. We'll get into that in a bit. Suno in the mid lane, Achu at AD carry, and support, Je suis Cass.
Now, these guys, you may remember them. They were the 6th place team during the last season of the Challenger Series. They ended up being relegated down into the Challenger Series qualifiers. And when we look back at the old roster of Nerve, they were not a strong team.
Little different.
They were
names
definitely
on
a
that
little
roster.
bit different. But this new iteration of the roster is certainly doing work, and a large part of that has been Memento. His consistency throughout this tournament has been incredible, and he demonstrated that so perfectly in his game versus Fnatic Academy last night, where he absolutely steamrolled throughout that early game. So I'm excited to see what they bring during this game.
Yep, stepping up on those carry junglers. Now we're going to move to the red side of the Rift for today, representing Team Kinguin. It is in the top, the all-Polish squad, Ice Beasto, followed up by Tabasco in the jungle, Sevix in the mid lane, Woolite and Daylord rounding out the bot lane.
Now, these guys qualified through the EU Nordic East qualifier. They were the seed 1, and they've done an impressive job so far. Not quite as consistent as Team Nerve have been throughout the tournament so far. They have dropped a couple games, and this inconsistency may come to bite them in the butt coming into this game, because when you look at, in terms of that dominant performance, Nerve seem to be up here. Up here.
You got here?
Yeah,
here?
yeah.
Is this where we're going? Okay.
Whereas we have Team Kinguin, who just seem to have these good games and these bad games. And a lot about, yeah, they certainly seem to be all over the shop a little bit. Now, Tabasco, somebody that perhaps people are not as familiar with. He did play for Overclockers in previous iterations of the Challenger Series. Has been doing a lot better on this new iteration of the team, and he definitely seems to be improving as the Challenger qualifiers have been going on. So I'm excited to see how these two junglers match up against each other when you have Tabasco, who's not as well known as perhaps Memento, but this guy has certainly... he's going to be put through his paces, given Memento's performance so far.
Absolutely. And, you know, he's not the only player, the only name that we'll know that a lot of people thinking back quite a ways will actually have to think about Woolite on this team. And you always have to ask this question with Woolite. Is he going to fly or is he going to sink like a rock?
Yeah, I mean, Woolite has always been criticized for his inconsistencies. He's either a superstar carrying his whole team or he is the rock dragging the ship down to the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah,
so
sometimes they call him Wool Heavy, but maybe not this game. We'll have to find out. We're into Champ Select. And, of course, Team Kinguin starting out on the blue side. Let's see, the first ban is going to be that Rengar.
What a shock.
Yeah, after what Memento did yesterday, I'm not surprised.
So Camille likely to be somewhere on the ban list as well. We've seen a couple of bans thrown out towards Malzahar. Rise has also been high on the priority
list. We got to get into this, too. This is going to be one of the last games we will see with 6 bans here in competitive. We are still on patch 6.24. Last 2 series today, we'll be seeing the 6-ban system.
And so moving forward into next week, that is where 7.1 will be kicking off the first week of the LCS. More bans, more excitement. But for today, we still need to figure out which 2 teams will be making their way into the Challenger Series. And to do that, we're going to be doing it on 6.24. So nothing too standout-ish. The Lee Sin ban, just a lot of high-priority junglers. In fact, all of the high-priority junglers are being taken off the board right now.
Who are we falling down to? I mean, when do we get into, like, Vi territory?
Well, I mean, that's the question. You know, we're yet to see a Vi come out throughout the Challenger Series. A lot of, I mean, these 3 junglers have really been the staple for what we've been seeing so far. We did see a bit of Camille jungle come out from a few of the teams, but I mean, we even saw Camille mid, we saw Aurelia mid.
Dude, we saw Aatrox top. I mean, all bets are off at this point.
We saw Mordekaiser, so that's it. No more junglers are now available.
Okay, the Camille's gone.
They're all gone.
All right, let's find out. Poppy ban. Okay, so this is actually something that's not all that surprising either. It's something we saw Rune playing quite a lot of, especially in the early stages of the first couple days of the CSQ.
Yeah, as well as that. I'm just looking at a couple of things that are still open right now. The Rise is still available. Syndra is still up, given that this is 6.24.
Still broken.
Yeah, both. Yeah. I mean, I would have used a slightly, you know, more
eloquent term.
Yes, but broken also is adequate. Interesting last ban coming out from Nerve.
Oh, the Jace band away. All right, so that's going to be a really quick pickup of the Zyra, though, for Daylord. So we'll see what they want to pair with that. A lot of long-range poke, of course, still can be dealt with. You've seen the Misfortune support still crops up every now and again.
Going for a very aggressive support down in the bottom, and you could pair that with an Ashe, do something that the AD carry has been rising. Well, I say rising, has been very strong for quite a long time now. You can also set up a really effective kill lane with the Jhin down in the bottom lane. So right now, Team Kinguin are setting themselves up for a lot of options, and they're not giving too much away because Zyra is really the strongest support. Now you could go for Misfortune, perhaps, depending on whether or not it is Nerve's repertoire. But I feel like trying to get yourself a jungler right now would be pretty strong. So many junglers have been on the board. Perhaps it's that because so many have been taken off, like there is no like next S tier. But it looks like right now the mid lane is going to be the focus for them.
Yeah, Suno's actually done quite a lot of work on that Syndra in the past, and will have to be picking it back up once again. And of course, the Nami locked in for cost, so they've already opted for that as a support. We'll see what Kinguin answer with. Katarina has been a champion that has been picked up a number of times. I know that you have very strong opinions on her.
I love the champion. She is actually my favorite champion, even though I can't play her at all.
Well, neither can I, as we found in our little five-game match. But yeah, that's in the past. Let's not worry about it.
I mean, my biggest concern for Katarina is that her laning phase in the early levels especially is still pretty weak, but it seems that a lot of the challenger teams still put a lot of value on it. She's definitely got a lot more kill pressure than she used to in the early stages of play, but it's definitely abusable, and especially into someone like a Syndra who, as you rightly said on this patch, is a little bit overtuned. Katarina can struggle to get through the laning phase.
And they're not going to opt into it right now. Of course, it can still be picked up later on, but they take a jungler. It's Nocturne. It's something we see Memento have success on earlier in this tournament, and the Ashe, as you suggested, to pair with the Zyra. A lot of poke here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm actually a really big fan of the Nocturne. He's, funnily enough, another champion that I used to main, like, but...
doing this for you, then.
I used to put him mid lane, though, rather than in the jungle. But still, he has very good jungle clear. The pick potential that you can already see being built up for Team Kinguin is very strong. They have a lot of potency to find those opportunities later on into the game, especially against a low mobility mid laner like Syndra. You can really punish her come the mid game where when the map starts to open up.
But that will be a little bit of time before it happens as the timer ticks down on Nerve's side. They're debating which AD carry they want to lock in here. It looks like it may be the Ezreal for Achu, and they switch over to the Kha'Zix at the last second. So we have a pair of very aggressive junglers being locked in here.
Now, Memento has brought out the Kha'Zix during the qualifiers, and he has had a pretty solid performance on it. The clear is not quite as fast as the Nocturne, but in terms of damage output and early pressure, he can definitely exert it. Interesting that they've decided to go for the Nami Ezreal bot lane. It's fairly safe, but in terms of early pushing, it's fairly weak. So you're going to get pushed underneath the turret pretty early on. I mean, they've got a bit of a weird composition. Definitely, you have a lot of pressure in the mid lane. But in terms of, they really need a tank now. They just need a tank. They need some kind of front line. With Maokai being taken off the board, you have to then question like what is left available. You could go for potentially the Nautilus up in the top lane. We have seen a bit of Shen come out during this tournament as well. But I just feel like Nerve right now, they have no reliable engage tool and they have no proper front line. So it'd be nice to have some kind of combination of that coming out from them. But Team Kinguin, I think they have an incredibly well-rounded composition. They have a solid front line, they have multiple engage tools, they have good scaling, they have strong laning phases.
Right.
And I mean, like, I feel like just based off of what we've seen so far, Team Kinguin have come out ahead with the superior draft.
Which is really curious because you look at Nerve being the only undefeated team in this tournament now, going into the final day and this finals to try and qualify for the Challenger Series. You would think that they were going to be the ones that were looking more prepared for the situation, but Team Kinguin seem to have kind of gotten their number here, and with the Rise locked in as well, this is going to be a fairly solid scaling team. I'm excited to see, if they're able to execute it well. Top lane, of course, is going to be a wet noodle fight, but that's to be expected. It's a tank meta.
Yeah, it is somewhat to be expected, and I think that the Nautilus makes more sense because he can act as not the most reliable engage tool, but he has ways to kick off the fights. They have ways to actually force those engages if they want. And I think that for Nerve, a lot of this is going to be dictated during the laning phase, in particular the mid lane. I feel that that's the best place to try and get the snowball going. You have a lot of kill pressure with the Kha'Zix and Syndra, and it's very difficult for someone like a Nocturne to be able to match that sort of early pressure. It's not that he's necessarily weak, but he's not necessarily the strongest coming. It's really when he hits that level 6 mark that he can start to have more of an impact. So I think the early laning phase is really what Nerve need to try and take advantage of. But I think it's going to be difficult when you look at how many strong pushing lanes you have for the side of Team Kinguin.
Well, you heard you guys heard what we thought, and me horribly butchering it. But what do you think? Hop on Twitter, #TKWin if you think Team Kinguin is going to take game number 1, or #NRVWin if you think Nerve has got their number in this game. At LL Esports is the place. We're hopping into game. We're hopping on the Rift. This is to see who is going to make it into the 2017 Spring Challenger Series. It's Team Kinguin, and of course on the other side, it's Nerve.
Now remember, ladies and gentlemen, it's a best of 5. So there are many opportunities to fight your way back into the game or into the series later on. So even if you had a poor game 1, there are things that you can rectify. It's just about maintaining your mental composure, because this is something that often we've discussed in the past, when it especially comes to challenger teams, as to whether or not they can maintain their level throughout a long series like this, because often in these qualifiers and in amateur tournaments, trying to get into a lot of tournaments of things like best of 1s, best of 2s, maybe at most best of 3, but when you're playing such an elongated series and you almost get like a meta game develop of just the series, it's a very different way of playing. It's a very different perspective that a lot of these amateur teams may not have experience in.
Well, even the high-level teams, and I'm talking LCS all the way up to Worlds, you see series that get drawn out and turn all the way back into a 5-game reverse sweep. more often than maybe you could expect, just because it does become this micro metagame that the slightest changes can turn it on a dime for you. So we'll see how these two teams handle it. Ice Beasto up in the top side, hanging out in plain sight as Ruin is spying him from the bushes. But apart from that, it is the line of scrimmage, standard stuff as we look to get loaded onto the Rift here.
So it looks like, for the time being, nothing too cheesy coming out. I'm just trying to keep an eye on some of the vision that's coming out from both these teams. It doesn't look like there's anything too aggressive. Tabasco, sorry, actually moving towards the bottom half of the map. So it looks like he will start on his red. And he's going to get a bit of a pull from Woolite. So that means that he could look to try and match Kha'Zix, who he's expecting to gank towards the mid lane. So I wouldn't be too surprised if he starts on his red, clears the bottom half, gets some vision around the river so that his bot lane can continue to play aggressively. Because when you do have Ashe Zyra going up against a Nami Ezreal, you have the push power. But given that they have decided to give a pull, they're going to fall back a little bit in terms of getting that early level 2.
Yeah, plain sight, obviously, with Woolite disappearing for a moment. Nerve know that this is exactly what's happened, so you can see Memento getting a free pass at the blue buff on the top side, but Tabasco should be doing the same thing. Looks like if he's going through, unless he wants to go for like a really crazy early gank, I doubt that. It's not really a Nocturne thing.
Really interesting shift from Memento, the fact that he's actually started on his red, instantly gone to take away Tabasco's blue. Notice that he's already got vision on the outside of the blue buff, so we can check to see if that's coming out. But they must have somehow, yeah. So the reason why they knew that Tabasco was starting on the bottom side is because of the Ashe going up to give him the pull. So he knew that he was safe to go and steal away that camp. He needs to be a little bit aware of the fact that Tabasco has just not bothered with the bottom half of his jungle and has instantly moved up to the top. But I think that he's going to get away with that very clean. Now hit the level 3 mark, and he should be able to get a clean 3 buff.
Uh-oh. Tabasco's actually heading up here, and you can see Memento hanging around. So now he knows that there's no jungle camps left to him, and he's spotted, of course, on this ward as he goes through. Looked for a moment like Memento might be going for, maybe a level 3 up in the top side, but it's pretty hard to take down a Maokai even that early levels. And as we shift our attention back towards the bottom side, you can see Achu is actually getting the better of the farm game, but it's really just because Woolite was a bit late to the party.
So a lot of this early pressure that's coming out from Nerve is thanks to the fact that Woolite went to go and get that pull over to Tabasco, and because of that, a lot of pressure is being exerted onto Woolite and D-Lord. But now that they've managed to get themselves level 3, now that they're feeling a little bit more confident in the lane, you can see that Achu and Cast are really struggling against this pressure and aggression that's coming out from Team Kingwin. So this is what I expect the laning phase to be more of. It was a very good start for Nerve, and the fact that they were able to get those early levels and not suffer from the early level 2 from the Zyra Ashe is really good for them. But the fact that Tabasco has lost his blue buff is actually really going to hurt him, because Nocturne is actually pretty mana intensive during the early game. His Dustbringer is something like 70 to 80 mana at level 1, and you only have a fairly small mana pool. So it can become a little bit difficult, and that will delay his clear. And you can already see Memento hitting that level 4 mark is going to be absolutely massive for him if he can try and take advantage of it somewhere on the map.
Yeah, it's big for him as he's going to be able to hop over into his wolf camp to clear that one away. You can see Tabasco is poking his nose around to see if he can steal a camp off himself. Ruin, however, is going to be caught between them if Tabasco decides to go in. It doesn't look like the case, as he's a little bit more hungry for camps, trying to keep up on that XP. And this is so great for Memento and Nerve right now if they can control the tempo in the jungle.
Tabasco is going to get the flank onto Ruin, and this is going to be the first gank.
Twisted advance. Tabasco just waits, bides his time as they get the sapling, force the flash, the fear, and they're going for him. He's going to get the hook back to tower. Just able to survive. Trail of spooks behind him.
So, really good movement coming in from Tabasco. Whether or not he intentionally planned for things to work out the way they did, I'm not entirely sure, but he's able to make it work. Moving into the enemy jungle very early on, avoids all of the vision that was coming out from Ruin, is able to get the flank, but we have more action in the bottom lane.
Bubble on as Koss was taken a little bit low. Achu now on the chase onto Daylord. He gets another shot, 2, 3, one more auto in the heel. Comes in to save his life. Woolite hitting that F pretty quickly.
Team Kingwing playing a little bit too aggressively into a minion wave that's heading towards them, but look at Achu. He has no mana left. Woolite is playing hyper-aggressive.
Still baiting, but Koss is a little bit low. The bubble doesn't land. Memento is a little bit occupied on Krugs, but now he's going to have to hop in. Daylord, one auto, first blood, looking for Woolite, flashes out under tower, and that'll be all.
Notice that Team Kingwin were moving aggressively in the bottom lane. They felt like they could go back towards the trade because Achu had no mana left. But then all of a sudden they decided to back off because they realized that Nerve was still playing aggressively. That gave them some indication that Memento was nearby, but it was too little too late. He comes in from the side, he gets himself first blood, and this is going to be massive for Memento moving forward.
But you've already got a jungle champion that can get involved in the lanes faster than your opposing team, and you get ahead by getting a 3-buff start. It's just absolutely brilliant from Memento. Woolite has not been able to back, and Memento is still stopping him from doing anything here. He's going to lose out on so much farm that's pushing into the tower.
This is really good early pressure from Memento. He realizes he already has an experienced lead. He realizes that it doesn't matter if I'm not clearing my jungle camps because I'm forcing Woolite to lose a lot of farm, a lot of experience to the turret. He's actually allowed Achu to go back and buy before Woolite is even going to get an opportunity to. So just further and further advantages going in the favor of Nerve.
Not only that, they're holding both their flashes in the bottom side. You can look at the screen, you can see that Team Kingwin's bot lane has completely burned all of their summoners for a little while. Let's go ahead and take a look back at that gank again.
So you can see that they started playing aggressively because they thought that they would be able to win out on the 2 versus 2, but the fact that Nerve were turning around with aggressive actions, they realized something must be off, Memento must be nearby, but they just realized a little bit too late. He jumps in from the side and he's able to get himself the first kill. So good start from the side of Nerve. We were a little bit worried about the compositions, especially when you looked at the early push with Ryze pushing hard in the mid lane. Maokai, I mean, the top lane's really going to go back and forth, but especially against a Zyra Ashe, you should expect that to be the pushing lane. And it all just stems back to that early pull that Woolite gave his jungler. And because of that, Achu and Cass were able to get a foothold in the laning phase, and now they've gotten themselves a pretty significant lead.
Yeah, no kidding. 65 to 43 on the CS, and Ezreal can just keep on stacking this tier up. Quick as you like, Memento back in his own jungle this time. We saw a lot of vision coverage in this river earlier on. Now you can see how it's shifted a bit closer to that mid lane, which has been a relatively quiet affair. Sevix and Suno have actually not really gone at each other's throats too heavily, and it's been a very even farm game, but now that does seem like the way Sevix would want it, being on a tier champion like Ryze.
I mean, for a Ryze, you just want to spend a lot of the early game farming and pushing the Syndra underneath the turret. Syndra's early wave clear is decent, but when you compare it to Ryze and his ability to just flux an entire wave and just clear it, it's pretty difficult to deal with. But speaking of mid laners, it looks like the Suno moving to the bottom half of the map, and it's nice to see that Nerve have realized that the bottom lane is really the pain point. Rather than trying to focus ganks onto the mid, which is a little bit of what we were talking about earlier on, they've just decided, you know what, we've gotten this advantage early on in the bottom lane. Let's just try and snowball this advantage as much as we can. And they should be able to pick up this early Drake, which is going to benefit them a lot during this early lane.
Yep, Ocean Drake secure. That gives them the out-of-combat regeneration. Memento a little low on mana, but he's able to clear Scuttle Crab with his claws, no problem. Suno is going to be able to defend his ward in that river brush. And back to the top lane, Ruin and Ice Beasto. Well, we said it was a wet noodle fight, and that's what it's going to be for a while. Despite Ruin nearly going down very early, that could have been the first blood, but Flash and a hook saved his life, but he's still a little bit behind on the farm. Doesn't mean much when they just keep trading back and forth.
I like the build path coming out from Ruin, going for an early Dark Seal, also with a Doran's Ring. Usually a type of build that you'd see from mid laners. But
if you never die, you don't lose your stacks.
I mean, that is true. You would expect both of them to be running Courage of the Colossus, and that does mean that dying does become a difficult thing to do. But you also need those assists and kills, and if you're just going to be spending all your time in the top lane, I don't know how often that is, but Woolite.
Oh, Woolite. Oh, no, we've seen it before. Achu polishes him off. Memento comes out from the shadows, sends another Q flying, flashes, autos, doesn't matter through the exhaust, and that is 2 quick kills in the bottom lane.
Woolite, you have your heal up. You decide to hold on to it. You thought that you were able to escape from the bubble, and unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. This is going to be another 2 kills going in the favor of Nerve down in the bottom lane. They are snowballing this lane out of control, and this is exactly what Nerve wanted. I was a little bit hesitant when they picked up the Ezreal, picked up the Nami, but they've been able to make it work. They've gotten themselves a very solid lead, nearly 2,000 gold at the 10-minute mark. And now we're starting to see why this team was so dominant during the qualifiers. But have a look at this, Woolite. I mean, there's nothing wrong with them playing this aggressively, but Woolite, he should have used his heal there to get the bonus movement speed to move out of the way. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to dodge it. Ends up losing his life. The Lord even uses his exhaust to try and keep himself alive. And yes, he gets a flash out of Memento, but Memento gets himself a kill. And that's a 2-0-0 Kha'Zix. And we haven't seen anything from Tabasco yet.
No, I mean, he's been set a little far behind just from the early jungle start we were talking about, but even so, you would think at this point he's at level 7, he does have his ultimate available to him. He has not been in position to give these counter ganks with the attention that Nerve is paying to their bottom side. You would think that that would be his next destination.
I mean, like, the bot lane would be the best place for him to gank, given that you have the Ash Arrow for an engage tool, you also have the Zyra roots. If they manage to land, you set up for an easy gank, but then the Darkness itself is just a great way to set up for these plays. Unfortunately, in that situation, Nerve was the ones that pushed under the turret, and again, Nerve are going to be the ones underneath their turret. You can see Tabasco setting up for a type of gank, maybe even a counter gank in the event that Memento comes in for another flank. But for the time being, it's just a matter of Team Kingwing doing what they can to keep the pressure on, and Tabasco can't really find any opportunities because he won't be able to gank the mid lane. Top lane, there's not really much point in him going there, and so Tabasco's kind of limited in his options.
Yeah, but Memento's the one who keeps time and time again moving down here. You can see Woolite at half his health right now with a sneaky Kha'Zix around the side, so Memento is just smelling blood here. But for the moment, even though it's being pushed in, Achu and Kasa are having no trouble whatsoever. A massive farm advantage, 30 CS up, and he just keeps on stacking that Muramana, waiting to build it up. Memento's going to get some ward clearing out of here, but it's such a big advantage for Nerve. They've got a 2K gold edge at 12 minutes in.
The question is, though, what are they now going to do with it? Because if they just keep things going the way they are, they're eventually going to get outscaled. As the Nara lands on the cast.
Oh, and there's the paranoia. Woolite's going to pick himself up a kill. Achu is by himself, but a pair of teleports coming in. Ruin comes forward, and he's going to be able to sink it, but it's Woolite already out of harm's way. Ice Beast still holding the line, and all of a sudden, it's a party in the bot lane, but nobody wants to tango.
So this is the gank that we were talking about. This is the sort of setup that we wanted to see happen from Team Kingwin. They're able to get the pick onto Cast as he moves to try and get some vision down. There was no way he could react to the flank coming in from Tabasco, and there was no way for Achu to provide any kind of support. Now Nerve, they tried to respond with a 4-man bottom lane, but very good disengage coming out from the Zyra ultimate enabled them to break free from that setup. Now we see a bit of aggression in the mid lane, but with a big minion wave, it's going to be difficult for Suna to try and get anything down into 7x.
Yeah, no problem. It really is a surprise that the mid lane has been the quietest affair, especially when you look back on some of the games that Suno has had so far on Syndra in this tournament. You know, big performances against Euronics, against Bobaski. I mean, different caliber of mid laners, to be sure, but still. It's definitely been a very quiet affair, especially up in this top lane as Ice Beasto takes a bit of a pounding, but just pushes him back. That's Ruin's going to be able to back away, no problem now, or just keep pushing the wave if he wants.
So we can have a look at the state of things off the back of that gank now. You can see that Tabasco has completed his jungle item. He's still a little bit behind in terms of gold compared to Memento, but he is ahead in experience. Notice that he has been power farming while Memento has been finding all of these ganking opportunities, and something that we talked about during Champion Select, and something that we really do need to track is the scaling of Team Kingwin's composition, because they do have the Rise. Everyone knows his ability to be the powerhouse in the late game. Ashe, her ability to kite and her scaling once she gets 2 to 3 items is absolutely ridiculous and will be so strong, especially when it comes to these mid to late game team fights. So Nerve need to keep up the pressure. They realize that they have a good lead now, and they need to find more opportunities to take advantage of it. And this is where we start to question how many engage tools do they actually have? How many opportunities are they going to really find to further this lead that they've already been able to accrue? Because so far, they've just been punishing the mistakes of Kingwin. But how long will it take before Kingwin start making mistakes?
Yeah, I mean, we talked in Champ Select. They definitely seem to have the edge in that regard. And, you know, if your game plan is, hey, let's wait for late game, as long as you don't lose before that happens, it's not a bad idea. So Ruin and Ice Beasto are going to keep pounding each other here, but you can see that Tabasco is already hanging out in this bottom side, just waiting for a chance to hop onto Achu or Kas. You can also see Memento making this move around here. There's another dragon. This one's Infernal, and he's going to start it up. Tabasco throwing the ward down. He knows that this is happening, and pings are flying. Memento's still going to stay on it, though.
Ruin already moving towards the bottom lane. No, he has decided to disengage. I think this is a very risky move from Nerve, but now Tabasco's just going to come in and get it. Zyra and the Rise have priority.
Oh, they're going to be able to steal this one away. Memento is going to try, but the Rune Prison stops it from coming in. It's smited away, and he comes just too late. Tabasco a little bit low. He's got to the weak. No, Tabasco's down, and Suno is able to pick the kill. Sebex gets a return fire, and now he's looking to chase down Koss, puts him in Rune Prison. He's going to have to flash that wall, and Achu now on the run from 3 burns his flash. It ends up being a jungle for jungle trade, but the Dragon goes TK's way. And they really want that one for late game.
So close from Tabasco to get out of that situation, but they still are able to get themselves the Dragon. They get themselves a kill, And overall, this is definitely favorable for the side of Team Kinguin. So you can start to see pressure returning from the blue side. They really want to make sure that that early deficit that they experience is not going to be the deciding factor in this game. Oh my word.
Yeah, Syndra does damage.
Yeah, I just
don't try this at home, ladies and gentlemen. It's patch 6.24.
As well, like, definitely caught me off guard a little bit there. But yeah, I mean, really good stuff. The fact that Memento decided to solo that dragon, I think, was risky entirely because their bottom lane was already being pushed in. Suno has been pushed in throughout this entire game, so it was always going to be difficult for the rest of his team to help collapse. So all Tabasco needed to do was walk up to the Drake. He knew that he would get support from Delord and Sebex, and that's exactly what we saw. So you notice now, look, just look at the positioning of the lanes. There's a minion wave working towards Suno. He can't come down. The Ezreal and the Nami are already being pushed underneath their turret, and that means it's a 3 versus 1. Memento, he can't do anything to steal away this dragon. He commits to try and get it away, and that just gives Sebex a free kill. Now Tabasco, he came so close, but unfortunately the ultimate still follows you through the darkness, and is able to, and he does end up losing his life. So it's jungler for jungler, but as we mentioned earlier on, the Drake going in favor of Tabasco.
Considering how this jungle matchup really started off, I mean, this is great for Tabasco. He gets himself a dragon. He trades his life, and Memento falls as well. Memento, it seemed like, you almost argue a little bit cocky there, trying to start off the dragon by himself, knowing that his teammates couldn't really come to his aid.
I feel like that he didn't properly assess the situation that he was in, because it's not even anything that's or should be necessarily surprising when you consider how things have been going. Like, even though Walleye and Delord have been behind, the wave has been fairly consistently pushing towards Nerve's bottom lane. So, yeah, I think it was a bit of oversight on Memento's part, perhaps with the 2-0 lead that he did have at the start. He was feeling pretty confident. If we do get a chance to look at the gold, you'll notice that Memento is still a little bit ahead, even though Tabasco has been able to accrue a pretty significant CS advantage. But still, for the time being, right now, it's much more even than it was. Gold advantage still in the favor of Nerve, but we just have to highlight back to the scaling thing that we've been talking a lot about. The fact that this 2k gold difference has been maintained is demonstrating how difficult it is for Nerve to continue that snowball.
Very true. So as we hit 18 minutes into this game, Nerve has been slowly losing their grip on this early game, and it's kind of fading into obscurity. If Team Kinguin can just keep this up, that dragon is a massive boon to them the longer this game goes. And here is a big arrow that goes nowhere, but the wave comes on in. Delord looks like to be the targeted choice. Memento and Suno running for their lives as Tabasco is going to claim one. Looking for another. Dodges away from the Syndra damage. Does not want to play ball.
So TK, they punish Nerve for trying to contest the vision around the dragon. And honestly, I'm not entirely sure why Nerve even wanted to force a fight there, because it's very difficult for them to actually set up the engage. They did have the teleport in from Ruin, but they had no vision to enable him to get that flank teleport down. And the moment that TK saw an opportunity, they fired out the arrow, they tried to land it onto Suno and Memento, who were separated from a Chew and Cass, and then they followed it up with the Nocturne ultimate. And this is the sort of pick composition that we were talking about during Champions. Like, if you are caught unawares, it is very easy for Team Kinguin to just collapse onto that single target, and they get themselves another kill, as well as that mid lane turret. And now that 2k gold deficit that Nerve had is starting to dwindle and go in the favor of Team Kinguin.
Yeah, almost back to even at this point, and when you consider the Dragons, it's looking better for Team Kinguin. It does seem like Nerve are just being heedlessly aggressive, a little hasty, seeing their lead running out, and then unfortunately, kind of like self-fulfilling prophecy, giving it away. Ruin looks like he's going to be able to polish off this top tier. You know, for all the action we've only had one turret fall in this game so far. It looks like we're going to double that number soon enough, though.
Movement from Memento and Suna as well to try and contest this blue buff. Ruin, after picking up that turret, this should be a fairly clean take, unless... Oh, nice. Smart play from Suno.
Way to secure it.
Can't steal a blue if you can't target it, so pretty good stuff. But yes, that top turret going down will give Nerve a little bit more gold back in their favor, but it's not going to reverse the damage that has already been done. So much of the map is now opened up thanks to that mid lane turret dropping for the side of Nerve. And now Sebex, he's moving in to try and set up a flank, but he is right on top of a ward. So he's just going to have to pick up the vision and be happy with that.
You can see Walleye playing with a lot more confidence here as the True Shot Barrage goes a little bit wide and Sebex just kind of shrugs it off. They're still pushing just like they have been all game, but he's doing a lot more damage now that the Hurricane's been completed. He's still waiting for Achu to finish stacking his Monomune, and he's still sitting on basic boots. So is Woolite, but he's pushing Achu back consistently And Delord here is not really having any trouble either. Now that Memento can't effectively just set up a tent in that lane, you can see the difference in how it's going.
The thing is, this is kind of what you want to do with the Ashe Zyra lane anyway, especially when you compare the two compositions, because it's so much easier for Tabasco to come in to counter gank compared to setting up for a dive, for example, if from Nerve. And when you compare Ezreal versus Ashe, it's so much easier for Ashe to just keep the wave pushed underneath the turret, and that's why they've just been allowed to do that. You know, it's so much easier for them to just keep this pressure up, and then Tabasco's always there to provide the support should he need it. And during the early levels, yes, he wasn't there when his team really needed him, but he's certainly compensated for that moving into the later stages of the game.
Oh yeah, and now everybody is on the Infernal Drake here. You can see Nerve have brought 4 members to the party. The wave comes in. Will it be enough time? In comes Tabasco. He's going to be able to finish Memento off. That's a free smite for him if he doesn't go down, but he does. And now Nerve on the offensive, trying to push Sebex back, separating him from the rest of the team. But the Dragon's going to be finished, secured by Delord. That is a second Infernal now, and if they can get out with their lives, they can count themselves lucky. Double flashes outside the bubble. Delord, though, is trying to get out of harm's way. He burns his as well. There's still a tower, but it is low. In comes the dredge line. Ruin is looking to not let this one go at all, and he pops up Delord. Not enough damage. Achu wants to finish this, but Achu himself is quite low, and Sebex turns back in, finding Suno, taking him down, and now the Realm Warp. He's coming in solo, and they've cut off Achu. Nowhere to go. Twisted advance, and Ice Beasto picks the kill.
Nerve tried so hard to force that play after it went so horribly wrong. They overcommit, and Team Kinguin punish. They get so many kills on the board. They get themselves a second Infernal Drake, and they're likely going to get themselves a tier 1 turret in the bottom lane as well. Things have just gone so right for Team Kinguin.
Nerve have not dropped a game in the entire CS qualifier, but it is looking like they are going to in this first game of the best of 5. Teleport comes in, but it's going to be immediately canceled. Ruin's not going to have access to that for a few minutes. 22 minutes into this game, almost dead even on gold, and Team Kinguin are looking good. Let's see this again.
So Nerva wants to start off the Dragon once again. This time they do have 4 members. Notice that the Nautilus is still in the mid lane. He's being distracted by Sebex, and that means that there's no frontline tank, which makes it easy to shut down Memento. But given that Tabasco, he has a squishy build, he is quickly disposed of by Suna as well. Now the Dragon was secured by Delord. Good job there from him. But then this is where Team Kinguin, they just want to disengage. They don't want to keep the fight up. Sebex is cut off to the side, and so you just see flash after flash after flash. And at this point, Nerve should disengage. They land one hook, and Ice Beastio is such a good player here, because notice how he's always body blocking for Delord, and the moment Suno overextends, he ends up getting punished for it. Really good teamwork coming out from Team Kinguin. The Realm Walk comes out just to zone off Achu. He has no options left available to him. And then Team Kinguin get themselves, I believe, 3 kills to 1, as well as the Infernal Drake.
I like how Delord hung around just to look tasty, though, at the end. That's okay. I've only got a couple hundred HP. You can't get me. Willet's going to be able to finish off the tower. True Shot comes too late. So Team Kinguin find themselves with 2 towers, 2 Infernal Dragons, and a gold lead. Very slim, but they've got it.
Yeah. And they have so much more control over the map. Yes, they ended up losing that top tier 1, but they've taken the bottom. They've taken the mid, and now all they can do is they can actually just send their Maokai to the bottom lane. He can just keep soaking up this farming, and then the Ashe Zyra can just continue the pressure up top lane and basically continue their clear of all these tier 1 turrets. Now Sebex, it looks like he's posturing around to pick up that blue buff. Oh, actually, they've decided to move into a side lane. So yeah, this is the alternative that you could do. Rather than send your bottom lane up there, you can send your bottom lane to the mid. Given that the lanes will hit there faster, you give a little bit more experience to your AD carry, which is always a valuable thing to do, especially when you look at your Sebex being level 15 right now. Actually, I think that's the highest level in the game. 200 Rise. Already completed his Roa and Abyssal. Oh man, this Rise is an absolute terror right now.
He's still stacking that tier up, you know. I mean, this is starting to get real rough. We talked about Suno having a fair amount of burst damage, but Sebex is really doing some work right now. And I would not want to be caught in the side lane against that Rise. So all of Nerve kind of hanging around towards this top side, making sure they have vision around the Baron pit. Sebex picks up the blue. He's spotted on that ward. But Kinguin are the ones really controlling the pace of this game here. And since they have the late game, since they have the scaling, they're comfortable.
So what Nerve are expecting is that Sebex is going to come up to the side lane and start pushing towards that turret. So they're going to try and punish that by either waiting for someone to walk into this brush or kill Sebex.
Oh, Tabasco. Okay, there's the wave. Delord is going to get popped. Tabasco might fall as well. Isolation, the double damage to the party portal. Sebex is out.
There we are. Really good stuff coming out from Nerve. They expected the play, they acted accordingly, and honestly, just a bit of a questionable decision from Delord overall, because he even saw Tabasco check the brush initially and still face checked it. It ended up giving away his life, but look at Woolite.
Yeah, Woolite, he's caught out as well. He almost took Achu down with him, but Sebex now, the power's unleashed on him, but he's running real fast. And that is going to make Nerve rethink this Baron. There is a teleport, however, coming in, and now they've got enough chance to push it forward. Achu, he could go down, cannot trade with that rise, but they are back on Baron right now. The teleport from Ruin means 5 members here, but Ice Beasto is tossing saplings, and he takes down Achu with the help from Baron. Memento hopping, but Sebex picks him off now, and Nerve are just caught between a Baron and a few members of Team Kingwin. They cannot finish the rise. Ice Beasto picks up Suno. Sebex is still alive! He's got the shields, and he's just walking away. Are you kidding me here?
2 versus 5 with a little bit of help from Baron is enough to keep Team Kingwin from stopping that play, and they still want more.
And Delord is back. He's going to throw up the Stranglethorns. In comes Memento. Finishes off Cost. They've got Ruin. They've got the tower. Double kill for the Nocturne, and they might turn for Baron themselves. That's an ace.
This is an ace for Team Kingwin. Things just went horribly wrong for them after they lose 2 members. The ultimate was forced out of Sebex, and there should have been no real way for Team Kingwin to come back from that, but the fact that Nerve, they were hesitant, they couldn't decide to commit for the Baron, they couldn't decide whether or not they wanted to kill Sebex, and now they've thrown everything away, and Team Kingwin are going to get themselves the first Baron of the game.
It is only game 1. We have a long series ahead of us, Vedius, but you need to be able to keep your composure in mission-critical situations like that. You need to be on the same page. Nerve did not have that. That allowed Team Kingwin to pick up this Baron, to pick up that ace, and they find themselves with 4,000 gold in the lead and another dragon spawning in 15 seconds. And would you know it, it's Infernal.
But it's also just Ruin taking so long to get into these fights, because if Ruin had been tanking the Baron from the start, then perhaps they would have been in a better position to set up for that play. But because Memento had taken a lot of damage, changing aggro with all the other members who had already chunked them out, and it just made things easy for this Rise to just keep poking them down and buy time for Ice Beasto to come in. Now with the teleport down and Ruin still not there, trying to start this dragon I think is super risky.
They're going to send the Ash Arrow. Achu is not going to get hit, but Suno does. Ice Beasto jumping in, and he's on the Maelstrom. Ruin is trying to distract 4 members, but look at Ice Beasto. He is just following up, and Sebex is going to be pumping out that damage. And they're just popping people left, right, and center. Ice Beasto gets himself hopped over the wall, but that is the job they wanted. They get themselves a 3rd Infernal. Count 'em, 28 minutes, 24% AD and AP, and Achu is all by himself trying to run back to tower. Team Kingwin show no signs of letting up the pressure.
The 3rd time in a row that Ruin has not been there at the start of the fight, and Achu gets caught.
And Paranoia. Achu's gone. Delord gets the kill credit. Well deserved as he set that one up for Tabasco, and now it's onto inhibitor turrets. And Memento's just pushing mid lane.
I mean, at this point, there are very few options left available to them. 5 members strong, massive minion wave, all Baron empowered, but Team Kingwin, they're going to play it safe. They're not going to make the same mistakes that Nerve did, and they're just going to walk away with an inhibitor. And I mean, things are looking dire for Nerve. You already talked about it. They haven't lost a game for the qualifiers, but it looks like that right now. And this is how things started to go abysmally wrong. Look at how much damage Sebex was able to do, and look at how much damage they took before Ruin even gets to the inhibitor. This just makes it easy for Ice Beasto to come in from the flank. He realizes the AD carry is gone. All these flashes have just been burnt, and Sebex has just done a beautiful job of kiting. Such a smart flash from Ice Beasto there, because he realized that Sebex was going to be the target focus for Ruin, and if he had been CC'd, then it would have been so easy for Suno to just turn around and drop his entire combo down onto him. But because Ice Beasto was on his face, it distracted him, it changed his focus priority, and that enabled the Rise to get the turnaround, get the shield, and they're able to get themselves the ace. And I mean, just really impressive stuff, and they've caught another member. Oh, Sebex.
Sebex, okay. Well, he didn't get out that time. He looked really impressive in the replay. Give him credit there, but he's down now. So
he's allowed 1 mistake.
We'll give it to him. That was his first death of the game, you know, not exactly #1 feeder.
Yeah, exactly. So Sebex a little bit out of position, trying to get some vision around the Baron area. Ends up getting punished for it. But nevertheless, still, Team Kingwin looking very strong right now. Notice that they have completed a pretty significant number of item purchases. That Ash, who was struggling very hard in the early game, now has his 3 items, which means that his damage output is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Rise as well has now got the fully stacked tier into the Archangel Staff. Void Staff completed as well. things just look so good for the side of Team King.
I'm glad you mentioned Woolite as well, completing those items, because we talked about at the beginning of the game, the real question was going to be, is Woolite going to be able to avoid, pulling those mistakes that have become characteristic of him in the past? Apart from the first laning mistake, honestly, he has not played like that. We've seen him from the back launching these arrows as he is. Unfortunately, not connecting the arrows onto Ruin, who teleports back down to the bottom side, but he's still been letting Tabasco go in, letting Ice Beasto go in. So credit to Woolite for playing his role well this time around, and it's a big part of why they're ahead.
Well, we have to bear in mind that the early game definitely hurt him. That wasn't necessarily his fault, given that he was just trying to help out his jungler with the pull, but because of how obvious the decision was, Nerve saw the opportunity and tried their hardest to punish it. But I think it was smart from Team Kingwin to also realize, look guys, it doesn't matter if we struggle really hard in the early game, as long as it doesn't snowball out of control. This is something that we discussed a lot during the early game about this fantastic scaling that Team Kingwin have. And in all honesty, it's just Nerve trying to force a lot of opportunities, like just not very well.
Yeah, well, they are going to get the knock up onto Woolite. True shot barrage comes in, but there's a teleport. They don't have quite enough burst, but do they? Suno unleashes the power on Woolite, and they've melted him just like that. But now Tabasco might be falling next. Ice Beasto's locked up Achu. He has the damage to burst him down. A double kill for Sebex, and now it is anybody's fight, but Sebex looks to be the X factor in the 2v3 Memento. Flashing away, Ruin and Koss have nothing left in the tank, and Sebex just keeps putting him in prison over and over and over again. Sebex with another kill on a spree as they look to charge down mid.
So, Ruin in his dying breath was able to get a stun down onto Sebex so that he couldn't get the teleport to where Cast was. He keeps his support alive, but I don't know if it's going to be enough when you look at the massive minion wave in the bottom lane that Memento has to deal with. 2 members still up for Team Kingwin should enable them to get their second inhibitor of the game, and they are just knocking on the doors of the Nexus for Team Nerve and delivering them potentially their first loss of the qualifier.
These are the 2 beefiest members right here. It is so hard to kill Sebex through those shields. Ice Beasto has been absolutely massive. Memento has the damage. Koss is not able to keep it up, but it was all they could do to clear off super minions from their Nexus at this point. 32 minutes into this game, and Kingwin are really punishing.
So, the big thing, we'll get onto that in a second because look at the replay. This is another time, but this time Ruin was actually there at the start of the fight. They actually land their CC very well to lock down Woolite. Sooner burning his flash here to get that kill would likely just guarantee his death, but then things are looking pretty promising. The problem you have is Sebex on Rise. Level 17, walks up, takes off all of Woolite's health with a single Q. You saw that 1,000 damage proc coming out from his Q, and it was just absolutely insane with the amount of damage output that he can deal with now, and you can see that last bit of stun to interrupt the teleport does keep Cast alive, as we now see another pick.
Oh, I like that. Arrow right into the darkness. Tabasco picks up. Suno Memento is going to follow suit and equalize on that one, but even with the wave coming out, it's not enough to stop Sebex. And wave, goodbye to your life. It looks like Koss is going nowhere, or is he? He gets himself out of harm's way with Mikhails, but doesn't matter. Sebex is still able to finish him off, and they're diving right behind towers. Do not even care at this point as they continue to clear through these mini waves. Achu and Ruin, it's all they can do to keep things pushed back, but even with the inhibitor coming back up, there's still minions there. And Team Kingwin are marching into the base.
Now have a look at the death time. It's 20 seconds still on Suno. If they can grab this inhibitor, there's a pretty big minion wave in the mid that Team Kingwin could look to try and close out the game with.
They may not even need the inhibitor right now. They can actually realize that there are Nexus turrets bare for a moment. Ruin and Achu are trying to hold this line, but even as low as Sebex and Ice Beasto and Delord are, it doesn't matter. Redemption comes in, a counter redemption. The damage just isn't quite there enough, and Ruin's gonna go down. Woolite picks him up. The last Nexus turret falls, and they are shredding through the Nexus. Desperate charge, but it won't be enough. Team Kingwin with game number 1.
Pretty good stuff coming out from Team Kingwin. We talked about it during the draft. Personally, I felt that they did come out ahead during the draft phase, but then
surprising, considering how they got here. It wasn't as impressive of a run as Nerve had.
Oh, I feel like that a lot of Nerve's success has been off the back of Memento and his early jungle pressure. And we saw again, at the very start of this game, his jungle pressure was a large part of what gave Nerve that lead, setting up so many ganks in the bottom lane, getting those kills, not only onto him, but also onto Achu, enabled them to have a pretty, they got that 2,000 gold lead in the early game, but due to their lack of engage, due to their real way to set up any kind of plays, limited what they could do with that gold lead. And that is what allowed Team Kingwin to slowly over time come back into it. They used the pick comp that they had built to find targets slightly out of position, catch Nerve off guard, and they were able to deliver them the first loss of the Challenger qualifiers. And honestly, I just have to give props to Team Kingwin. And not only did they have a great They utilized their composition well, but they also just, so many small individual outplays that they were able to make was just really impressive. Beastio in particular, like, he played so well on that Maokai consistently throughout that game.
He was locking down every carry, you know, time and time again. It was really impressive, and considering how far wonky the laning phase seemed to go, we focused very heavily on the bottom side. Admittedly, it was pretty even in the other two lanes. But yeah, I mean, you've really got to give some massive credit to him. I think Tabasco played incredibly well once he was up to speed. Once he was 7 or 8 level, he started really getting involved in the counter ganks and, you know, kind of utilizing the knowledge that Memento was going to be hanging around there quite a lot. And it really all started turning when they were able to pick up some Drakes. So big credit for them. Team Kinguin have taken game number 1. We got a series. Well, we always going to have a series. Somebody was going to win, right? But point is, coming into this, Nerve hadn't lost one. So, like, this is I mean, it's really a big result. Kind of a shocker.
Yeah, but with that, that is going to be game 1 going over to Team Kinguin, so congratulations there. But this still is a best of 5, so we have a long way to go.
Absolutely. Well, when we come back, we're going to see if Nerve can bring it after the break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Woolite is playing hyper-aggressive.
Still baiting. Lacoste is a little bit low. The bubble doesn't land. Memento is a little bit occupied on Krugs, but now he's going to have to hop in. Daylor, 1 auto, first blood, looking for Woolite, flashes out. Here is a big arrow that goes nowhere, but the wave comes on in. Delord looks like to be the targeted choice. Memento and Suno running for their lives as Tabasco is going to claim 1. The wave comes in. Will it be enough time? In comes Tabasco. He's going to be able to finish Memento off. That's a free smite for him if he doesn't go down, but he does. And now Nerve on the offensive, and Sebex just keeps putting him in prison over and over and over again. Sebex with another kill. The damage just isn't quite there enough, and Ruin's gonna go down. Woolite picks him up. The last Nexus turret falls, and they are shredding through the Nexus. Desperate charge, but it won't be enough. Team Kinguin with game number 1. Welcome back, everybody, to the EU CSQ Spring Finals. Try saying that 5 times fast. We're about to get into game number 2 between Nerve and Team Kinguin.
Yes, we are.
But one game up for Kinguin right now, and they played it very, very well, despite setbacks in lane.
They have delivered Nerve their first loss, and this was why people were a little bit surprised that Nerve were actually able to beat out Fnatic Academy last night, because I think a lot of people were expecting Fnatic Academy to come in as dominant favorites in that matchup. They had a very weak early game, and then Memento was able to snowball it out of control. And you could see in game 1, that's exactly what they tried to do again. Memento tried to get that early lead. He tried to snowball it in Nerve's favor, but they just didn't have enough engage tools. They didn't have enough ways to actually force those fights and force those plays. But now I think they're more aware. I think that having all of those jungle bans targeted towards them definitely threw off their dynamic, and their pick and ban was perhaps caught a little bit unaware, enabling Team Kinguin to have that very successful and powerful draft. But now it is Nerve that is going to be on the blue side. Oh, never mind. No,
what you guys do. No, still Team Kinguin on the blue.
I was debated.
But that does happen every now and again, and it seems that Nerve was the last time around. Curious to see if Team Kinguin end up with the same ban strategy. You have to think Nerve can take this information and use it. The Rengar's banned away, no surprises considering what we saw yesterday. So far, the same.
Yeah, so Nerve is saying, all right, let's just keep up with what we're doing. 3 of the main junglers haven't taken off the list. Perhaps they're going to look to try and take away the Nocturne themselves on the early rotation if things do stay the same. I think that this ban is a good ban.
Yeah. Sebix did some pretty nasty things with that champion.
Yes, he did. He had a fantastic performance game 1. His laning phase was a little bit slow, as you would expect, kind of what you want from the Rise.
He didn't get bursted by the Syndrome.
Exactly. Come the mid-game, his performance was outstanding, especially that 2 versus 5 plus Baron was really good and enabled Team Kinguin to stay in the game. So that's going to be taken off the board now. In the game prior, Camille was banned away, and we also saw the final ban, which I unfortunately forget.
Yeah, that happens from time to time. The Syndra's banned, but this means Camille is actually up this time, and that is no hesitation on Ice Beasto's part to lock this one in. It will be a very different top lane, unless we get to see the Camille jungle.
Or the Camille mid. We saw that too during the qualifier.
Triple flex, Betty. Are you excited?
Flex. I mean, I'm always excited to see a bit of Camille. This is my first Camille cast. I mean, this is our first cast in a while. Fortunately, we've wiped off the rust game 1. Will be better game 2.
Yeah.
But now looking at Nerve's
Don't quote him on that, by the way. It may not be the case.
They could go for the Zyra and Nocturne now. They would deny 2 very powerful picks from Team Kinguin. They would have a strong support in the bottom lane. Bear in mind, this is 6.24, so Karma still hasn't been nerfed. You could look to early rotate that. But I feel that given the limited number of champion or the limited number of junglers currently available, you could look to try and pick something or take away that Nocturne that Tabasco has had very good success on.
Yeah, well, instead they're actually going to be taking away the bot lane that they had to face off against last game. So Achu and Casket, the Ashe and Zyra bot lane in their own hands. We'll see what TK answer with on their side. We did see the Katarina Hover before. I don't think it's going to get picked up this time around, especially in the game Betty's is casting, right?
For Team Kinguin, I think that getting a jungler right now is absolutely fine, given that Nerve have already locked in their bottom lane. I would like to see something like a Karma going up against the Zyra. I feel like that it's the same. I mean, you could do Nami, but then you kind of need an AD carry that can perhaps wave clear a little bit better, match with the early pressure that's going to be exerted from this Ashe Zyra bottom lane. That you could do something like a Caitlyn Karma, perhaps, if you just wanted something a little bit safer.
But Ezreal's safe enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's safe. You just lose out on the push. So, I mean, if they do Ezreal Karma, then it does give you a little bit more wave clear early on, so you don't get shoved underneath the turret as quickly. And it just makes things... It alleviates the pressure a little bit more. And it also makes disengaging. So, if you do see that arrow come out, you get the Karma shield on top of you, movement speed. Oh, I can dash out of the way really quick, you know? It just... it adds just a little bit more. So I personally would like to see more of a Karma, but now when we move more towards the side of Nerve, this is where you want to be saving your mid lane pick for the last rotation. So in terms of top lane, Poppy has been taken off the board. Camille does very well into the majority of things during the laning phase.
Everything else,
she is a very potent duelist, and she does a very effective job against tanks. So I wonder whether or not Nerve will go for a tank, or maybe they'll go for something like a cannon. Jace was the ban that we actually saw prior from Nerve coming out from. I was having a chat with Deficio about the possibility of Jace into Camille, because every time, when you think about the number of gap closes you have, you can then use the Jace to disengage from that.
All right, but there's another duelist that we hadn't really quite considered, Fiora into the Camille. So that'll be a very interesting top lane matchup. And Suno is locked into LeBlanc. Instead of doing it a last rotation, he said, that's fine, I can handle whatever you throw at me. But for Team Kinguin, I really like the ability to chase that they have, and that is a Corki locked in.
So that is a
This should
corky
be-
mid. This was
yeah.
something that Sevex did bring out during the qualifiers, and they did honestly have a very impressive performance with it. It's
makes
very
damage.
safe. It works very nicely into a lot of assassins as well because his early wave click can keep the LeBlanc fairly pressured underneath the turret, reduces a lot of her kill threat, and when he has the package, he can roam around and sort of match that sort of global pressure that LeBlanc is looking to bring out. The big thing is the teleport coming out from Suno. This could enable him to make more picks around the map. And notice the big change from Nerve this time compared to last time is that they have a much more reliable engage tool in the form of the Ashe. So they can have the Ashe set up with the arrow. You have the flank coming in from the Fiora. You have the TP as well coming in from LeBlanc. There are many more options available for Nerve, and this time it's Team Kingwin that they do have a Nocturne, but personally I don't consider Nocturne to be a reliable engage, simply because it's more like the Jarvan effect, you know, where you EQ, alt, flash,
And you're helping,
you know,
yeah.
and then like, you know, you're miles away, like you've started the fight, but none of your team can necessarily follow up. So it can be a tool to start off the fights, but I wouldn't necessarily say that it is the best way to actually kick off an engagement, especially if Tabasco goes for a hyper-aggressive build like he did in Game 1, where he got like 3 long swords at the very start of the game, you know, so you could be a little bit squished.
Well, we could see him getting melted in mid-paranoia sometimes.
Exactly,
Of course,
yeah.
Syndra's not in this game anymore, but Memento has opted in for a Hecarim, so this is something a little
yes, the
tanky.
Hecarim, yes,
Has
yes,
a lot
yes.
of engage himself, and this is a team that has a boatload of CC. If they can get a catch, I mean, no one on Team Kingwin's going to be safe.
I mean, I like the team fighting potential from Nerve. Their mid-game spike is very powerful with the Hecarim Trinity Force that he's like to go for, as well as the Morello into perhaps the Abyssal or Void Staff for the LeBlanc. Like I think that their mid-game spike is pretty strong, especially when like the 2-item pickup from Fiora as well. But you also have to respect the double Trinity Force that you're going to have coming out from the side of Team Kingwin, being picked up for Camille in the top lane, and I expect the Trinity Force to come out from the Corki in the mid, assuming that is the way that you would typically
A lot of Trinity
build.
Forces to be built
So
this game, for sure.
I think that we should see a lot more mid-game fights this time around, and I think that it will be Nerve that will be kicking off a lot more of the fights, and I'm excited to see what Memento can do on this Hecarim.
Well, we will see that in just a short moment. If you guys think Team Kingwin are going to stack up 2 wins in a row, tweet at LOL Esports, #TKWin. Or if you think Nerve are going to fire back in this number 2 game, #NRVWin is what you want to be tweeting at LOL Esports. So we'll see if it works out. Suno had a pretty big performance yesterday on that LeBlanc. We'll see if he's able to do it again in Game 2 here. I'm excited for Camille. I haven't cast her before.
Yeah. From what I heard and from what we've been looking at from the CSQ, she's got a pretty mean win record. She has been dominating from the games that she has been playing, and that's not just in the top lane. She's actually seen a lot of jungle play as well, but this time she will be played up in the top. Ice Beasto, I praised his mechanics. I mean, like, there's only so many mechanics you can do on a Maokai, but it was very much just his awareness, the fact that he was body blocking a lot of skills for his teammates, the way in which he was engaging, this target focus. He just seemed to me like a very smart player that understood what he was doing. And now he's got his hands on more of a carry-style top lane and more of the duelist. And we're going to see how well he does going up against the Grand Duelist.
Yeah, that's going to be a great 1v1. And I wanted to talk about Nerve's ability to really 4-1 this time around, because we talked about team fighting ability, but Fiora is one of those champions you have to think is going to want to be splitting a large chunk of the game to draw attention. Who's going to answer that? Because I feel like Ice Beasto is not going to be the one.
To deal with the Fiora?
To deal with a split push in general.
Well, I feel like that you could set up a 1-3-1 for the side of Team Kingwin, because you could I mean, as long as you have a teleport on a champion, you can just send them to deal with. And I think that you have to respect how strong Camille is when it comes to dueling. Her passive shield has not been nerfed yet. It will get nerfed next patch, but it goes from 1.5 seconds up to 2.5 seconds. As she levels up throughout the game. And I mean, going up against a Fiora, I'm personally quite excited to see how this one plays out. I would expect Camille to have a slight edge during the early dueling stages, but it's very much based on how well they are played. I feel like I am expecting this to be a very heavy skill matchup that I would like to keep track of during the laning
Yeah, I'll have to keep an eye on it. And you know, one thing to definitely note is the difference in item choice. While Ruin has gone for that potion to start things off, Corrupting Potion, Ice Beasto's gone all in on the Doran's Blade.
Yeah, so looking for a little bit more aggression down in the bottom lane. Speaking of aggression, this time we're going to see the power of the Ashe Zyra early on. No pull this time. They are just going to be immediately trying to get that early shove. Going up against the melee support in the form of Braum is certainly going to make things a little bit difficult.
There's your shield.
Yeah, but this is why you can see every time Ruin tries to go aggressive, Ice Beasto can just turn around and match the aggression thanks to the shield that he has. It mitigates a lot of the damage. And this is LeBlanc, so like... Sebex hasn't quite got the early push that he wanted, which is why he's taking a bit of harassed right now. But once things start getting better, he should be able to force that LeBlanc underneath the turret.
All right, tack sweep, but Ruin was able to parry it. Nicely done. Yeah, we'll look back in the mid lane in a minute because Sebex is not going to be stopped from farming. He also has a corrupting potion in his pocket as well. And if he doesn't go down immediately, Suno doesn't really have the burst pressure, but you can see that he is getting the Shadow Orbs off and the Thunderlord's proc starts ticking. So it's harder and harder for him to really follow up as well as all that. But I do want to keep a lot of attention towards this top side. Ice Beasto is down on farm, but that is a big wave pushing his way. Down in the bottom, however, Koss is the one who's taking the beating as he is on the front lines trying to prevent Woolite from farming it up.
Yeah, he's trying to play a little bit more aggressively, as you would want to do on the Zyra. Try and punish the fact that you have a melee support available to just play around with using your plans. But he is getting poked a lot by Woolite, and that's just credit to Woolite. Doing what he can to punish the over-aggression coming out from Koss. Meanwhile, I want to keep my eyes on the junglers as well because Memento looking for a bit of aggression in the mid lane, but it is quite difficult to lock down that Corki, especially a Corki with Exhaust. There's also Vision on top of Memento right now because of a ward that was dropped earlier on to the entrance of that jungle, and you can already see Tabasco hanging around. He actually has a level advantage over his opponent, but now Nerve know that Tabasco's in the bottom half of the jungle.
Yeah, Memento ran right into a trap, and he's going to get feared right away from it. Sebex was looking to add to the damage, but he's a little low, and he couldn't quite get there in time. It does seem a little bit more evenly matched up with this pair of junglers, because last time we had a Kha'Zix who not only got a 3-buff start, but already was going to be able to do more earlier on. But this time, you know, both are kind of looking for that level 6, their ultimate, to be able to get involved in and charge somebody down in the mid lane, or in any of the lanes for that matter.
I feel like this game, you definitely want to invest a little bit more time into the top half of the map when you have two duelists that rely very heavily on scaling and just getting a slight edge. If either one of them were to get a kill or two, or just that early Trinity Force above their opponent, that really will swing the matchup incredibly quickly. So if either jungler is able to get that first setup in the top lane, that could really swing things.
Ooh, Sebex gets stopped by the chains. Suno's definitely getting the better of him right now. He does have the potion available, so he's able to do more, but in comes Memento. Here's the charge. Tabasco's right there. And Memento turns at the last second, so Tabasco's been able to match the presence on the map for now, and he has a farm lead.
I feel like he actually read the map pretty well there. He was expecting Memento to come around for a mid lane gank about this time. He noticed that the minion wave was pushing towards Suno, and that Sebex had already taken a fair amount of damage. So Tabasco there to react, able to stop the pressure coming out from Memento, and he was even able to get the, or Memento had used his Ghost, which means that he won't have that available now for any future ganks. But notice that he is in the top half of the map. Ice Beasto has put a forward ward, because if Memento's going to gank from anywhere, it will be through that jungle entrance. And then you have two of the control wards down in the bottom half of the river, which is basically allowing Ice Beasto to push up in this lane and be a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, gets the attack sweep on, but Ruin is going to go in with the parry. A couple of auto attacks on top of it, and Ice Beasto's not going to go all in. Once we get to 6, this is going to get real interesting. It usually is the case when you have powerful ultimates like these two. Let's see how it happens back in the mid lane as well. Suno looking to go in, misses the chains this time around. Not going to land the Shatter Orb either. He still trades better than Sebex, is able to do the damage back with the Gatling gun. But the wave clear's there. Can't really push in against a Corki.
Oh, certainly is difficult. One of the big changes that happened to LeBlanc with the Assassin reworks is the fact that she does have a little bit more wave clear because of her passive now. If you use your distortion on the on a wave and then you throw out the Shadow Orb, it then applies to all of the different minions. And it used to do a lot more damage, but then it got nerfed ever so slightly. So her wave clear wasn't quite as strong as it was on the initial change, but she still has much more wave clear, especially in the early levels compared to what she used to. So she's able to match the pressure that Corki's able to exert, but she's not able to necessarily win out on all these trades simply because of the delay that has now been put onto distortion. So every time she jumps in, she has to sit there and soak up a little bit of damage every time before she can jump out. Well,
and when you're standing in the midst of the Gatling gun, that's definitely not going to be the best for you, but you do see a lot of attention being given to this mid lane by at least Memento, who unfortunately was not able to get that gank off earlier on, but his Ghost is nearly back up in the top. Ruin. He parries just in time to stop the attack sweep, but Ice Beasto now it's 6v6. Let's see, the grand challenge is issued. There's the hook shot, and he's out. Escape from Ice Beasto, but Ruin was the one who got the better of that trade.
Yeah, so Ice Beasto demonstrating that if he's not careful, if he mismanages his abilities, Ruin can very quickly turn on him. A lot of that is thanks to the sustain that Ruin had decided to go for. He did pick himself up the Corrupting Potion early on, so that he had a mana advantage and a health advantage, enabled him to go for that play. And now we see a gank in the bottom.
Memento is going straight for Woolite. Exhausted flash from Woolite out, but right into Achu, and he gets the fear off Memento, looking to swipe his way to a kill. Delord and Woolite, that is 2 quick kills picked up, and Achu nails one of them. Very low health bars, but they've gotten out.
Good read from Memento. He had hit that level 6 mark. A lot of harass had been put down onto Woolite and Delord, and Woolite had no mana to get out of that sticky situation. So once again, a good read from Memento, a good early gank, and this is going to snowball Nerve to a very early gold lead.
Big gold swing there as they take down the first tower as well. So now 2 kills and almost 14k to 11 as a 3k gold swing, and man, it was close. But look at the summoner difference once again. Woolite and Delord are fresh out. Achu and Koss held on to both their flashes and the exhaust. Ice Beasto's gonna move forward, gets the ward in that brush. It's gonna spot Ruin out and stop his plan for now. But let's take a look once again at that gank.
So just have a look at the setup. You can see that both Woolite and Delord had been chunked out. Barely any mana for Woolite. He flashed towards his turret because he thought that it was the point of safety, but Koss just keeps aggro on the turret to perfection. He'd managed to tank enough shots that he went down to even like 5 HP, and then that allowed Memento to just be under the turret for as long as he wanted. That enabled them to get the 2 kills, and has now given them a pretty significant early start.
Sebix gets caught as he tries to get out of dodge, and he's going to be able to stay alive. But yeah, I mean, doing something like that on Zyra is damn near impossible considering that health pool. But okay, tack sweep on Ruin now, and he's pushed back by Ice Beasto, but you can already see that Nerve are on the aggressive to try and push in this mid-tier turret. All right, wave's cleared, but they got a little bit of damage out of it. So once the tower had already fallen, it's easy for Achu and Koss to go on a roaming spree, but there is a big wave pushing in, and Woolite's going to be backing away. No summoners for him still.
As you mentioned, they went for a roam, wanted to try and find an opportunity, given that there was such a big minion wave down in the bottom lane, and there was nothing really for Achu and Koss to go and work towards. So instead, they tried to force a play in the mid. They do force the flash out of Sebix, which is still a pretty good thing, because it then enables Memento to look for a gank later on into the game. But I'm surprised they didn't decide to try and move Achu and Koss up into the top lane, because someone like a Camille would struggle a little bit to deal with with that sort of pressure. You know, the wave cut on Camille isn't the strongest. It's gonna, I mean, you naturally struggle when you're going up against an AD carry, so I feel like that they could look to apply a little bit more pressure onto that turret. But I guess that they're quite happy with how things are going in terms of the 1 versus 1. So for the time being, they're just going to keep both their AD carry and support down the bottom lane.
It's a different type of game as well than when you look at last game, when the plan for Team Kinguin was pretty much just like kind of ride out this laning phase that we are in a disadvantage of, and we've got the late game, we've got Sebix on something like a Rise. This time it's not the case. You've got a fair amount of mid-game power coming out of Sebix, but it's not going to scale like crazy. On the other hand, the early game is pretty important for Nerve as well because of this Fiora, who's losing on a farm, but, you know, was still able to trade 1v1 and still no kills there, and it has been a surprise the junglers haven't gotten involved.
Yeah, I am honestly quite surprised, because I felt that if there were going to be a lot of ganks, it would be in the top half of the map. And once again, we're yet to see very much coming out from Tabasco in this early game. But he is now level 8. He has completed his first major jungle item. And he could look to set something else to see another trade in the top lane.
Yep, parry this time. Tack sweep saved a little bit. Ice Beasto has the better of it. So far, hook shots in, gets another auto empowered. And here's the ultimatum! Ruin, though, says that's okay, we can tango. And it's going to trade even for now. Another tack sweep, but Ruin goes in on this one. He's in minions, however. And hookshot flashed.
Good flash from Ruin, but still, trade 1 overall from Ice Beasto. Tabasco now moving to the top half of the map. He has his ult.
He senses he can finish a kill here, and he does. Tabasco picking off Ruin as the flash was down. Nicely tag teamed. And it looks like Team Kinguin are looking to polish off the turret in the top.
That was a fun trade between Ice Beasto and Ruin as we see another gank in the mid.
Uh-oh, Memento, he can chase him down. The chains are on. He's got nowhere to go, and Suno will not be the one that picks up the kill. Koss with the cheeky plant steal.
Now they're looking for Achu. Is going to just quickly force his flash. But still, this was what we were talking about earlier on. Koss and Achu moving down to the mid lane. They were able to force the flash away from Sebix. That enabled Memento to come later on and force another gank. So now they can move towards this mid-tier 1. With 3 members strong, they should be able to take it, given that Delord, he doesn't have his ultimate to disengage. He has no real wave clear, and here comes the Ash Arrow. Actually, onto Woolite.
It stopped Woolite up, and Memento's going to go right over the wall. Suno's tagging in, and
they
the
get
Shadow
him!
Orb! Suno finishes him off.
Really good setup from Achu. That was a beautiful snipe down onto Woolite. They're able to catch him out. Memento still had his ultimate, didn't need to use it onto the gank earlier on, and they get themselves another kill. Yet they do not get themselves that T1 in the mid, but they can probably just move around, look to put a bit of pressure, or maybe just go for this dragon.
But this is a really exciting game here now. Gold advantage is only 1,000. The dragon has obviously not been quite as important this time as it was the last time around because we had so many Infernals, but towers traded, and now Nerve looking to get themselves a little bit of extra movement speed. There's no contest really available right now. And man, I got to see that Ash Arrow again. That was just crisp.
It was the fact that I think he even got it blind. It was almost like he expected it to just kind of be there. Because from what I recall, I mean, right now there's currently no vision in that half of the map. I don't recall there being that much deep vision coming out from Memento. And so the fact that Achu was able to land that is very impressive. We see another gank in the top.
Yeah, another ultimatum, and Ruin this time is going to have to issue the grand challenge, but 2v1, he can't get it done, and Suno is going to cancel that TP. He knows it wasn't going to end well.
And this is the thing you have to respect when going up against Camille, because she throws out that ultimate. You have no way to escape unless you can force Ice Beastar out of that small arena. But nevertheless, still another kill going over to Ice, or a kill now going over to Ice Beast, so another kill going over to Team Kingwin. 2-4 now in their favor is pressure being exerted onto this mid tier 1. And when we actually look at the whole map and we look at how things have been going, the fact that Nerve feel like they have been the consistent aggressors don't have actually a massive gold lead.
Let's take a look here. So
yeah, look, there's like
just waiting.
So
okay, he sees Ezreal moving
so he
through
probably
the ward
saw
vision,
him there. He saw him on that. He saw him on that ward just there.
The path prediction is perfect. The
he,
moment he arrives to E over, and the communication, Memento and Suno just jumping right in there, finishes the job with Shadow Orb right before Delord can really do much about it. What a move!
Yeah, crisp.
All right, so we're nearly 15 minutes into this game. Slim gold advantage for Nerve, but they have had the pressure on, and look at the vision they've got invested around this river. Not going to let anybody from Team Kingwin move freely about, but you can see where Kingwin themselves have actually put a lot of their own vision up towards this top side. It's evident because of how frequently Tabasco's been moving in on that.
Now taking stock of what Nerve's options are. They actually want to try and contest these neutral objectives. The red buff, pick that one up. And it's interesting that you mentioned the vision because notice that Nerve have put a lot of priority on getting control of the bottom side. This has enabled them to go and steal away this red. But a lot of Team Kingwin's priority has actually been in the top half of the map. They wanted to make sure that this Camille has a good early game. And so far, he has. Working towards that Trinity Force, almost completed it. I've been doing a bit of research in how they actually choose to build, and I see some Camille's going for Ravenous Hydra second, whereas others just choose to go full tank. Whether or not he decides to go a little bit more aggressive, I think will dictate how well the rest of the game goes to Team Kingwin, because it would be nice to have a little bit more of a front line, especially with the build path that Tabasco is going. But now we have 3 members from Nerve looking to siege onto this tier 2 in the bottom lane. Very aggressive from Warlight.
Suno was actually coming around the side as well, but they have run fresh out of minions to really do much with. Ruin is going to be able to shove a wave towards the mid, but Sebex is there to intercept. And now everyone from Nerve is hanging around this bottom side, but there's no objective for Kingwin to really go for here, so there's no reason that they'd be moving in. It looks like it's Nerve just going to be backing away for now.
I'm still surprised that Nerve haven't actually sent the bottom lane up to the top half of the map.
There we go. As you say it.
There it is, yeah. I feel like
late is what's important, Vegas.
I felt like that they could have done this earlier and just moved Ruin to the bottom lane. I feel like they're now doing it simply because of the fact... Oh, actually, yeah, as you already noted.
All right, hook shot.
Oh,
is
dude,
a useful
you
ability.
got baited because it was the LeBlanc ultimate. I hate that.
I got baited too.
No, that's what. Yeah, it's the LeBlanc ultimate. It's been happening all throughout this game. I'm like, oh, have a look. LeBlanc's coming in from a flank. Like, nope.
Unfortunately, the observer interface does not allow us to see which one's real. All right, so Ruin is going to get bopped up by Delord here. True shot barrage, but there's still a tower. So Woolite and Delord can't chase any further, and also Memento was there. So Ice Beast was not in any danger, but he thought he was.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of the LeBlanc ult. It's really obnoxious.
Yes. Especially if you're watching.
Yep. Like, I still remember one of the first times that I encountered the LeBlanc is I actually went for a gank bottom lane on Nocturne. I used my ultimate. The LeBlanc came in from a flank, and I flashed away to then have the LeBlanc just disappear in a puff of smoke because it wasn't the real LeBlanc. It's just so obnoxious.
It's when you type in all chat, worth. I could have died. It's the thing, you never know.
I know, that's the beauty of it, right?
Oh, arrow? Okay, this time Sebix is out of there. Achu has been really on point with these, though, forcing quite a lot. And Suno's taking a bit of chunk, and in comes Ice
Oh
Beasto.
my word.
He wants to finish off Achu, and it's Tabasco. That does the job. Now they're looking to separate out. Koss has nowhere to go into the Rift Herald pit, and he is stopped up. Exhaust, flash, followed by Ice Beasto. Stranglethorns will not be enough. He pops it, and he's going nowhere. Ice Beasto still gets him.
I feel like Tabasco using his flash was not necessary. The fact that Koss was able to bait so many summoners out is a big advantage for Team Kinguin. But let's have a look at the bigger picture. 4-4 in kills, a mid lane tier 1 on the board, and Team Kinguin have once again reclaimed control after a bit of a shaky early game.
Yeah, Ruin is going to look to try and equalize that gold output, but you can see Woolite already there to intercept the wave that he was pushing in, and Ruin did not want to go too far. The vision they've had on the bottom side for Nerve, it started to evaporate.
I mean, I'm honestly just very impressed with how Team Kinguin have been playing, because they've got so much calm and patience in the early game, and they're playing these things so smart. The fact that everyone just split away from a Jew was just, I mean, a little bit questionable. He started walking through the river. Koss went one way, Suno went the other, and then they just leave him available for Ice Beast to just pick off unawares. And this is the strength that you have of Camille. She has so much mobility. It's so easy to dive onto a target, and it's so much fun to watch. I mean, I'm sure it's not fun to play against.
I don't think they're having too much fun, but Ice Beasto, let's see if he can get out of this one. Memento charging him down, and he ults on in, feared backwards. Ice Beasto is going to have to keep ducking and diving and dodging, but it's not going to be enough. As Ruin says, have a little bit of 2v1. You're giving it to me all game. Might as well return that favor. 5 seconds on this dragon spawning. Team Kinguin are trying to push away the vision. But back to that fight. That is, I mean, this has been a hallmark so far, what we've seen of Nerve in this series, is that they just do not have the same level of team fight awareness that Team Kinguin seem to have been bringing.
I feel like the Nerve have been playing very heavily on just getting a very good early start and then snowballing that into a strong mid-game.
Win lane, win game.
Yeah, and
Good
so
old
far,
strat.
Team Kinguin have just been playing patiently. They've said, you know what, we actually have pretty good scaling. We know what we need to do in this game. Like, the Ezreal, yeah, okay, he will eventually get outscaled by the Ashe, but in the mid-game, he should actually have a slightly larger spike. Like, right now, he has completed the Iceborne Gauntlet. He also has under his belt the Muramana, or the Manamune. I forget the name of either one of them. But what you can see is now the Infernal Drake is on the map. The teleport is available for Ruin, not actually up for Ice Beasto. So he's going to have to start making his way down. He has already got the shove going towards that top half. But this is a good time for Nerve to try and force this dragon.
Big rocket though. Nerve had to rethink if they have enough in the tank to really do this, and they might just do it, and Ruin's gonna pop over the wall. They need to follow this real quick. It's not gonna go down, but they might be able to get a few kills as the fight is on. Ruin falls. Woolite takes the kill. Critic Koss on the runaway. Memento, Tabasco, they're clearing everyone out of this one. They got the dragon, but they paid for it. 4 kills for 0, and a double kill for Woolite on top.
And they're pinging the Baron right now. Team Kinguin, they do have 5 members strong. They don't need a front line as long as they can get this objective. And hey, we don't care if we lost a dragon, if we can get ourselves a big purple worm off the back of it.
20 minutes into this game, the Baron has only just hit the rift, and they've got the damage to take it down. Only Memento is here. He has ultimate. He would need to use it right over the wall. If he can get this steal, it would be a miracle as he's looking to charge on him. But this Baron is going so low, and he looks to maybe polish off some kills. No, they've peeled off the Baron. They hesitated. Now they're going to go back in, and they finish the job. And that is a defensive ult, as Memento does not want a 1v1 with Ice Beasto, but he's forced into it anyways, and that's going to be just enough. Sweeps him aside.
Team Kinguin get themselves a 21-minute Baron. I thought Memento was going to come in for the cheeky steal. We've seen a lot of them during the Challenger Series qualifier, but it is Team Kinguin to secure it. Now backtracking, you can see this teleport flank coming in from the Fiora. They get vision that Tabasco is actually miles away, so they know they can commit for the Infernal Drake. And then 3 members. This is a classic Woolite play that would normally go horribly wrong, but his aggression is actually very calculated. He relies on the fact that he has a very solid distraction in the form of the Braum, just drawing the attention, and now we see more action in the mid.
Oh, Suno. Okay, that's a big chunk of damage. The package Valk puts Sebix right in distance, and now we go right back to the 1v1, but Ice Beasto finds himself short a few minions here, and he's on the run from Ruin. Hops in. He's going to be finished off. The Grand Challenge completes.
A lot of that was thanks to Ruin actually using the riposte to remove or mitigate a lot of the second true Q damage that was coming out from Ice Beasto. And when you look at these sustained, drawn-out fights, I would actually give the slight edge over to the Fiora, especially now that she's completed that Ravenous Hydra. So demonstrating that the Duelist still is fairly grand, and something that you have to respect coming into this mid to late game.
You absolutely do. And Camille, you know, whenever you've got a new champion, a relatively new champion that has a lot of power still on this patch, you know, it can look very attractive. I can take the 1v1. It doesn't matter if I'm down a level or down a little bit of CS, but Ruin just having the edge there and is able to show better mastery than Ice Beasto was able to put out. But the minions also did their job too. It's usually not a good idea to fight in a whole pool of your opponent's minions, and that looks like Nerve will finally finish off that top tier 1 tower and get themselves a little bit back. They've only got 1 so far in this game, but it's about to be 2.
Look at Tabasco though. He should go for the ultimate hit. Oh, but he just lost vision. He's going to use the Blast Cone to get in range.
Up, spotted on the ward. Okay, so Ruin knows he has to keep on running. He may not get out of this. He's hesitated for just a minute.
Oh.
Dashes forward. Okay. He's on the run here, and there is Woolite coming into the rescue, but Ruin is not able to get out in time, and Woolite snipes the kill.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks for that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that assist.
Woolite did all the work. Now, flank from Memento.
All right, he's going to look for Sebex here. Ooh, they're going to turn on to Daylord, who has to flash himself away, and now with Woolite coming in, Stranglethorns only knocks him up for a moment. They rethink the strategy.
So, a failed engage once more coming out from Team Nerve. They can't lock down Sebex. Woolite also being separated from the fight meant that he could come in from the side and act as a bit of pressure. Now with 3 members strong, they have the Baron, looking to take down this tier 2 in the mid, but Memento, he wants more. He's got his ultimate available. Who's he looking for right now? It's onto Woolite. He goes, but he's instantly exhausted. Daylord is melted. Tabasco threatening around the backside. Memento even stays alive, but meanwhile up in the top side, Ice Beasto was able to secure a turret, and he looks to come in for the flank and secure them the second in the mid. Be able to do it no problem. Achu, they don't quite have enough. He has to heal. It's gone down. So Nerve give up 2 towers trying to dive down. They get Daylord for it, but I somehow don't think they'll be happy with the result. I mean, they've managed to get themselves quite a lot off the back of this Baron. Team Kinguin have done a great job of, even though losing a couple of members, we have to backtrack and realize that, yes, they got the kill onto Ruin in the top lane. That kill also went down onto Woolite, which is always a great person to have a few of those kills on. They get themselves the tier 2 in the top lane. They get themselves a tier 2 in the mid. So now what they can do is they can send Ice Beasto to the bottom lane. He still has his teleport up. He can look to start pressuring that turret, or that tier 2 down there, and the Dragon is going to be spawning in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, which means that vision control is going to be the priority for setting up around there. Yeah, you can already see a lot of vision invested by Team Kinguin up in the top side that allowed them to do the move they just did, but you should definitely see that shifting. Be nice to check out where they're all moving on the map, all 5 members hanging down on the bottom. And Ruin was there, but he did just switch over to the top side, so it does seem like Kinguin are once again dictating the pace of this game and saying, Nerve, come play our game. We will fight you and we will beat you. So far, they're doing a grand job of it. Nerve not dropping a game during the qualifiers to now being on the verge of losing their 2nd in a row. Team Kinguin somewhat defying all expectations, I feel. You know, when they come out of the group not really looking like the strongest team, especially given how... Dropping a couple silly games. Yeah, you know, it's against teams like Alternate Attacks, it's like, are they really going to be able to contest? Well, so far, they're doing a fantastic job. Oh, absolutely. Now, Suno tries to assassinate Woolite. He doesn't have the burst damage, but then he turns back around, and the Shadow Orb does quite a lot of damage to those HP bars, and it makes Team Kinguin rethink how far they want to go here. It is a 4v4 with the top laners in the top side, and 20 seconds till this Dragon spawns. They need a quick recall. Yeah, and in all honesty, I actually think they're going to lose out on this Dragon, because you can see that Ruin has already just gone back. He's picked himself up the Giant's Belt. Vasco's still here, though. Nerve is in a prime position to go for this Dragon right now. It is going to be the Ocean Drake, so even if they lose it, it's not the end of the world. But the fact that it's 3 dragons on the side of Nerve mean that that's going to mean a lot if they're able to get themselves the Elder Dragon later in the game. Oh, wow. Suno is actually hanging around. Oh, no, it got juked again. Darn. But yeah, okay, so Nerve, yeah, definitely have the edge for just a moment at the very least, but Kinguin have been playing these fights out just so much better, and now that they've given up a little bit of attention on the map, you can see Tabasco's just going to instantly hop his way over. He might just be able to cheekily secure this by himself without any answer. I mean, Nerve are kind of slow on this. Wow. All right, then. Fair play. I feel like Nerve could have just gone for that earlier on, but I mean, impressive stuff coming out from them. So right now we have to look at the setup on the map. Notice that Ashe is actually being moved to the bottom side. Baron is going to be spawned in about a minute's time. Fiora is still applying pressure up in the top lane. Now that the Black Cleaver has been finished as well, that's going to make things a little bit harder for Ice Beast to win out in the 1 versus 1. Trinity Force completed in the mid lane, working towards that Blade of the Ruin King. And here we are, another 1v1 duel.
Well, you say that, and then instantly Tabasco and Sevex attack their way in. Ruin got seriously baited on that, but look at this, Nerve instantly pushing down the mid. They've run out of minions, however, so they can't keep going for much longer. And with Daylor trying to cut them off, the only way to go is into the jungle. 23 seconds on the Baron respawn. Right now, the vision investment for TK is up in the top side. And they're actually pinging on the side of Nerve back to the top because they think that Ice Beasto and Tabasco are going to keep pushing this.
I feel like this is a great opportunity for Team Kinguin now to gain full control over Nerve's jungle. With the Baron spawning in 5 seconds, Ruin on a 20-second death timer, they may even look to just rush it down, but it is very risky when you take into account the teleport is still available for Ruin, the Ash Arrow is still up, and Memento, he's looking for a bloodbath.
Oh, this is going to be tense. 28 minutes in, the second Baron attempt. The first one, well, it was all free since they took advantage of that small time window, but this time it's not going to be so easy. Cost frontline and taking a lot of damage here. Woolite has him stopped up. The Iceborne Gauntlet slows him, forces the flash away, and now Suno, Memento, Chu all running away from this one. Delord puts the unbreakable wall on. And Ruin is not here right now. Cost is going to have to back. They're right back to Baron.
I'm surprised that Tabasco actually didn't go for that ultimate there because Chu and Cost have actually split away from Suno and Memento, both of them taking different directions. And he could have actually tried to force something there, decided not to. Then moving back to the Baron. Again, I think this is very risky. You can see Ruin coming in from the flank.
Oh, but Ruin, he gets flanked himself. The whole team finds their way in, and Woolite finishes the kill. Memento stops straight, turns back around. They may not have gotten the Baron, but they got some more. And double kill! Sniped by Woolite. Back to Baron it is.
Really good plays coming out from Team Kinguin. They realize that the best way to deal with the flank is just to kill the flank outright. But Memento, he still has his ult. He wants to stop this Baron, and he's going to go for it.
He's going to go in. Suno distracting right now, but it's down to 2,500. Looking for Memento. Tabasco finishes the kill off. Achu, he's chased into the pit. Memento with a desperate charge, but the Baron's not low. Ice Beasto kills Achu, and that is it. They're wiped. The Baron, 29.5, and Kinguin in the lead.
Team Kinguin once again with a beautiful play around the Baron. They executed that so phenomenally well. Target focus, just so on point that they basically got that Baron completely uncontested. That was so well played, and Team Kinguin defying all expectations, I feel, and just coming out like such a dominant team.
They came out swinging this series, 6,000 gold in the lead. Let's see this again. You could see the desperate plan, but Ruin found himself flanked.
So the best way to deal with a flank from just one member is to just turn onto one side of the flank. I mean, when you weigh up the odds, it makes most sense to just turn onto Ruin rather than the 4 other members. And then because Cast was trying to help out his top laner, he didn't have his flash, it had been burnt earlier on, and that made it so easy for Woolite to get that snipe. Now just keep your eyes on the Baron because members from TK are actually getting very low. Suno tries to shut down the jungler, gets a good heal, but we don't have time for that because there's a siege onto the base.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a quick one as well. And in comes Ice Beasto onto Achu, melts through his health bar before they even take down the tower. And Suno is going low. He has to distort his way away. Down goes the inhibitor, and this base is starting to look like Swiss cheese. Nerve does not have much time left. 30 minutes into this game, the second Baron on Team Kinguin. Stranglethorn's dodged out. Memento desperate charging in, but he's into 5 members right now. They may have low health bars, but Nerve has no members left. It's only Suno and only Ruin now. He gets the grand challenge. He gets Tabasco, but he's not going to get enough. Back to the fountain he goes to try in for round number 2, but the last of the turrets is going down. Ruin with one more parry. It's not going to be enough. The repost fails, and it's going to be Nexus. Team Kinguin with 2-0 on the board.
Team Kinguin looking very impressive. The Camille coming out once more throughout this tournament. It did manage to slide through, and I feel like when we have to go back to the draft again because I feel like that Team Kinguin were very happy. They've demonstrated strong performance with this Nocturne multiple times now. Not very much early pressure, but once he hits that level 8, he starts to have some serious work. And where was his first gank? Up in the top lane. He gets himself a kill. They start to apply pressure to the Fiora. Then Camille gets another kill up in the top lane. And I feel like once that started, once this Camille really started getting rolling, that's when they started to make these plays. That's when they started to look for opportunities around the map. And it's exactly like we saw in game 1. Team Kinguin falling behind in the early game. First 10 minutes, they were struggling during the laning phase, especially down the bottom lane, where Memento was just exerting all of that pressure. And then they just weren't able to do anything with it. They even had the Ashe ult. They had some really nice arrows throughout the game, but it just didn't result in anything. Memento held onto his ultimate a little bit too often and didn't really force many plays. And in all honesty, it was just the same sort of thing from Nerve, where we're just not really seeing them use this early gold lead and turning into something. We talked a lot earlier on about moving that bottom lane up to the top, perhaps looking to try and get themselves another tier 1. They didn't do that until Ruin got to a point where he couldn't 1v1 the Camille anymore. You know, I feel like the Nerve are just perhaps not quite on the ball for this series, but this is still only game 2. They are still behind, and the possibility of a reverse sweep is still there.
Yeah, it's always possible. I mean, it is a best of 5. We've seen crazier things happen, but coming in to today, I don't think very many people would have predicted that Team Kingwin would be 2-0 up on the board after the performance that Nerve had been able to put in throughout the Challenger Series qualifiers so far. But with 2 games in, our best of 5 has been dominated by TK. We'll see what happens in game number 3 when we come back right after the break. Memento is going straight for Woolite. Exhausted flash from Woolite out, but right into Achu, and he gets the fear off Memento, looking to swipe his way to a kill. Delord and Woolite, that is 2 quick kills picked up. And Suno's taking a bit of chunk, and in comes Ice Pisto. He wants to finish off Achu, and it's Tabasco that does the job. Oh, they need to follow this real quick. It's not going to go down, but they might be able to get a few kills as the fight is on. Ruin falls. Woolite takes the kill. Critic cost on the runaway. Memento, Tabasco, they're clearing everyone out of this one. They got the dragon, but they paid for it. 4 kills for 0. And
you can see Ruin coming in from the flank.
Oh, but Ruin, he gets flanked himself. The whole team finds their way in, and Woolite finishes the kill. Memento stops straight, turns back around. They may not have gotten the Baron, but they got some more. And double kill! Sniped by Woolite of the turret is going down. Ruin with 1 more parry. It's not going to be enough. The repost fails, and it's going to be Nexus. Team Kingwin with 2-0 on the board. Memento is going straight for Woolite. Exhausted flash from Woolite out, but right into Achu, and he gets the fear off Memento, looking to swat. Welcome back. We're about to jump into Game 3 of this best-of-5 between Team Kinguin and Nerve. And man, 2-0 up for Kinguin. It's getting hot in here for them, and Nerve are in the hot seat.
It certainly is, but hopefully for Team Kinguin, I don't know where I was going with that joke. Anyway, moving swiftly on. Bail out. Just bail out. Abandon now.
That's okay. It's only Game 3.
Yes, it is only Game 3, but this could be the deciding game that determines whether or not Team Kinguin secure themselves a spot in Challenger. And, I mean, it's a little bit surprising because Nerve, we have to look back at their history in the past because this was the 6th place Challenger team. They were...
Totally different roster.
Yeah, it was a very different roster back then. But, I mean, coming into the qualifiers, they looked extremely dominant. They didn't drop a single game in their group. Even against Fnatic Academy, it was so one-sided. And then coming into the games today, it feels like Team Kinguin just had their number. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They've had great drafts in both the games that they've been in. They were on blue side for Game 1 and Game 2. They're still on blue side for Game 3. And now, Nerve are kind of backed into a corner because so many of the junglers have been banned away. Memento is being pressured on his champion pool. And so far, he's brought out the Kha'Zix, he's brought out the FLICKR. And even though he's had good early game performances, that's it. We haven't really seen much more from him.
We've seen the
and really the rest of the team.
Very, very hesitant just between the entire team, it seems like. And it makes you wonder if Kinguin had been in their group earlier on for the Challenger Series qualifier, if this hadn't been revealed a little early, they might have learned from it and adapted.
Oh, I wonder.
But they've been caught with their pants down twice now.
But this is it, see, because the great thing about the qualifiers is it doesn't matter where you or how you do during the... I mean, it does, but what you want is
you
top
want to get
two.
there first.
You want
then,
top 2,
yeah.
but whether you're first seed or second seed doesn't matter because the reality is you have so many games to go back and watch that you can... It's all down into the preparation, and I feel like coming into this, Team Kinguin have demonstrated that they fully understand the playstyle of Nerve. They have forced them into a playstyle that they are not comfortable with, and Team Kinguin have just been excelling on all fronts. And I'm very excited to see whether or not they can clean this up into a 3-0 sweep, or whether or not Nerve can come back fighting.
Well, Nerve's definitely going to have to find more than just a stellar early game. They really need to find a way to make plays in the mid and in the late. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of what we saw last time around, because I was so excited to see a Camille game coming out finally that I got to cast. And here's not the play of Camille just yet, because this is the start of Sevix and Tabasco pushing, and then Ice Beasto comes in, and Achu is just gone.
And the thing that baffles me, we talked about it earlier on, is the fact that everyone just left the AD carry there. Because you saw Suno, he'd been a little bit distracted by the fact that, oh, I've landed a chain, let me focus on this target. You saw that that Cast was trying to get some vision down with the Zyra. He was moving into the enemy part of the jungle, and then Memento, he was just kind of backing off, moving in the outward direction. And that literally just left Achu just standing there. He was by himself on an Ashe against a Camille, and Camille was like, okay then. And then he read the flash incredibly well. He followed it with the ultimate. He did that at least twice during that game, which just demonstrates his proficiency on the champion. And we praised him in Game 1 for his outstanding understanding and mechanics, and he demonstrated that once again, except for when he, died 1v1 against
Yeah, well,
you
can't have a perfect record. That's okay. Sometimes you get an A+ instead of an S- on the champ. And we'll take a look at game number 3. Team Kinguin once again on the blue side, and they start off with that Ranker ban.
So it looks like so far Team Kinguin going with the same. On Nerve going to maintain that consistency as well. They could look to ban away. I feel like you got to ban the Camille if you're red side. You kind of have to take it off the board, but it looks like that Lee Sin will still be the priority. So same old for what we're seeing so far.
Yeah, with the Rex side banned as well. I mean, this has got to be frustrating Memento that he's been forced on so many champions that aren't quite in his wheelhouse. Now, the Camille is going to get banned, so things are shifting up just a little bit more like what we saw back in game number 1. And the Poppy, so Kinguin have only really banned 3 champions in the series.
Yeah. Yes, they have only banned 3 champions in this series.
I can do math.
Yep.
Every now and again. And the Rise ban I think makes a lot of sense. Even though it was 2 games ago, it's good to remember how obnoxious Sevix became on that.
Yep. So the priority right now for Team Kinguin, rather than going for the Zyra like they did in Game 1, looks like they want to make sure that they get themselves a jungler that they're comfortable with. This is why we don't talk about hovers, because they're not reliable. But let's think about what is available for Nerve right now. There's the Syndra. They have picked up the Syndra in Game 1, and that went into the Rise, which obviously is now unavailable. There's also... I mean, FLICKR and Kha'Zix are what we've seen so far. I don't know whether or not Memento's going to bring out anything unique. Instead, they're just going to pick up their bottom lane.
Okay, so another champion that doesn't quite have escapes in the form of Varus, but they have the Syndra as well. It's a lot of damage. It has decently long range between the two of them.
Yep.
I mean, this definitely seems like something that Chu can really shine on, but it really depends on what Woolite is going to pick up.
I mean, he's no stranger to the Varus. It's something that he has demonstrated proficiency on throughout the qualifiers, and it has been a champion that has been rising in popularity a lot recently. He has a very good poke. His laning phase is actually fairly solid. He has the Chain of Corruption ultimate to act as an engage tool, and it's a little bit... I argue it's a little bit stronger in the sense that it actually spreads out, so teams are forced to disperse from the target that it's actually been isolated on. So it makes great for setting up picks, but the problem is you're leaving the Ashe open for Team Kinguin, which is perfect for their sort of playstyle. The pick composition that they ran in Game 1, something they have demonstrated are so good at in the before, I feel like you're just giving Team Kinguin exactly what they want.
Yeah, so they lock in the Ashe Zyra combo once again, so much more range, still a lot of that CC and poke that they've got available to themselves, and it'll be interesting to see what Nerve decide to pair with the very pokey Varus in that bottom lane for now.
Well, you've got the...
Falls back in their court.
Yeah, you've got the mid lane Syndra. I feel like you should hold on to your top laner for now. Just pick up your support. You could go for... I feel like it's risky, but you could go for something like a Thresh if you wanted to be a little bit more aggressive. You have a lot of them pick potential yourself. You have opportunities to catch the Zyra out of position. She is very squishy, and if you just land either a hook or that Chain of Corruption, you can very quickly burst her down. It also gives you more ways to set up for plays because you have the Lantern, you have a bit more safety. Or you could just go for the Karma as well. Adds a little bit more in terms of wave clear. You have a lot more pushing power you can match with early on. I mean, I'd be...
Okay. We got the Thresh, but that is actually a Shaco.
That is a Shaco. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was not expecting that.
All right, well, Memento's like, you know, how far down on my tier list am I going to go right now?
So what we have to remember is that Shaco did have some changes not too long ago, especially with regards to his ultimate, that when it now explodes, you actually get the Jack of boxes, the Illuminati boxes now. Those will now proc up. He has had a couple changes, we'll get more into once we get into game, but like he's a very good early game jungler, right? Yep. Something that I think we shouldn't be too surprised to hear from Memento. A playstyle that he does seem to be fairly consistent with. But like, I suppose Nerve now, they've been backed into a corner and they say, let's just bring out what we're comfortable with. And yeah, we're going to get a Shaco.
Yeah, we're going to get a Shen too.
That's not too surprising. This is actually something that we've seen a fair amount. It synergizes very nicely with the Nocturne in particular because that enhances his engage so much more. And it also acts as a great follow-up for from the Ashe arrow. Like, I actually think
protection on Ashe as well, and a very squishy bot lane. You know, once 6 hits, like that's going to be really crazy for Ice Beast to get involved in.
Yep.
So it's kind of nice. We got like almost a little bit of throwback in a couple of ways, but I'm still waiting on that last pick for Nerve.
I'm not a massive fan of the Corki, personally. I think that here, with the composition that you have, perhaps an Orianna would have been a little bit better. Adds a little bit more magic damage.
And to add on to the engage potential from a Nocturne, we've seen some pretty legendary successes and fails, actually, in that regard.
But I think the reason why they've gone for the Corki is because they know how much of a terror a Shaco can be in the early laning phase. And with someone like Ori going up against a Syndra and a Shaco, you're just asking to be ganked over and over and over again. So I think that the Corki is very much just a safety thing, so you have a little bit more mobility and you can get through the laning phase to then hit that nice mid-game spike with the Training Force.
Right, now the last pick is locked in for Ruin. It's going to be the Rumble, so actually no true tank on the side of Nerve. We'll have to see what they end up building.
Well, I mean, the fact that they locked in a Shaco suggests that they're going all out on the aggression.
Hey, you're backed up into a corner. It's 0-2 in this record. You're trying to qualify for Challenger. You might as well pull out your super secret weapon.
Yeah, and apparently that's a Clown.
Yeah.
So we'll have
with
to
a lot of daggers. So it's definitely very effective as a weapon.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, it could definitely go very wrong. I like the team fighting capability, though. If they can engage it properly. I mean, Equalizer is an ultimate that can never be underestimated. The red carpet really burns.
And when you pair that up with the Varus too, you know, he lands that Chain of Corruption, enemy team sticks a little bit too close, you then get equalized on top of, so not only are you trying to avoid the equalizer, but you're also the Chain of Corruption spread, and then you've got Syndra who's basically saying, oh, well, while all of you are running away, I'm just going to pick the target that I want to one-shot. So, and then you have to be always aware of the fact that Shaco could just come in and snipe you at any moment in time. I'm looking forward to seeing how he decides to build, whether or not he does go a little bit off-tanky, or whether or not I expect him to go with, like, Tiamat, like, Infinity Edge.
Burst you right down. Yeah. Well, we'll have to see. I mean, it's not exactly a classic wombo combo, but I mean, they really can get the job done. The question is Nerve going to be able to coordinate well enough? This series, we just haven't seen it from them.
Yeah,
outside the early game.
Team Kingwin have just going to be doing what they've been doing throughout this series so far. They might fall behind a little bit during the early laning phase. They have the scaling jungler, but this is something that you can actually abuse with the Shaco. Nocturne's early clear hurts him a lot, right?
Yeah.
He actually, like, he doesn't have the best sustain. Even though he has his passive, he's, like, fairly weak. And as we talked about in Game 1, his mana costs are fairly high. Shaco's clear is very, very powerful. He could very easily walk into your jungle at level 2, maybe even level 3, and he
Memento
can do some serious issues.
Remember, I mean, this whole series started with 3 buff on Kha'Zix, and, you know, honestly, if Memento had been able to find Tabasco, it might have been a very different game number 1. I think this time around, he's got the tools to make it happen.
Well, we'll have to wait and find out, and that's what I'm most excited to see. So, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a Shaco coming up. I think the last time we saw Shaco was Kikis, right?
Yeah,
that's the last time
I kind of am like in my mind, Kikis and Shaco are always kind of a little connected. But either way, I mean, this is going to be an exciting game no matter what happens. If you think Team Kingwin are going to be able to take it 3-0 and qualify for Challenger, hashtag TKWin over at LOL Esports. So if you think Nerve are going to fire back and start rolling on that reverse sweep, hashtag NRVWin. Do you guys believe in the clown? Do you believe in the clown, Vetty?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so.
Not even remotely. Well,
all right, well, we're on the Rift. We're going to find out if it works. Here we go.
It's exciting, though. That's the thing. I like new and creative picks. So much so that I even made a video about it.
I saw a few of those. You've got some sweet dance moves, my friend.
Thanks, friend.
Yeah.
But I think that, honestly, like, Shaco is definitely not on that list.
Maybe after this game, we'll see.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe after this game.
Somewhere out there, some people are very excited about this, I'm sure. And I'm one of them. I'm very excited too. I'm not as hopeful either. I know that it's a very hard thing to pull off.
Are you one of those Shaco mains?
I don't have mechanics to play Shaco, man.
Shaco requires mechanics?
More than I have, anyways.
No, in fairness, I have seen a lot of very skilled Shacos. Just as a mid laner, they're incredibly obnoxious.
Good save.
It's just all the time. You know, you just go for one farm and Shaco's there. It's just like, okay, I'm gonna back off now. And then you come back, it's like, oh, Shaco's still there. Why? He's so annoying. But he has a lot of options. His Deceive does give him that free stealth. And it also gives him a bit of distance, so it's very easy for him to just walk into mid lane. Something you have to ward against when you're playing against a Shaco is more like the jungle entrances. So if you just look at the minimap right now, places where the Corki is standing and where the Syndra is standing, these are the sort of areas that you want to be warding, because it's really not worth investing the vision into like the side lane bushes, because if Shaco's ever going to gank your lane, it will not be from that avenue.
Yep, that's fair. Now, that is always the wild card here, and another one is that Memento is not going to need that leash, so they have no idea what side he should be starting on, but it will be near the blue. In fact, Ice Beasto and Tabasco going to double up here, but there is some harassment out of Ruin. He's going to spot this one with the ward and, well, and himself, actually, but he's not really able to prevent it, so Tabasco picks up the blue and moves on over to Gromp. Standard start, as all things go, and Memento's onto the blue buff himself.
So you can see how quickly Memento is working his way through the jungle, already giving a preview of the Illuminati boxes to come.
Yes. But once that 6 happens, we'll see. Woolite and Delord are going to have to watch their backs. Again, we talked about at the beginning of the series, Woolite and his historical tendency to kind of get himself caught a little bit out. We've seen him going aggressive, but it has not been punished. His team's been there to back him up a lot of times. And I'm curious to see if he's going to keep playing very, very aggressive against a lane that, well, it can very easily punish you. Cost on this Thresh is a different sort of beast.
Yeah, note that Nerve once again got themselves the early push. They didn't need to provide any support for Shaco, given that he has the boxes for his early jungle clear. So they were able to get themselves the early level 2, force Team Kingwin's bottom lane back a little bit. But once Team Kingwin get a couple levels under their belt, they can start playing a little bit more aggressively. But it's the Thresh that you really have to be careful of. Right now, he doesn't have very much bush control, which is why they can afford to play a little bit more aggressively. And now that Delord has moved up a little bit more, things are playing a little bit safer. Memento, his jungle path was actually, he started on the Wolves, then he went to his blue buff, then he moved over to Gromp, and now he's moved up to his red. So he's not actually going for any sort of early jungle invades, which surprises me a little bit given as to how weak the Nocturne can be during the early jungle clears.
It seems like they're taking a slightly different tack here just because they had such an edge over the early games and it kind of fell flat. This time they're trying to see, it looks like they're trying to maybe play this out a little bit less predictably. But to be fair, Shaco is typically your unpredictable type of champion. So.
He is. He's very unpredictable, yeah.
Right.
And I wonder where he's actually going to look to put his early ganks, because when you look at when you look across the map, top lane is pushing in favor of Rumble, which is very much what you'd expect. You often pick the Rumble into these tanky top laners to abuse them during the early game. He has good scaling, and while he can't be quite the same sort of split pusher that these other tanks can be in the late game, especially someone like a Shen, the amount of damage and abuse that he can throw down during the early laning phase somewhat compensates for that, assuming that you can play it properly. But the mid lane, pressure constantly coming out from the Syndra, and this is the mid lane gank.
Here we go. Sends the Shiv out. Sebix has already valked back to the safety of the tower. However, Memento will toss down one more box for a little bit of fun later on in this game. Woolite and Delord now firing back in this bottom lane.
But it's this. This is what's so obnoxious about playing against the Shaco, because so often they will go into lanes like the Syndra lane because of how much kill pressure there is, and it just forces you to play hyper defensively because you never know where he is. And without being able to get this deep vision because of the amount of pressure that's coming out from the Syndra, it just makes it so difficult to play around.
And you can see that it's already causing a little bit of pain here for TK because they continually are pinging out where they see the Shaco. He's here, he's there, he's everywhere. Every single time he's on the map, Team Kinguin are wanting to keep tabs for everybody, and it just is an extra layer of frustration that you have to deal with. And speaking of frustration, Ice Beasto is definitely feeling the pain here up on the top side as Ruin leads yet another minion wave into the top.
It is what we would expect. Just constant pushing coming in from Ruin. He's also aware of the fact that the early ganking power of the Nocturne is not the strongest, so in all honesty, this is just classic Nerve. Getting themselves the early lead throughout the laning phase, usually having the pushing lanes, building up small CS advantages wherever they can. But it's come the mid-game, come the scaling, that really starts to hinder their performance. Now, when you look at the engage tools, their strongest form of engage is to throw out the Chain of Corruption, maybe use the ultimate from Rumble to get some kind of a flank. But they don't have the most reliable engage tools. Now, that's not to say they have no ways to start a fight. And around these objectives, especially around the mid-game points, so the 15 to 20 minute mark when playing around the Dragon, could be a good opportunity for them to try and force a fight. But the question is, will they want to? Will they be able to build themselves up a big enough lead during the laning phase that they can start to snowball with this Shaco? Well,
that was the question we pretty much had for every game this series, minus the Shaco part. And the answer for 2 games in a row is no. They've lost out to the Polish team time and time again. And Team Kinguin, despite the frustrations that the Shaco brings, they have to be feeling pretty comfortable so far in this series. I mean, you just got to win one more game, and you're in. Yeah. Don't let it get to your head. You might always drop 3 in a row, but they're in a really pretty position right now.
Yeah, and the pressure's being put onto Nerve, and rather than succumb to it, they've said, let's play Shaco. Now, that could be interpreted in multiple different ways, but right now we do see Memento hanging in the top half of the map.
Buys the ward from Ice Beasto. He's actually going to be heading into the jungle here, clears away the scrying plant, probes down another ward of his own. It looks like he's going to be going on a counter jungle spree. But look at this, Tabasco's coming on up.
Tabasco is level 6. He does have vision of this.
So's Memento. All right, he's just going to go in on him. He's going to have to poof it away. And Tabasco will thank him for the assist.
This does deny the blue buff away from Sebix, which will hurt his laning phase just a tad. But it's not the end of the world. The mana cost of the Corki is not the greatest. And also, he has the Corrupting Potion as well, so he should be okay for the time being. And I mean, so far it's a pretty passive early game. I mean, this isn't what I was expecting from a Shaco, and honestly, what I was expecting from this game, because we've seen a lot of early ganks coming out from Nerve, typically. So far, Team Kinguin, things are going the way that they kind of like. Yeah, I feel.
Nerve are offering a lot less pressure right now than you could have expected out of them, and it is really interesting. You can see Kinguin are even on the bottom side able to push in a little deeper with some vision. They have a ward secured here, and Kasanachu are going to be spotted heading into lane, but there we go. Clearing it away. Control ward had to be placed, though. However, you can see Tabasco hanging out in the bottom side, waiting to see if they want to execute this dive. Delord and Woolite are charging the minions into the bottom. See if they're able to take this one. Full summoners on either side, and oh, they're bringing in Tabasco. Ice Beasto coming into the party, and just like that, it's 4 members deep, but there's a teleport flying, and it didn't execute the way they wanted. Delord going incredibly low, and all of a sudden, things are going real pear-shaped right now for Team Kinguin, and they are going to lose out on Tabasco. That was not nearly spicy enough. First blood over to Ruin, and Memento picks up Ice Beasto on the back.
the setup looked so promising from Team Kingway. They'd moved Tabasco into the bottom lane. They get the arrow down onto Cast. They thought they could nuke him down, but they just switched their target focus at the last second. Both Tabasco and Ibisto flashed onto a Chew. He then flashed and healed to create a gap. Then all 5 members tried to turn onto Cast, but they'd had to disengage at that point because they realized, hang on, the TP is coming in from Ruin. Memento is making his way to the bottom lane, and unfortunately for TK, that decision to split their focus is really what determined why the gank went so wrong. So just look at the setup. You can see Corky already moving down. The ultimate on top of Tabasco, and then they swap. Both of them turn onto a Chew. The taunt is already used. Walleye is too far away from Cass. He gets that absolutely massive shield from Courage of the Colossus, and then all of TK ends up getting split apart. The play even happens before Sebex has time to get there. Ice Beasto burns his flash, and he can't get away from Memento and Suno. And in all honesty, it was just that last split second to switch focus over from a Chew over to Cass, which resulted in their downfall. Yeah,
all 4 summoners burned for the bottom lane of Nerve, but it was well worth the effort. The 2 kills are secured. They get themselves a dragon, an Earth Dragon as well. I mean, that's big. Mountain Drake, I should say. 9 minutes into this game, it's a 2,000 gold lead, and they really didn't give anything up for it. Everybody from Nerve, or everybody from Team Kingwin was invested in that dive, and it just did not pay out. So Kingwin, a rare miss for them in this series. This might be Nerve's chance to really start to play this one out and get themselves into a healthy mid-game.
And honestly, this is the first time that we've seen TK try to force such an early play such as that. Usually they've been fairly reactive to the aggression coming out from Nerve, and perhaps they've gone for a couple of picks, but this is the first time that they go for that 5-man all-bot sort of play, and it ends up not working out for them. So even though it's a bit of a setback in the early game, that's not to say that they are completely out yet. Nerve once again with the early game lead, about a 1,400, 1,500 gold advantage so far. And really the big deficit is coming in the top lane. The Shen really is struggling against the Rumble. This is, as we talked about earlier, what you'd expect. But the gold deficit isn't so big that it's impossible for the Shen to come back. And as long as he still has his ultimate, as long as he's still sitting in the side lane and drawing attention, it's going to be difficult for Ruin to somehow deal with him come the later stages of the game.
Yeah, the only other significant goal difference right now has got to be between the junglers, because Memento, I mean, that's pretty much the kill that separates them at the moment. And, well, Ruin's still punishing Ice Beasto and just pushing him back time and time again, but all you had to do on Shen is survive. And okay, he went down once. That was a failed attempt in the bottom side, but he's still perfectly fine. And there's a lot of pings flying down towards the bottom here, though, as Achu is taking a backtrack as he sees Tabasco and Sebex on the way, but in comes Memento for the flank. Chains of Corruption are not going to connect the way they wanted to, and Sebex goes in, followed by Tabasco. The paranoia is there, and he gets him, but the box might just spell his doom, and Delord throws down a big Stranglethorns, but Sebex is going to have to tank a couple of tower shots. Exhaust on Memento, not enough damage. He sends the fake Shaco in. The Illuminati boxes are not close enough.
So 1 for 1 so far after TK once again tried to set up a play in the bottom lane. Tabasco did have his ultimate, but all they really wanted to do was force Achu and Cast away from the turret so they could get that first tower gold. But Memento, they didn't realize that he was there. He came in from the flank. He cut off the escape route of Sebex, forced Tabasco to go in when really they just wanted to disengage. And Nerve ended up coming out, I would argue, ahead simply due to the severe number of summoner spells that they were able to burn from the side of Sebex. So now, all that early aggression that we saw from Memento may very well start to pay off if they're able to get that catch onto Sebex in the mid.
Yeah, definitely a big window for them. Let's take a look at how it all went down. Once again, Team Kingwin returned to the scene of the crime.
So you can see they really just wanted to try and force them away, but they start playing hyper aggressively, and then TK realized, oh no, we've made a mistake. So they just have to kind of commit. Tabasco does get 1 kill, but ends up giving his life away for it. And you'd think that Sebex would die here, but he makes a smart move and just decides to flash towards his teammates who are there to provide support. He is forced to use his exhaust, and I think that if he hadn't, he may very well have lost his life. But they're able to get away with just the 1 for 1. No turrets go down either side, and just a lot of summoner spells burn.
There really has been a lot of action down there so far without any turrets being pushed in. But this one up here should be the first to fall if all things stay even, as Ruin just continually herds these minions towards it. Nice Beasto is left to pick up the pieces. Lord clearing vision out of the bottom side, and they continue to do wave maintenance.
Now, if this was a usual solo queue game, this Shaco, who is 2-0, would be telling my team what to do, how to play, and then if I ignored him, I would not get a blue buff for the rest of the game. So
You think that's going to happen now to Suno?
Well, yeah, it depends on the type of Shaco player, but yes, this is normally what I would expect from Shacos. So that's the hope for TK, that all of a sudden his inner Shaco kicks in and he decides to go against the team as he goes for a play onto Delore.
Well, doesn't appear to be the case this time around, but he does send Faco towards Woolite. And yeah, you kind of have to know that's exactly what's happening. The boxes pop. Woolite is going to have to think twice about how forward he wants to push right now, and still pressure for the Team Kinguin bottom lane, provided by that Shaco. Sebex in the mid, clearing out a ward from Suno, trying to respect that distance so he doesn't get stunned up and scattered. Once again, kind of a quiet affair in the mid lane. Like, a couple of token movements. You saw Memento making a move in there. We haven't really seen Tabasco too much. And Suno has just had a very quiet game on Sebex, not really able to take him out, although he would probably love that blue buff.
It's spawning soon. You watch, that Shaco's going to take it. But in honesty, that's just because Sebex is playing Corki. It's the nature of the champion. It's really difficult to kill him, especially when he goes to that very early Hex Drinker. Like, Corki is one of the most boring people to lane against because all he does is wave currently. It's like fighting an AD carry, right? Well, I mean, it is fighting an AD carry. And I mean, Syndra wants to be
the definition of AD carry is a little blurred these days. So just gonna throw that one out there. He does enough magic damage. Yeah, but Sebex, I think you kind of hit it on the head. Being such a safe champion, he almost negates Suno's kill pressure in lane, but he doesn't let him get snowballing early on, and it kind of relies on getting somebody like Memento involved, who was hanging around, but decided to go back up top. It's actually Ruin who's making an invade here into this jungle. Plants down the ward.
And you could see, just if you watched on the minimap, you could see the positioning of Memento where he was hiding just behind the wall. This is the thing you have to be really aware of when going against the Shaco. We talked about it earlier on. There isn't that much vision control coming down, and I think that's just the confidence of Sebex. Given the champion that he's on, even though he has his flash down, his exhaust is back up, he has the Valkyrie to get out of any sticky situations. And so I think that's just good awareness from Sebex to be like, okay, I'm just going to play defensively because I realize I have no kill pressure on the Syndra anyway, so why bother? Why don't I just sit back, let the Suno push, and I'll just last hit wherever I can. Yeah,
doesn't seem like a bad plan for sure. Now, next Drake is spawned. It is in fact an Ocean Dragon, so not quite as immediately pressing to pick that up, and it has been a little bit more conservative this game than what we saw from games number 1 and 2, with only 4 kills on the board and 15 minutes on the clock. And well, 3 of them belong to Nerve, though. That's the big difference. Red Carpet thrown down. Ice Beasto is not going to be able to lead too many minions towards this tower. In fact, there's only the cannon that survives. So Ruin, well, I mean, you'd say that would be risky if there was a fight going to happen in the next few minutes, but the way both teams are playing, it just doesn't seem to be the case.
For the time being, it's likely to be the mid-game Dragon fight that we'll see a lot more action, and I feel that is where Team Kinguin will have the edge, because I've never personally considered Shaco to be the strongest of team fighters. He's very single target, he's very squishy, especially with the build path that he's decided to go for. He's more about finding those picks, finding those isolated targets to just lock down or maybe force out of the fight. But preferably you want that to happen before the fight even starts. So you go in, you chunk out a target, and then you disengage. Perhaps you use your ultimate to just get out of that sticky situation, and then when the enemy is chunked out, once your cooldowns are back up, that's when you choose to force the fight, because of his effectiveness not being the greatest in terms of the actual full 5-on 4v4 or 5v5 team fight.
And it's going to be so much on Memento to be able to find that opportunity, to set his team up to be able to make those plays. Now, Ruin looking to finish off this tower. Ice Beasto is just trying to stop him from doing it, but there's really not much he can do, so that's another tower, or rather the first tower gone down. Yeah. Finally, Nerve will pick that one up, and it extends their gold lead as well, because he gets the first tower blood. He's able to get just the tower gold itself, and Sebex is actually going in, but Memento is tagged, and he's stunned up. Sebex, unleash the power. He goes in for Suno, finishes the job, and wouldn't you know it, Stand United, Memento cannot finish the job. Ice Beasto with the kill, the hook on Sebex, costs autos to finish it off, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. What a burst damage.
Sebex, what a hero. That was an outstanding outplay. The fact that it would have been perfect if those boxes, but we don't have time for that.
Achu is down. Delord will finish the kill there. In the box goes Woolite, and he tries to fight it out, but Koss just has too many stats to hang strong. So 2 kills over to the Thresh now as he picks himself up a blue buff. And will you look at this? Team Kinguin are scattering down to the bottom side to see if they can dive on the Thresh. Ice Beasto is going to be the one to find him, but it looks like they're more interested in this turret.
Yeah, I think the priority for them right now is to just get another objective on the board. They can't get the mid lane tower because of the minion wave positioning, and they feel that with the AD carry gone, they can just grab this tier 1 and be happy with the objective. But look at Ruin. He has his ultimate. Delord, he has no flash.
Oh, and Delord is just burning away right now. Memento throws the shiv. He's going to be able to get the damage out to kill Delord. Ice Beasto taunting away Tabasco under the relative safety of the turret. The hook does not connect. This might open a chance for Nerve to pick themselves up an Ocean Dragon, and all of a sudden the lid's been blown wide off this game.
So I feel like the Team Kingwin should have prioritized the Ocean Drake rather than going for that tier 1 in the bottom lane, simply because of the amount of time needed to invest into that objective allowed Nerve to recollect themselves. Ruin could move round to the bottom half of the map and punish the fact that there was no flash on top of the Lord. But let's just backtrack to how this played. This is the first aggressive move that Sebex made, and this is why you don't make it, because of how easy it is for Memento to just join the lane. But then he flashes in aggressively, he gets himself the kill, the Shen ultimate is there as well, and Sebex, he's just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Unfortunately, there's no room for him left to go, and I feel like his teammates could have saved him, but it was because of the fear of the boxes that prevented them from actually walking in and intercepting that hook.
It was so impressive that he created the opportunity for himself anyways, and we see how it followed up, that Achu goes down finally as Delord that picked it up instead of Woolite, and then of course we know what happens. Koss is able to finish him off with the help of the tower. And, you know, then everything goes a little bit upside down, trying to take that tower, and Delord getting finished off at the end. But really, really big credit to Sebex for finishing that play off and almost living. To be honest, if Koss had not roamed there, he'd have walked it out.
Yep. And as we were just discussing, that resulted in the tier 1 on the bottom lane, but because of how much time it actually took, they had to wait for the minion wave to get there. They had to send all 3 members down to the bottom lane. That actually allowed Ruin to rotate as well. Memento could move down too. And that's enabled Nerve to pick up that Ocean Drake. So they're now sitting on 2 dragons. It does appear the tendency for Team Kingwin is very much that, hey, if there's an Infernal Drake, we'll grab it. If there's nothing else, then we won't worry.
Not to worry at all. And with 3 members up top, well, Ruin might have something to worry about. You can see Sebex and Tabasco hanging strong here, and Ice Beast is trying to bait this. Memento is still here, however. Pings on that. Pretty obvious what the Polish squad wants to take. Ruin, always going to be baited in. Hits the taunt, in comes Tabasco. The gang squad is here. And they polish off the Rumble.
Very clean gank. Ruin flash just a little bit too early. Now Memento, he's going to get spotted by the Rockets.
He's going to poof for 2, looking to polish off Tabasco. No. Oh no, that went real wrong.
Yeah. Memento, not entirely sure what his strategy was. I think he just wanted to nuke down Tabasco, and he thought that if I can just get rid of him, then this will deter them from the turret. But, I mean, the fact that you have a Shen there, also the Corki is the main damage dealer in that party, on just a bit of an oversight, I feel, from Memento, ends up getting punished for it. And now look, 2 members strong, they're still pushing on this tier 2 in the top. Yeah,
they should be able to get this one no problem. And I have a serious question for you, Vedius. Is that when you go full Shaco?
Yeah, this is when you go full Shaco. This is where you turn around and look at Ruin and you're just like, why do I have this top laner wanting to buy Shen, please?
Oh, that's not a good thing right there. Nerve, if they are falling apart 20 minutes into this game, it is 6-6. The gold is very close, but Team Kingwin, they're the ones that are back in the lead. And you know, honestly, after that one mistake in the bottom side and maybe a little bit of an overstay the second time around when they finished the tower, you cannot fault this team for a whole lot.
I mean, I feel like we've seen this before, Poe. I feel like that having a good early game into making a big mistake in the mid game is something that Nerve are slowly starting to build a reputation for. But still, you have to praise them the fact that like a lot of their gold has come from some good ganks very early on into the game, and then they punished the overextension coming out from TK, right? But it was an overextension after TK had actually been the ones to set up the plays for themselves, and then they're the ones that set up another play, and they punished Nerve for trying to react.
And now, look at how fast they can get these towers, too.
So much control over the map enables them to cleanly rotate around to the mid, get that tier 1, and now they've gotten themselves a pretty firm gold lead. This is exactly how TK have been playing throughout this series. Very incredibly well done. And now you can see the Shen, who has been struggling so much in the early game, has completed his Sunfire Cape. He's gotten himself another Giant's Belt. The Spectre's Cowl has also been completed. Like, this Shen is looking incredibly dominant. And in all honesty, Team Kingwin, even though it's still fairly even in the sense that the goal's not too big. Ooh, Shen ult.
Yep, and right on to Ruin. It's going to be 2-on-1. He goes golden for just a second. Style points indeed for Ruin, but that will be not enough to save his life. He's gone down. Tabasco claiming the kill. Ice Beast still letting him have that one for sure. So, Heavy investment up in the top side, and they will find Memento, who poofs. However, he's going to be able to get out from the lantern, but is it forever? He is oh so low, and Delord will finish him with the Strangled Thorns. Oh, baby.
And this Shaco gets heavily punished, caught unaware. The arrow hits him in the face, and now with no jungler down, Team Kingman are looking for another 22-minute Baron.
It's 15 seconds until Ruin even comes back up. Koss is on half of his health. The only hope that Nerve have is to try and push them off this Baron. Woolite is narrowly evading the hook, but they're way too low. They turn on Ice Beasto. He gets the taunt onto Suno. The damage is there. They're looking for Koss. Can he finish the job? No, it's just distraction. They secure the Baron. Ice Beasto tanks up the Unleashed power. They do not lose a man. Team Kingwin looking strong.
Team Kingwin get themselves the Baron after catching Memento out of position. We wondered how the Shaker would do, and it ends up being him that gives the big gold swing over to Team Kingwin. Massive misplay from the side of Team Nerve, and honestly, things are now really starting to look bleak for this former Challenger Series squad.
5 wins in the Challenger Series qualifier over 5 days. They have not won a game on this 5-game set just yet. They're on the verge of elimination. This has got to be utterly gutting for Nerve right now, to be dealing with an incredibly strong Team Kingwin squad who have really got their number this entire series, dodging all the skill shots. They just keep pumping the damage. Suno is low. Tabasco goes in, finishes him off. He's on to Achu. This guy's hungry, and Woolite finishes the kill off. Meanwhile, Memento just continuing to fall down. Koss is trying to keep his team in shape, but it is only down to 2. Tabasco stays alive. Ice Beasto stays alive with the Baron. They're able to take another tower. It's 23.5 minutes, and Nerve, they're running out of towers fast.
The ultimate comes out from the Rumble to try and buy some time, but I don't think it's going to be enough as he goes in for the 1v4.
He does. Can he get it? No, it doesn't look like it. They forced him to back off. However, the hook goes flying, but Sebex was already out of there and blinking low health bars. Team Kingwin are not going to take any unnecessary risks. There's another dragging spawning up in 10 seconds, an easy objective take for them as they're 4,000 gold in the lead, and they are on the front door of victory.
Ruin coming way too late to the party once more. He used his teleport on the tier 2 well after the fight had already kicked off, and he wasn't there to support his team. All 5 members of TK just committed to the fight. They executed it so cleanly, and they were able to get themselves so many extra objectives. So look at the positioning of Memento. He tries to come in for a flank. The initial engage from Varus fails, and now all 3 members get poked down and makes it so easy for Tabasco to come in and clean up. You can see that Memento tries to focus down Woolite. A beautiful taunt coming out from Beastio is enough to lock down Memento and get the kill, but then scumbag Sebex actually kills the clone, and that is what results in Woolite's death. So trying to come out with the best KDA for his team. But still, they get themselves the turret, and it's Ruin that eventually deters TK from the actual second tier.
Hashtag not Woolite's fault. So this time around, Team Kingwin, they're going to be able to pick up their first dragon of the game. It is a Mountain Drake, so knocking down those towers is going to get a little bit easier, but they have controlled this game so well. 11 kills to 7 on the board. Ice Beasto now in the bottom lane pushing out, and you can see the rest of Team Kingwin are deciding, you know what, screw it, we're just going to keep on pushing as a unit. They cannot stop us. We can rotate if we need to. This tower is easy. This will be number 6. Nerve have only gotten 2 the whole game.
I'm honestly just very impressed with how TK have played out this entire series. They found a style of composition that works for them, and honestly, Nerve have found no way to punish it so far. As they knock onto the door of this tier 3 turret, they're looking to get their first inhibitor of the game.
Outside the first 10 minutes of the game, Nerve have not shown us what has given them a 5-0 record up until today, but they're on the verge of not making it back into the Challenger Series. 25 minutes into this game, with Team Kingwin marching on the front door to victory once again.
Now, Memento has completed his static shift. This could be the turning point.
He's gonna have to take at least 2 people down with him for it to be worth it at this point. He's got no Ignite available, and you know, you look back at this game, no matter what happens, I don't think it'd be fair to say Memento, you know, was going to be the one solely responsible for a win or a loss, but it just has not been enough.
I mean, you have to praise Memento for doing what he can. His early jungle clearing and his early aggression has been on point, and he was 2-0-0 at the start of the game. Remember, this is something that we were talking about. but it never translates into anything. It's largely just because of these team-wide mistakes where, I mean, it's partly on Memento because not only did he get caught out around the Baron, which resulted in the Baron, remember he got caught out top lane as well. He tried to help out Ruin in a 1 versus 3 to protect the turret, and he ends up giving away his life. So as much as we praise Memento for being a big facilitator in the early leads that Nerve have gotten, he's also been a big part of how throwing the game away for Team Nerve. And perhaps that's just him feeling like he has to be the one to start off these fights. Perhaps he's the one putting all this pressure on himself to try and make these plays happen. And honestly, they're just too overcommitted, too overzealous, and they just haven't worked out.
Whatever the reason, Nerve are going to have to find something different, and they're going to have to find it fast if they want to hang on here. It looks for a bit that they might have the ability to take a game back, but with Team Kinguin pushing in 3 lanes at the moment, really, there's not a whole lot that Nerve can do outside of a miracle of a fight to come back into this game. The gold lead just keeps on mounting 5,000 and growing for Team Kinguin, and they've started to equalize those dragons thanks to the Mountain Drake they were able to secure. It's looking real rough right now if you're Nerve.
Certainly is. Right now for Team Kinguin, they have the Shen up in the top lane, just applying a bit of pressure. Level 16, highest level in the game right now. 2 major items completed. This is the point where it's going to be very difficult for the Rumble to really have that much kill threat. He could still be a nuisance, given that he does have 3 major items completed, the Void Staff as well as the Zhonya's and Mikhail's. But it's just the rest of TK, their map movements, going from side to side. Memento looking for an opportunity.
See if he can equalize. I mean, Tabasco's got enough tankiness on him, and look at that. Ice Beasto just immediately reacting. Meanwhile, well, guess what? You lose yourself an inhibitor turret, and now they're diving onto Achu, who's going to have to flash away. Stranglethorns dodged out, but they are losing inhibitor. While it is all happening, Ice Beasto's caught. There's the red carpet to Lord. He's going to flash over it. He's not going to survive. He stays. Goes down, Ruin just tries to finish off yet another kill. He goes gold, and this will be 1 kill picked up for none, but they have lost themselves so much by way of their base. Ice Beasto is just able to almost get out before Suno finishes him off. That's 2 kills, so Team Kinguin poked their heads in a little too deep, but is this going to translate to anything for Nerve?
So how that actually all set up was the fact that Memento and Suno tried to force a play onto Tabasco. I feel like the ultimate from Shen was a little bit preemptive, because if that was going to come through, they should have used the positional error that Nerve had made to try and force a play on the inhibitor. They should have just thrown all their ultimates at a Jew, try and get the kill onto him, and that would have resulted in the inhibitor. But because so many ultimates were used in advance without actually targeting any player in particular, that's where things started to go awry for Team Kinguin. And this resulted in, when they tried to disengage, that's where Ruin's effectiveness came into play, because he threw out the equalizer. The chase came in from Memento. And you can see, look, the 3 members of TK, they're easily able to take this turret. And it's at this point that you force the ultimate. But it's just a little bit too late. Suno and Memento have been able to reposition. Ruin still is a little bit late to the party once again. But now, as TK start to disengage, that ultimate was so good, and it meant that Memento could do so much work as they were escaping. Beastio in a 1 versus 3 in the backline, just proving how tanky he actually is. Almost able to escape, but not quite. And it's just honestly just a bit of overconfidence, I feel, from Team Kinguin. Because in all honesty, like, they were so far ahead, and if they just taken advantage of the fact that Nerve was split up, they probably could have gotten that inhibitor. But instead, they just took their time, they're a little bit too lax, and then Nerve punished them for their lack of ultimates.
Yeah, so once again, small mistake. Just like we saw very early on in this game, but Team Kinguin have made just a handful of them. Still, is that going to be enough for Nerve to get back into this one? It's looking real, real grim. A good start for them would, however, be the ability to take away this Baron. Now, a lot of Team Kinguin are hanging around. Koss goes fishing, and he finds the big purple worm on the line, but he's not able to reel that one in. And Nerve have kind of backed away because they realize, well, okay, so you've got Shen pushing on the bottom side, but Beasto has got himself a TP. Koss keeps on getting the hook to spy that out because he can't get any vision from that ward, courtesy of the control ward that TK have placed down.
A lot of focus is being put on this Baron. As you were mentioning, a lot of vision to just secure it. All 3 lanes are being pushed up. Shen actually going for a bit of a 1 versus 1 against Ruin. You can see how tanky he now has become.
This is for early game.
Yeah.
Wants some revenge.
Definitely.
He's been doing fantastic ever since he managed to escape from that lane. But look at the vision that Kinguin have invested around this Baron pit. They know if they can get this, it might as well be the game for them. There's another dragon spawning in a few more seconds.
Oh,
as well,
Koss.
but Koss. Ooh. That was close. It's a Stranglethorn's burn, though.
Yeah, that's actually a very big ultimate that's now unavailable for Team Kinguin. But look at Shen, he's still pushing in the bottom lane. He doesn't have his flash available, but his ultimate is primed and ready. I wonder whether or not Team Kinguin are just going to buy a little bit of time up until the ultimate actually comes up. Oh, arrow comes out.
Arrow. Oh, it's going to land onto Suno, and in comes the paranoia right onto Anshu, and the burst damage is oh so real. Suno unleashes the power, but Memento's already gone. He comes out of stasis, he falls down. 3 kills just like that, and Sebix stays alive. Team Kinguin are gunning for the win.
There's already a big minion wave in the bottom lane. There's only 2 members left alive for Nerve. I think that Nerve are going to look to try and end the game and 3-0 this series.
Screw the Baron, they want to end it on the Nexus. Ruin's got no ultimate to defend. Can they hold the line? It's 25 seconds before the rest of Nerve is back up and available. They're leading the minions, charging into this base. They get the taunt onto Ruin. He goes gold, but it's not going to be enough to keep his team in Challenger. I don't think so. Team Kinguin are on the Nexus. That's it, a 3-0 sweep, and welcome to Challenger. Wow.
So there we
Sweep
are.
your promos, man. That's how you make it.
Yeah, I was not expecting that whatsoever after Nerve's incredible dominance throughout the group stages, going 6-0, even stomping Fnatic Academy in what was the fastest game during the Challenger Series qualifiers, to then get 3-0'd by Team Kinguin, who honestly looked very mixed in their group stages, but I think it just comes to show how much time and preparation that Team Kinguin invested into this best-of-5 series, and they were able to come out on top.
Yeah, and I think it really helps when you come up with a strategy that not only works in game number 1, but that your opponent kind of allows you to play the pick and bans, just removing everything that made Memento comfortable. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it getting thrown off, but by the time he's locking in Shaco in game number 3, you're already going for a desperation move and hoping to cheese your opponents out. It just does not work.
But as we were talking about, I mean, even in the early game, Memento was doing pretty well. He was 2-0-0. He'd had a good start.
He got the ganks off.
It was once again the 2,000 gold lead that was in favor of Nerve, and they just didn't transition to anything.
That's the thing Vedius is saying. It ain't solo queue.
It
may look like it sometimes, but I mean, it's a whole different level. But well done for Team Kinguin. I mean, they've earned their place in the European Challenger Series. But we do have one more spot that we get to decide. So, just after the break, we'll find out of the next match. GG for now.
GG.
He's actually going in, but Memento is tagged, and he's stunned up Sebix. Oh, unleash the power. He goes in for Suno, finishes the job, and wouldn't you know it, Stand United Memento cannot finish the job. Ice Beasto with the kill, the hook on Sebix, costs autos to finish it off. Heavy investment up in the top side, and they will find Memento, who poofs. However, he's going to be able to get out from the lantern, but is it forever? He is oh so low, and Delord will finish him with the Strangled Thorns. They just keep pumping the damage. Suno is low. Tabasco goes in, finishes him off. He's on to Anshu. This guy's hungry, and Walleye finishes the kill off. Meanwhile, Memento just continuing to fall down.
Oh, arrow comes out.
Arrow. Oh, it's going to land onto Suno, and in comes the paranoia right onto Anshu, and the burst damage is oh so real. Suno unleashes the power, but Memento's already gone. Team Kinguin are on the Nexus. That's it, a 3-0 sweep, and welcome to Challenger.
Why hello everyone and welcome to the second best of 5 in the EU CSQ Spring Finals. I'm Richard Pulscam and joining me for this match between Fnatic Academy and Team Forge is James Stress-O'Leary. How are we today, James Stress-O'Leary?
Great, 2017 first cast of the new year, and this is going to be a good one. These two teams have been looking super strong, perhaps up until yesterday, but we'll get into Fnatic Academy as we get through these matchups.
Yes, we will. And let's take a look at those lineups. Of course, starting with the team you just mentioned, it will be Fnatic Academy with their top lane Kickers, jungle Broxar, with their mid lane Niski, ADC, Mr. Rales, a name known to many, along with his support, Kalai.
And we got to look at kind of how this team got here. You know, from the OQ, they were the EUS third place team, and we alluded to yesterday, and Vedi and Pyro talked about it before the break. They actually had a bit of a crushing loss where they were looking so strong, and then up against Nerve just didn't really find their footing. And, you know, when you look at this team, they're all mid to upper tier players. Even when you start looking at LCS standards, I mean, I know a lot of people will kind of be like, ooh, are you sure on that? But you look at, you know, Kikis pedigree, Rales pedigree, at least in that mid echelon of LCS names. So this team should really be able to get to Challenger.
Yeah, especially when you compare their names to perhaps their opponents as well. And we'll take a look at them. It will be Team Forge, a name known to people. If you have been watching EUCS, they were in the last split, of course, took the 5th and 6th place, which means they are now here with their top lane Binsu, jungle Taiki, mid lane Jizuki, with ADC Gary and support Mocha.
As you said, 5th, 6th in CS. They ended up losing their support, Hiva, who, you know, when we look at challenger teams, Hiva always kind of shapes a team. His aggression in the bottom lane was always a massive part. But, you know, they've now brought in a different bottom lane. Gary and Mocha, they come from the Korean Challengers League. Last time we saw them together was actually spring 2016. So I don't know how many of our viewers watch Korean Challengers, but certainly they have a little bit of experience together.
Yeah, I just feel like the identity of this team will change so much. It's difficult to say how they'll perform if they make it to EUCS, but even up against Fnatic Academy, a team who have just looked incredible, as you said, up until yesterday. But even yesterday was like a surprising loss. It was a very fast game as well up against Nerve, and we just saw Nerve get annihilated 3-0 in our last series. So it's very difficult to tell actually how these teams will match up when the pressure's on in these final games.
And that's the funny thing is so many people have been talking about, you know, all of the import slots, everything like that. Like so many people now are talking about Ruin and his performance over the last series, where everyone's saying, well, he was playing against worse players. I was seeing a lot of like journalists on Twitter talking about, you know, he was facing worse competition. So now I'm excited to see the same for Gary and Mocha. Like, does that hold up in the same extent? Like, is a European, you know, pedigree AD carry from LCS previously going to be able to take on a Korean challenger? Like, in my estimation, yes. I feel like Rales should be very comfortable in this matchup.
You think so? Because there's the whole old debate of, oh, you know, Korea greater than everybody else in the world. And when you hit challenger, what's next? Oh, yeah, Korean bronze 5. But when you actually like look at the leagues over there, it's like, actually, does that compare? Because if you look at like the top levels of play, of course, you see international competition. You see the top teams beating the top teams out of the other players. But if you take a look at the lower leagues, like Challenger, does that actually stack up? And that's what we'll probably find out here today. So far, seen pretty good things from them up until this point, though, in this tournament.
Yeah, that's very true. So, again, it's such an interesting dichotomy with some players that we've seen for so long, some new players coming in. I mean, for Challenger, we've got a lot of names that we've seen a lot. Jizuki, Taiki, both names that have been around a long time. Binsu, you mentioned it already. I mean,
he's been around for yonks. Like,
if you've been watching even since like 2013, you've seen Binsu time and time again. So again, it's that kind of mix where I'm really excited, and we haven't even really talked about Kikis.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, Kickers, kind of a big name when you come into Challenger. He had that whole old thing that was just like 21 teams in 21 months, and now he swapped another couple of times after joining LCS. Of course, wasn't Unicorns of Love, then moved again, and is now in the Challenger squad for Fnatic. But we're about to get into Champion Select here, and indeed we are getting into this one. So we'll talk a little bit about the teams later, but more about how the meta has been shaping up, because it's been very different in this one.
So we've got one very meta ban with Camille being taken away now from Red side. Importantly, Lee Sin for Bozar was one of his biggest picks just throughout the CSQ up until this point. So taking that away, it was a very good pick in the first 4 games for him. Did very well for Fnatic Academy.
Yeah, we saw it banned away yesterday, actually, in the loss that they had. Just took away the Lee Sin. It's just like, oh, you've played this in every single game, and every single win that you've had. Just take that away and then see what else you have in the bank. And it didn't work out so well for them. So taking the same blueprint from what they saw yesterday, 4G will try and get this win again against Fnatic by banning that one away.
And with Forge putting presence on mid lane, perhaps that's where the Rise will come in a little bit here. We've seen so much Rise come time and time again. People still complaining. Every so often, Ica tweets about, how OP Rise is, that kind of thing. Always see it on Twitter. Whereas Fnatic Academy going for a little more jungle focus. Now that the Lee Sin's off the table, they take away the Rengar, they take away the Ivan as their last ban. So maybe in their first rotation, that's where they're going to look for Broza.
Well, there's that Rise first pick, as you were just mentioning, and see what Fnatic will lock in for their first 2 picks. We have the Poppy confirmed for Kikis, and also the Zyra coming into the bot lane. Again, just a very staple support we've been seeing over the last couple of days and weeks.
And a staple top laner as well now in that Poppy. I mean,
For
everyone is complaining about how good Poppy is right now. And, we have seen evidence of that across all levels of play, really. So difficult to deal with. So I think this is a very solid pick. It fits Kikis' playstyle, where you can put him on something that is tanky and still is able to be disruptive and a bit of damage coming out there. So I like this first setup from Fnatic Academy. The response from Forge, a little bit of a throwback to Worlds.
Yeah, Misfortune again coming out, still seen as a pretty decent pick up against Zyra, specifically in that matchup. I know you at home, I know a lot of people were just like, oh, Misfortune support, that's a thing now, and just brought it to solo queue and ruined a lot of people's games. Just pick it against Zyra, and even then it's not like a surefire win. It's just decent into those matchups for a variety of reasons. Ashe locked in, another staple of the ADCs recently. We've seen the power of Ashe we saw in the last series, and also when Woolite was playing it, less so much of that power, because if you constantly miss those arrows, a lot of kind of power just goes down the toilet,
Yeah, that is definitely for sure when you look at Ashe, if you can't hit them. But anyway, as we look into the next rotation, likely jungle coming out from Fnatic as they ban 2, or they're going to look for, a little more damage.
You could have waited for like another 2 seconds and be like, maybe the mid lane coming out here.
Like, Elise is available right now, so wouldn't that make sense as a pick here? Was my initial thought, but clearly not the case.
That's why you do the lead up first before saying the role, and then,
I could have pivoted away.
Exactly.
Like,
Give it some wiggle room, yeah. But the Ezreal locked in there along with the Cassiopeia for the mid lane up against Instant Rise. And Ralez, again, was a very strong AD carry, actually, bouncing between a lot of kind of lower tier teams, actually, in the LCS, despite always performing in his role. Yeah,
always performing, a lot of respect from a lot of players. Generally just solid. Never really became the top tier AD carry, that mentioned in the the same breath as Sven or Forgiven, that kind of echelon, but still very, very successful in his own right. So with the Ezreal now obviously playing slightly later on in the game, but fair amounts of damage down in that bottom lane between both teams, actually, when you look at the MF, the Zyra coming out. So interested to see how the bot lane pairing is going to work out.
Lots of damage across the board, and the rounding out with some tanks, of course, because it wouldn't be a 6.24 meta without tanks coming into a lineup. So Maokai into that top lane for Beansu, and Trundle will go into the jungle for Taiki. Typically you don't see the troll in the jungle, but it's a Taiki special. So if you've watched Taiki for a little bit, you'll know that he likes to pick that one into the jungle role.
Yeah, he likes us bringing that out, likes the damage that it provides, the setup for team play a little bit alongside with that pillar coming through. So interested to see now, obviously, being able to shred away some of the tank status, but you look at it, it's a Poppy on the other side. So yes, that will help a little bit with this lineup now with the Elise locked in.
You're just ahead of your time there, Stress. At least finally locked in there for Fnatic. Well, so got a prediction, that's what counts.
I guess there's a lot of jungles banned, so
yeah, it's true. yeah, considering the amount of junglers being banned away there.
It was either that or Rek'Sai coming through, and considering the playmaking that Broza has been, pulling out, I was like, Elise is probably the way to go on this.
Yeah, absolutely. In terms of just setting things up by yourself, because a lot of the time Rek'Sai is the one who is both setting up lanes for a lot of her team. We saw that actually in IEM back in Korea when I was casting that. We saw a lot of Rek'Sai and Lee Sin. Those were the top tier junglers back in that tournament. And we saw a lot of Jhin as well paired alongside that. So moving a little away from that, definitely with the Trundle pick in the jungle, but this will be our second best of 5 today. We already have one team locked into EU Challenger for 2017 Spring. And just kind of based on these two compositions and also the two teams as well, who are you expecting to pick up this series, Stress?
Looking at the team alone, I think I'm expecting Fnatic Academy, but this first game, you look at Forge, they've picked up, the Maokai, they've got the Rise as well as a big pick. and a fair amount of team fight to go along with it. So I actually quite like Forge's comp. When you look at this, you know, how 624 has evolved into a lot of diving and fighting and that kind of thing rather than sitting back. So Fnatic Academy, if they can get themselves a little bit ahead and withhold some of the team fight presence, I think they should be able to do fairly well with the Poppy, the Cassiopeia, the Ezreal, that kind of setup.
Well, those are Stress's thoughts, but jump on Twitter and shoot your own over to us using the hashtags 4GWin and FNAWin. Tell us what you're thinking, who will pick up this series, who will win this best of 5, and who will even take game 1, because Team Forge's composition is very good because of all those reasons you mentioned. We'll see who will reign supreme in game 1 between 4G and Fnatic in this best of 5. We're on to Drift.
Beansu's a little bit late, hasn't taken his Christmas tree down. That's bad luck if you're from the UK.
It
You've
is
got 12 days to do it.
Yep.
Ah, Beansu. I know there wasn't much competition over the Christmas period, but nevertheless.
Is that just a UK thing? Because I know in the train station near me, they still have all the Christmas lights up. And I'm like, wait, is that...
At this point, just leave them up for the whole year.
That's true. We're just 300 days early. Don't even worry about it. So,
spread out across the map. This is a blast from the past, and also what people have been doing a little bit on 624. It's been interesting to see how the evolution of level 1s has kind of changed and that sort of thing. It always drifts between defensive and aggressive, and I'm interested now on the changes that we're going to see in LCS as well, whether those teams will end up doing more, but certainly 624. We've seen a whole host of different things, from level 1s to crazy picks to everything. So with a best of 5, we'll see how it evolves. We'll track it throughout each game.
That we will. And Camille was banned away in the series. Really want to cast some Camille. But she's been played all over the place as well. Top lane, mid lane, jungle. But this is kind of more from what we saw in 2-3. And even before that, of course, you were throwing back to Worlds, seeing that Misfortune pick up. So in terms of picks, not seeing anything massively crazy. But
I like this start. Brozar takes the 2 small wolves, then moves on to the already started blue buff from Clay. So just trying to get a little bit more acceleration through the jungle early on. You can see, look at this, just comboing the camps all the way through the bottom jungle. Really nice by Fnatic Academy. Making sure that they can get Brozar all the way to level 3.
That's a jungler's dream right there.
2 minutes. He's coming bot. Like, Brozar is already coming down towards the bot lane. This is something that is, you know, highly unexpected at this point. Look at how Gary and Mocha are pushing because of the way the lane was in their favor early on. Brozar, if you can slip down into the bottom of this lane,
right.
maybe
Gonna make a
he
bold
can get
prediction. Gonna be at least some summer spells burnt in the next couple seconds here. Stress Broxar down into the bottom lane, looking for that vision onto Mocha and Gary. Kalai closing the noose as well. Ralaz coming down. Nice snare onto Mocha. Well, the flash after, that will be the kill over to Ralaz. The heal up as well. Gary taking a lot of punishment on the way out, and he'll have to take a trip back to base. First blood to Fnatic.
Very nice start out for Fnatic. Gets Mr. Ralez all the way ahead here. 3 summoners apiece, but the real important thing is that kill going over. You know, it's so difficult to anticipate an Elise sitting in the back of the lane, waiting for the minion line to pass, and then coming in. What it does give Taiki is a bit of a farm advantage on the top side, but Brozar's going to even it up himself. He's predicting the invade. Despite the fact that, you know, Forge are trying to compensate for this as best as possible, it should end up kind of still being in Fnatic Academy's favor.
Yeah, really big snowball play coming out of Fnatic here, and this was something that was triggering a lot of people in the bot lane. It was just like, yes, jungler ganking at level 3 when I'm still level 1. Very nice game. And Broxar just putting that into very good effect there. That was also something that you probably could have thought was maybe happening if you were the bottom lane of Team Forge. It's just like, Mr. Ralez and Cly not in the bot lane yet. This is not solo queue. They have definitely connected to the game, so they must be doing something in the jungle. Yes, there's the jungler, I'm dead. So, pushing up, maybe not the smartest of things to do. But here's another gank into the mid lane. Nice flash into the cocoon onto Dazuki. He'll flash away, but his death is already sealed. Repel comes up for the vision, and that's another kill. Second kill of the game to Fnatic.
This game could not have started much better for Fnatic Academy right now. When you look at it, you've got your Ezreal a kill, you've got your Cassiopeia a kill. These are the 2 members of this team that needed to get going just to make sure they could keep up in the team fights. You know, everything seems to be going their way right now, and Taiki hasn't been able to do anything to stop Brozar on his way around the jungle. Perfect flash into the mid lane, into the cocoon. Really nice setup. Forge, we've seen a lot out of them. We need to see them maybe pick up the pace a little bit in this one, try and get back into it.
Well, apparently there is more to Broxah than just the Lee Sin from what we've seen, and already 0-2. Double tiers picked up from Fnatic, another one in the mid lane from Jizuki as well. Honestly, most of the tiers are on Team Forge's side, as they have already dropped 2 kills and are 1,000 gold down at this stage in the game. So that's an Elise who's pretty big. A was picked up as well at just 4 minutes. Taiki probably doesn't want to get involved in that fight.
No, not for now. Really doesn't want to get too close to Broxah at the moment. Good start, and you see Kikis is going to be able to shove the wave out. Will be answered with the TP from Binsu. For the top lane, it's a Maokai lane, so...
That it is.
Basically, Kikis is going to hold the lane for a long time, and then Maokai is going to have impact in team fights. So there's really not too much to go catastrophically wrong for Forge, unless Binsu ends up getting camped. But speaking of camped, Jizuki may... may have been in trouble.
The juke back in, and there's luckily minions, the melee minions there for Broxah to jump to, but Jizuki, the old double bait where you think I'm going to juke, but actually I just carry on running in a straight line.
It's in his head.
Yeah, right in his head. So not phased by that first initial gank. Taiki picking up the Tiamat on his first back, so he'll be clearing the jungle pretty quickly. Very common for the junglers to do something like that nowadays, that or the Sheen, or something just to help the early clear versus the jungle items. On the opposite side, just Broxah going back through his jungle, continuing to farm before he looks for his next gank, maybe even looking towards that first dragon of the game, be taking away the honey fruit, and maybe looking for another return gank on the mid lane. He hasn't seen Taiki in a while, and he'll just see him as he turns around the corner. Double wards placed down by both teams, and Taiki will head onto the bottom side of the map. Kikis, bit of trading in the top lane, but past the first couple levels, it's very rare for anything really to happen in this 1v1 matchup. I love talking about tanks and how the little intricacies could sway how the top lane goes, but unfortunately in this one, they're past level 6, so nothing's going to happen. Nice steal there from Broxah, and Niski also helping his jungler out. Just overall, it feels like Fnatic have pretty good control over this game. Lots of wards placed down. 4G trying to maintain some control on the top side as well of those wards.
And by the looks of it, Fnatic want to turn this into a fairly fast first Infernal. I mean, if there's 2 champions, they're going to be able to bounce the aggro very effectively between, you know, external factors, the plants, the spiderlings, everything. Meanwhile, top lane, Taiki's looking for Kikis. Doesn't really get too much from this. Gets the ult. That will obviously be a cooldown used, but Kikis didn't use his TP. So ended up getting back to lane fairly safely. That's an Infernal trait going over to Fnatic Academy again, continuing this great start.
Yeah, big win really there for Fnatic. Burns basically Kikis' ult for a dragon, so be very happy with that result. And as you said, teleport also there, so if he wants to make a bot lane play, also available for them. And
because of the leads that Fnatic managed to accrue early on, as Gary gets caught out here, a lot of damage down. Fnatic have actually had a couple of good back timings. You can see that Ezreal, Mr. Morales actually got another back after that initial kill, picks up the Sheen for himself, and has maintained a slight CS lead because of how far ahead they got in the laning phase. The same can be said for Niski. He got back, ended up going back buying the mana item. Jizuki hasn't even backed yet. He's been under pressure, has, you know, about 1,400 gold in his inventory right now. So it just means that Fnatic Academy, they're safe in their lanes. They've got the dragon control from it as well, and they're in a good spot.
And they are. Taiki will try and even up the playing field as he heads into the bottom lane. Unfortunately, his ADC may just die to a plant in the backside. Just have the Warlords there healing him just a little bit, but Taiki can't even get close. Kalai had those plants set up, and he'll bring them up and force Taiki back into his jungle.
Morales hit 6. Can he line it up? He's going for it.
Oh, well, he hit one of the goalposts. And the heal was popped as well, yeah. There you go. Was a little panicky. Saw the banana flying through the air. Did not want any of that potassium. Oh, last Q, almost finishing off Gary.
Gotta be careful, because Morales could very easily E forward and then just look for it, but obviously would have to then burn his flash to get out. In fact, he's just gonna maybe let Broxah do this, because Broxah is around. They can't disrupt the recall, so it's gonna end up being okay. Broxah walks over a ward, has that control ward to clear it out as well. In fact, it was a control ward he was clearing. So Fnatic now get damage onto the tower. Everything just going very well on the bottom half of the map.
Pretty much textbook play out from Fnatic from the start of the game, with that little bit of a swap up for that first gank in from Broxah, and it's just play after play. It's just been working out for them.
And this is a really painful position to be in for Gary right now. He's gone for the level 2 boots already. His damage is going to be so heavily delayed. He will get some time to farm if Fnatic don't go elsewhere on the map and just let him sit bot lane. But Fnatic Academy, I mean, I expect them to now punish this. If they can, move into the mid lane, move to other lanes, get more towers down, because this is a fairly early first tower down in that bottom lane, stemming obviously from those initial kills. So Gary needs a lot of time to get back into this game, and I don't feel like Forge's teamfighting is anywhere near where it needs to be right now. Ryze is behind the curve as well.
We never really saw those plays in the bottom lane because one of the devastating things you see out of an Ashe Misfortune lane is just that, oh, there's an arrow onto Zyra and then the ult combo just like kills her.
Yeah.
But up until that point, they were just getting decimated underneath their tower, so they couldn't really set up that play. Now it is level 6, and the ADC isn't there anymore.
And there's a couple of other little things that play into this. I mean, one of the big strengths of Misfortune was being able to utilize the double tap and hit the Zyra and, combo it off the plants and get that additional damage. So not only did Cly buy boots early, so he could kind of maneuver around the lane a lot more, Maka was so far back in the lane they could never punish the attempted plant usage from Cly. So it's this really difficult lane where you want to try and push forward to punish, and can't really afford to. Ralez, they had a ward in there, so he's just saying, hey, I know where you are. You're sitting around. We're not going to get caught out by that. And again, maintains the CS lead right now.
And ultimately has not meant anything for the top lane, but the mid laners, Niski picked up that first kill, and he's just been farming away. Has a healthy CS lead. It's nothing exceptional, but is leading in that mid lane and building towards his items. Just kind of has a pick and mix of items right now. Hasn't really finished anything up, but Kalai now rotating to this mid lane, getting all this vision over this area. About 3 minutes until the next dragon spawn. So
and look at where Kikis is coming as well here. They're just looking to put the pressure on. Again, they're looking to just force Jizuki back away from the tower, put damage down, get wards around the inside of the jungle. This is what you'll see teams commonly do. It was one thing that a lot of the North American casters were talking about what TSM like to do is transfer, lane advantages into vision advantages and force people back away from turrets, steal away buffs. And with the blue buff coming up fairly soon for Forge, I wonder whether that'll be a point of contention, but Fnatic Academy are heavily focused down on the bottom side of the map.
they are clearing out those wards as well, and it's really just Team Forge scrambling for vision in the bottom sides of the map, or pretty much anywhere, because it's quickly being taken out. Gary with a sidestep there on Broxar's Cocoon. So we'll be living to see another day, but the Spiling will follow him down.
Doesn't even need to land the Cocoon and takes third of his health off, so it's a tough time to be down in that bottom lane for Gary and Maka. Maka tried to venture out, but is going to instantly have his vision control cleared away.
It's not a great life for Gary. I wonder if we're ever going to get to the time where everyone just has really mundane names like Steve in the top lane and Gary in bot lane with Dave in mid lane. Like, that would just be a great team. That would just be fantastic. And the names aren't even like Steve as well. I think his name's Gary. Oh, Jizuki, he's running after them. He still has the round warp, but unfortunately the arrow went wide.
Oh, that was a painful sequence. Just from the way the arrow went wide, Jizuki used his ghost. Teleport was attempted by Binsu, forced to cancel it because they didn't hit any of the setup for the fight. So for Fnatic Academy, they got so much out of Forge there, and they got damage down on the turret. I mean, this is going to sound like I'm a broken record talking about how good Fnatic Academy are doing right now, and honestly, it's hard to argue against how this game is going. It's only game 1 of a best of 5, but this has been a great start.
Yeah,
I want to see more from Forge, though.
For sure, and we were praising their composition as well, right? Like, they had a pretty decent draft coming into this one, so if there is a game that they're going to win against Fnatic Academy, it could definitely be this one. And we haven't even seen the top laners get involved just yet, so until we get to those team fights, it's difficult to call it.
And soon when Binsu hits 2 items, when Jizuki hits 2 items, Ryze and Maokai are going to be so difficult to kill if ever they're in, that small numbers situations. Sure. They have a lot of damage output at the same time, so there's going to be that interesting dichotomy when Forge start fighting to see whether Fnatic Academy can keep up with it. Oh, and speaking of keeping up with it, Kikis is keeping up with 3 for now, but he is going to fall.
Yeah, it was an okay flash, but in the end, it didn't really help him out with too much. May have been able to dodge a couple more things, but for the most part, a lot of what was going on in the top lane was point and click, so couldn't really dodge that. Top lane will go down to Team Forge. Nice play there. Mid lane was shoved in. That's the outer turret going down. So in terms of towers for towers, mid lane tower, a lot more valuable than the top one for now.
But the next attempt as well from Fnatic Academy is using that vision control to come down to the bottom side, so the tower trade for now is even. But this is going to result in further damage down onto bottom side as Ralez is looking for Gary. Maka will come across as well, but here comes Broxer.
And turns that corner, gets blown up by Jizuki. Nice play there from the mid laner. Was not really what he was looking for. and he will go down, and that's the entire play from Fnatic wiped away.
That's what Forge needed. They needed Jizuki to start getting extra kills here. He got the one earlier, and now as Broxah was trying to come down through the jungle, was trying to come in through the back door of the tower. There were only 3 minions in front, and they were looking to dive Gary and Mocha, but didn't have a real read on where Jizuki was. Didn't even use his ultimate to get there. That was just him just running there from the base. So, you know, a little bit of an overstep by Fnatic Academy. They had a good lead. It has somewhat been evened out by Forge.
I mean, that was a Merc Treads Elise as well, but it was a level 8 versus a level 11. Very angry Rise who full comboed him to death, and he is even critting for a lot of damage with those Qs even at this stage in the game.
I know you normally play top lane. Have you played against Rise?
Against Rise? Yeah, it's not a fun experience.
It's not fun.
I mean, Cassiopeia is one of the better matchups if you did have to pick one. But yeah, if Rise happens to hit you with an overload in the late game, you're pretty much dead. Like, he will crit you for 1.6k, something around that. And that's like basically an ADC's health bar, so yes, it's not a great experience.
It's okay. I'm okay. I'm dodging. Oh, I didn't dodge the Q.
Yeah, it's like, well, okay.
Half my health gone. And that's on one item of the Rod of Ages. So
the biggest thing about playing against Rise is knowing how he works, knowing what parts of his combos to try and dodge or flash away from, because it really is really loaded on that one. Here comes Taiki trying to get this kill onto Clyde. The flash away may not save them, and will indeed not. Taiki taking a lot of damage though. Might be the return kill. Rallis in there with a 1-for-1 trade. Moving on to Gary. The plant helping after the death as well. Rockstar comes in with the execute damage. Maka getting chased down. The repel comes out. Neurotoxin is enough for that kill. And that'll be a 3-for-2 favor Fnatic.
It looked like Forge was, you know, setting the trap. They got the initial setup and took out Cly. Cly managed to hold them for just long enough. Didn't actually use his exhaust. Maybe it wasn't up for the early onset of that fight, but Rales going aggressively towards Gary as soon as he knew that he was already dead. Jizuki's caught.
Very nice play from Nitsky, finding that right time to use the ultimate. He's ticking down from the poison. Oh, Kickers from nowhere. Blindsided by the Poppy. Beansu's getting chased down here, but he is pretty tanky and does have his flash. Maybe they'll get that one away from him. That'll be the W use. Courage of the Colossus shield, but the flash over the wall from Nitsky. He wants blood. He wants sap. That'll be the kill. 2-0 to Fnatic. Nice 2 picks in there in the mid lane.
Just as Forge were picking back up, they tried to make a play on the bottom side. Didn't actually bring Beansu into the play. And I would be interested to see what the interaction with Beansu and Kikis was before that whole play started. I wonder whether it would have been a teleport situation to the bottom lane. They were obviously afraid of Kikis as well, but, you know, Broxah makes the initial difference early on. Now Mocha again caught by Kikis.
Not the place he wanted to be. Luckily, the buckler was down, so Kikis can't follow him after, and there was no ranged characters available, but that'll be the flash down for Mocha regardless. All of the jungle camps taken away from Team Forge. Taiki not having a great day currently. And Fnatic still with this pretty big gold lead and just map advantage in general.
Yeah, they snatched back control with those last 2 plays, and Rales from it has a very clear goal in mind. Automatically ran top lane from the base, will be pushing down this tower, so again, more objectives going in their focus. So much of this vision control that was just set up by Fnatic Academy helps this out. They know that they can easily take this as nobody is returning to topside. So again, it's just kind of moving from lane to lane with the vision control. There have been mistakes by Fnatic Academy. That attempt in the bottom side by Broxah to try and go behind the turret. Yeah. So it's certainly not over yet, but Fnatic Academy have themselves a good lead.
But for every mistake that Fnatic have made, it's followed up by 2 really good plays. It's like, okay, we'll try something really risky, but then we'll get some punishes, we'll make a good play. Kickers will jump onto Gary in the bottom lane, and look at all the damage that Gary is not doing to Kickers right now. There's an ultimate used, and they've got 3 people closing in, so it might be enough damage. It's going to flash away behind the tower. That was a lot of resources used on the Poppy who didn't even die. However, might result in this tower, though.
Well, Mr. Rise... No, okay, with Jizuki coming as well, they can't really afford to push forward as soon as he's envisioned that. Pretty much signals the tower going down. Yeah, that was, you know, that was a Trundle ult used. That was an Ash Arrow.
That should be a weakened Poppy already. Nope. Ash Arrow, Ash wailing on the Poppy for a good 15 seconds.
That's a 1 and kind of like 2 sets of halves of items on a Poppy as well. So that's a good thing to have happen. I mean, we can also play that Gary has been behind the curve on his itemization. True. Just from how the laning phase played out. He has been able to kind of maintain at least the old CS gap of about 15 between the 2, but still is behind the curve, not making excuses for why Kikis is taking literally no damage in that exchange.
Pretty much. That's not even the best part of Poppy as well. The ultimate will come into these team fights, and that will get so much gold out of the fight. That was a really good way to analyze how strong and how much gold value goes into Poppy ult, is how many people you hit from it and get them out of the fight, because that's so much gold down the toilet when you go into a team fight and it's just like, oh, now it's a 5v3, and that's like 20,000 gold down when you're in a late game team fight. But we're looking towards this dragon now.
Ooh, Beansu's coming through.
Cutting them off, but this is
Kick
forcing the
isn't
fight
hit
from Fnatic. Big ultimate in from Mocha. Unfortunately, he just does no damage, and that's 2 fast kills over to Fnatic. Did lose Cly in the crossfire.
Kick is coming around the back here, though. He's going to try and catch Jizuki, but he's on his own. Fnatic Academy, they're looking to collapse.
Finds the sun against the wall. Jizuki going to walk away from this one. Beansu knocked up in the air. Baroxar following up the damage, but for all the damage that Kickers doesn't take, neither does Beansu. He's been farming in the top lane just as much. However, Dragon control over to Fnatic. That'll be another one over to them. That's the third one of the game, in fact, to Fnatic. Just 20 minutes.
It's also quite funny, though, because you look at how Poppy is itemized. Kick is itemizing completely not for the lane outside of his boots here. So Beansu actually ends up doing more damage to him because of the lack of magic resist on Poppy right now. So Gary doesn't scratch him, but Maokai, you can hit a Q on there. Jizuki gets a little bit of damage out too as well. So, you know, it's the Dragon going over to Fnatic Academy. So that's a second Infernal trait coming through for them. And again, they're going from strength to strength. There's these flashes from Forge that are keeping them in the game, but certainly still Fnatic Academy are dictating the pace.
Glimpses of hope, really, from Team Forge. Here we'll see all of that damage, of course, coming out from Beansu. But something the casters were saying up until this point out of CSQ was Fnatic, very good one ahead. You can clearly see it in this game. Once they have an advantage, they instinctively know what to do next. It's like, okay, we'll convert this mid lane pressure. We'll go top lane. We have the vision down already. It's just play after play after play. Really well done. However, when they're on the back foot, that's when problems start coming into the equation. Flash over the wall from Jizuki. That was the one that you wanted to dodge, really. But Flash had already been used from Cly. Jizuki picking up another kill. And he is the carry that the team really needs.
He is. Like, so much of this game is now on Jizuki. So with the Ash Arrows, we're going to need to see them connect. Beansu, the last teleport was pretty good, but the team kind of couldn't quite get them boxed in. So Jizuki, 4-2 right now.
Scoreline is lit.
Yeah.
Beansu pushing down the bottom lane here as well. Kickis will be trying to block him off. Get him zapping. Yeah, bodied. And Beansu will carry on pushing. So everyone's just going to go into a moment of calm for the next couple minutes.
Moment of calm. Is there ever a moment of calm in Challenger?
No, not really. It's basically the LPL of EU. Everyone just wants to fight all the time.
Look at this calm Jizuki pushing everybody back. Interesting prospect, though, with that teleport not available for Beansu, but Kick is having it available. Could very well see a mid lane setup here, but Niski's going top lane, so probably not going to have too much happen, just because of the way that, you know, Beansu can still interrupt Kick's TP. Kick's, because he hasn't itemized for this, is kind of just slowly losing health.
I think like the right term is eroded, like a cliff gradually gets eroded by water over many, many centuries. Beansu, though, is out of mana, so that's pretty much done for now. But he has pushed them out of lane, as much as that goes. Maokai not really great at pushing towers, though, unfortunately. So that pressure didn't really mean too much. So despite Kickers not really itemizing at all towards Beansu, he's never really going to feel the hurt of it, because Maokai's Maokai.
Oh, Gary just completed a recall in mid lane, and with a Cassiopeia, a Zyra, and an Elise, there is that tendency to think that you can go for Baron fairly early and not take too much damage from it, but you can see Taiki was around. Rales pushes him a little further back. As, that was the ultimate used by Jizuki.
Warning warp from Jizuki. Don't worry about it.
Oh, Fnatic. We've seen so many teams do this throughout the years. The can I, can't I Baron call, where you're not quite sure, so you just sit there.
Followed by the NA Baron call, where you do this and maybe just get destroyed by Forge. Okay, pulling away. That's a good sign.
I mean, yes and no. It's a good sign as long as they refocus everything and go elsewhere. It's not a good sign if they lose the health and then go straight back to it and just go, okay, we're going to sit here. Luckily, they are going towards mid lane. They've seen Ryze topside with no ultimate available, and also just saw Taiki recall out. So despite having a lead early on, Fnatic Academy a little bit jittery about trying to close any more objectives out in their favor. Of course, they have lost some of that vision control that they had previously. The strength of Jizuki is enough to do that right now. If the Ash Arrow ever hits anybody and Jizuki's able to kind of appear with his ultimate, there is always that factor of Fnatic Academy overstepping again.
But this is often the stage in the game where a lot of amateur players would be like, I just don't know what to do. Like, what do you do at this point in the game? And often, the right answer is nothing, really. You just wait for a pick, someone to be out of position. You wait for a bit longer for like item spikes, and you force a play. But at this point in time, there's no real objectives for Fnatic to really gun for until this dragon comes up in a minute. And until that point, it's like not like they can really realistically siege these inner towers. If they go Baron, they'll probably get wiped. So right now, it's just a waiting game.
Then we also have to kind of contrast that with what we were saying earlier, is these are not amateur players on the Fnatic Academy lineup. Kikis has won an EU LCS split.
Yeah.
So I would expect him to be able to, you know, keep up with what the next play is on the game. Same could be said for Mr. Rale's years of experience in the EU LCS. So maybe if they're not a primary shot caller, they should definitely be a voice. And I guarantee you Fnatic Academy have been in situations like this, whether it's in scrims, whether it is in, you know, competitive games as well. This should be the type of situation with a minor lead that they should be very used to, where they have to just play around Jizuki or, you know, one player that is significantly strong on the opposite team. They should be fairly comfortable with this compared to most teams.
Keyword should.
Should. Well, they got Maka.
Okay,
there you go.
that's fine. There we go. Maka goes down there. Nice pick from Fnatic. Just in time for Dragon.
And again, it's that rinse repeat on vision control. They finally found the you know, the time to go into the bottom side. Ryze was taking blue buff, so couldn't cross the distance. They knew it was safe to go deeper into the jungle. They get the pick. Now they can either look for mid tower. There goes an arrow just flying right through the bot side jungle. Looked like they were aiming for Rales, perhaps, or
not even sure what they're aiming for, to be honest.
I saw an arcane shift then.
Maybe hitting Dragon, perhaps, but even that was a bit wide. Either way, mid lane tower goes down to Fnatic, and they have broken that inner ring. And Dragon is up, so it's just objective after objective. And 26 minutes for a fourth Dragon as well. That's pretty early.
What the Dragon attempt, though, from Fnatic will do is allow Taiki and Forge to clear out the vision control from around Baron. So they'll be able to get the Rift Scuttler, they can clear out the Control Ward. They shouldn't really attempt this. Fnatic, Binsu, you just TP'd in Kikis' face. Broxah is around the Baron. Okay, good. Forge, pull back away from this. That was nearly a bit of a death sentence if Forge had fully committed to that, because Fnatic were closing in.
So I can commend them just a little, just for trying to find a play. It was a little slow, even if they were trying to go for it in the first place. As soon as Fnatic went for that, Dragon may have been the time for it, but they're just trying to find their way back in. And this reeks of desperation. 27 minutes in, it already feels like the noose is tightening with 3,000 gold advantage to Fnatic. Those two towers, they're pushed so far into their base right now, and this will be a fifth Dragon plus an Elder if Fnatic get to it. They took the first Dragon very, very early. It's very rare you see that, but Fnatic are just going to be massive. So 4G, they're really fighting the clock at the moment until they find a pick, but it's on Gary to try and land that, and it's very few targets who are easy to lock down. Your targets basically consist of Niski, maybe Broxah if he doesn't repel it, and again, Mr. Rale's Arcane Shift on such a low cooldown, and very easy to see the arrow coming, so it's very hard to get that pick with Gary in the first place.
And the basis of this lead, you know, the massive amount of dragons that they're going to have if they can secure that fifth one in the Elder, it all stems from that starting play where, you know, Klai started the blue, they got the wolves down for Elise, and I'm expecting to see a lot more of this kind of thing when you've got Elise, Zyra, people thinking a little bit differently about how to take the jungle camps. And it's a good start. Fnatic Academy made that play, clearly had practiced it, and Forge just didn't read the gank attempt into the bottom side. So I really like the play out of Fnatic Academy. It's something that is very unorthodox compared to what we've seen before. Haven't really had too much of an opportunity. Oh, Klai!
Oh, taken out as well. He just jumps right into the cone there from Mocha. The follow-up as well, the arrow. But Miasma will zone him away. Here comes a round warp, but didn't choose the right direction. Broxah was already out. Niski may be caught out, though. Jump over the wall from Beans. He will lock him down. The Twisted Fan pops the ultimate. Niski still alive, putting damage onto Jizuki. He'll finally fall to the buckler there in from Kickers. And Taiki trying to limp away from this battle. Broxah back into the fight. Gary trying to do all he can, but even against the jungle, not really doing too much as Kickers jumps in there. That's the kill onto the ADC. And Maka, unfortunately, behind enemy lines. He's being chased down by Mr. Rales. Nothing he can do about that one. Triple kill. Taiki, the only remaining member on this lineup, and Fnatic with 3 members strong. We'll see what they can do with this lead.
Oh, and it looked so good again at the beginning of that Forge. They catch out Clyde, they take him down. They're able to, you know, combo a little bit more. And Jizuki went just maybe a step too far forward. He used the Realm Warp to try and catch out Niski, who survived for what seemed like an age in that fight. Got a lot of healing help from the rest of his team, but it wasn't quite enough. Forge actually ended up splitting themselves up from that team fight and ended up getting Jizuki picked off fairly early on compared to the rest of his team. You can see now the rest of Forge are respawning as this Baron is going to go down. So Fnatic Academy again are able to turn the second half of the fight around because just how much damage Mr. Rales has. He had that Trinity Force for like the last 15 minutes of this game fairly early on, and he has just been punishing people as soon as he gets the opportunity to attack them.
Yeah, I think multiple members of this team, you can say, have just been monsters in this one. It all starts off with that pick on Kalai. It's like, okay, good for Team Forge. And again, almost a second pick.
Broxah eats the arrow as well. It looks like at this point they're trying to box in Broxah and Niski, and Niski manages to connect with Taiki, connect a little bit of the damage down onto Jizuki here as well. The shields come through, the heal comes out. Jizuki just could not hang on, and the buckler out of Kikis was enough to take him down. And at this point, look, Binsu has 3 people around him. Taiki doesn't want to come into the fight. He's trying to heal up to just come back in, but it's not enough. Gary left all on his own, and Mugga has nothing to do from the top side of this fight. There is no crowd control there. He's only got the attempt of damage, and that doesn't really exist from this Misfortune right now. So yes, you can try and shred people's armor off with a Black Cleaver, but that is not going to turn a fight when it's that late on and everybody's still very much healthy on the Fnatic Academy side.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for Team Forge, just in general. Binsu makes it back to base. There was a cocoon flying after him from Broxah. But 14-9, it seems very difficult for Team Forge to come back into this game, but luckily it is a best of 5, so there is plenty more to come for them. And in game 2, probably won't get blindsided by that play as well. To start it off, Gary completely caught out and deleted just from Kickers and Rallers alone. Jizuki being chased down, the big star carrier of the team down for the count. Maka following his ADC down into his death, and Broxah trying to find this next kill onto Binsu, but this is most likely going to be curtains on game 1 with the first tower going down, followed by the inhibitor. And they have a nice juicy minion wave to follow them into the base. Binsu and Taiki, good luck lads, probably going to need it. Jumps onto Niski, we'll see if he can pick up this 1 kill. He is Maokai, he's taking a lot of damage, got that going for him, which is nice. Unfortunately, he is down. Mr. Rales will be the one picking up that kill, padding out his stats. Taiki will pad out his own stats by farming some minions before this game will end. And Fnatic onto the Nexus in game 1 in this best of 5 up against Team Forge, and take it in dominating style.
Very dominating game. A couple of mistakes, but generally Fnatic Academy looking very comfortable. And you know, we talked about how would the bot lane fare. Mr. Rales theoretically, you know, still in my mind could be mid-tier LCS AD carry.
A lot of people's mind.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what happened. A lot of help from Broxah at the beginning of the game. Nobody expects the 2-minute 20 Elise.
Yeah, level
gang.
3 Elise going into bot lane. Everyone's level 1. It's like, oh, okay.
Nobody
this
expects it from blue side
Yeah.
either, where you're like, oh, he's going to start blue, and then he'll probably go up through the jungle and maybe go into mid. No, he's coming bot lane at level 3, which he's hitting around that 2-minute mark.
Yeah.
So I like the start of that game from Fnatic Academy.
I do too, but silver linings though for Team Forge, they should know that something like that could happen in game 2 now, so it's more likely that they'll start the game on an even playing field instead of starting a kill down, which really just started like, that was the ripple that just like cascaded out of control in that game. So if you exclude that from game 2, we'll maybe see more of an even game. And some of those plays that were coming out from Team Forge, which were pretty good, they had a couple plays that worked out for them, and maybe that will swing the game in their favor.
And Jizuki's looking like Jizuki still. Even though there was a lot of pressure on mid lane, still able to put up big numbers, so there's a lot more to come from this series.
Absolutely, so we'll see if they can do it. Fnatic have taken that game 1, of course, over 4G in the European CSQ Spring Final. So after the break, we'll see if 4G can fire back. Stay tuned. Tar down into the bottom lane, looking for that vision onto Mocha and Gary. Kalai closing the noose as well. Ralaz coming down. Nice snare onto Mocha. Well, the flash after, that will be the kill over to Ralaz. On that one, here comes Taiki trying to get this kill onto Kalai. The flash away may not save him, and will indeed not. Taiki taking a lot of damage though. Might be the return kill. Ralaz in there with a 1-for-1 trade. Moving on to Gary. The plant helping after the death as well. Rockstar comes in with the execute damage. Mocha getting chased down. The repel comes out. Neurotoxin is enough for that kill.
Beans just coming through.
Cutting them off, but this is forcing the fight
yet.
for Fnatic. Big ultimate in from Mocha. Unfortunately, he just does no damage. And that's 2 fast kills over to Fnatic. Everyone get blindsided by that play as well. To start it off, Gary completely caught out and deleted just from Kickers and Rallas alone. Jizuki being chased down. The big star carrier of the team down for the count. Mocha following his ADC down into his death. And welcome back to our studios here in Berlin, where we are about to bring you Game 2 here between Fnatic Academy and Team Forge. I believe we are just about 5-6 minutes out until we get into Champion Select, so until then, you have to deal with us, unfortunately.
Really?
Yeah, dang it. But for Game 1, very kind of what we expected, really, from Fnatic Academy. Just in general, very dominating. And some of the question marks of the team of Team Forge were the bot lane and how they were going to perform. All right, they started off kind of getting a little bit, I'm not going to say it was a cheesy play from Broxar, but something you wouldn't necessarily always expect. And then he started off a kill down, which really didn't help them.
It's also not something you can always do either. I think a lot of people look at that and go, oh, we're going to have blue side, like red side, blue buff into bot lane 2-minute ganks every single game now.
Yeah.
So the thing is, Klai starts the blue buff early with Zyra. Tanking it with the plants means he's not taking too much damage. You've got an Elise who is able to take, with the assistance of the Ezreal, the small wolves while also not taking damage, and then transition in doing Gromp with the blue buff at the same time. Again, because you can tank the damage, they just balance it around the 3. Like, the AD carry, I think, is fairly subjective, can be whatever at that point, but those 2 picks, the support and the jungle, are 2 of the linchpins to that kind of strategy. So it's clear that Fnatic Academy had practiced doing that with those 2 champions, so it's not going to happen every single game.
Yeah.
It's only really going to happen with those kind of champions, but I love the start that they did.
Yeah, it was very cool. And even if it's just like to pick your one win in a series, like that's absolutely worth it, you know? And then bring it to the state where it's just like, well, just need 2 more wins, and if we can get off that 1, then that's absolutely fine. So now Team Forge may be on a more even playing field, which will maybe help them out and see if they can actually make some plays. Because as we were saying before we went to break, that some of the things they were doing in that game were like, they were pretty good. Like, they did have some solid plays that were worked out. Yes, they were quickly responded from Fnatic, but that's because of the advantage they had already, and they were able to punish because of the vision they already had, the tempo that they had in that game. So starting on an even setting, maybe they can make something happen.
But the one that made the decision, or the difference between the 2, honestly, for the early game, you look at Broxah. Look at his early game plays, his plays throughout the game. This is the bottom lane gank. Oh, look, the jungle is a level 3. All bot lane are level 1, and the first blood goes over. Then he goes mid lane, still level 3, but Jizuki has to flash away, ends up dying anyway, tries to continue to camp through, and I mean, Broxah was the turning point for so much of this game early on, and it's fairly easy for, players like Mr. Rallis, for Klai to just keep up with that. As long as they know what's happening, they can be involved, get these kills early on. And you can see Forge, that was the play they were trying to set up from the bottom side, but Broxah comes in, turns it around again, gets a double at the end of it to kind of keep himself in it. So, I mean, Fnatic Academy, it looked so clinical for the most part after getting that early start. And that's what I like to see, kind of, when a team can take an early lead and kind of close it out. But there were a couple of issues. Broxah trying to dive the tower. So it's still not perfect.
True. And also on the other side, you have Jizuki, who is a really strong player in his own right. So do you think it's more about trying to just like funnel resources into Jizuki and see if he can do more? Because he was able to pick up kills, he was able to make plays, but he did seem to be doing that like irrespective of him getting like a lot of resources.
Yeah, that's kind of true. Jizuki is one of these players that whenever he's playing, you've always got to kind of pay a lot of attention to him. He'll quietly get kills throughout the game. So if you give him the resources as well, I think that's the kind of basis that Forge can build wins from. Even getting camped, he ends up at like 4-2-0 in the mid lane, and just kind of crushing people like when he finds Klai, but the problem is he couldn't deal with Kigis and Niski and all of these picks. So I'm kind of interested to see what pick he's going to end up on again. I think the Rise is a good pick for him. And again, Forge are on blue side, Fnatic Academy are on the red side again. So it kind of, we're going to have that question answered, I think, after first rotation. Is like, hey, is he going to get a pick that we're looking at him as being a top tier carry?
Sure. Well, we'll see if that's the case. We're into the banning phase once more. See if anything we'll get through this time. Of course, Camille was banned last time, which I did really want to see, and has been banned again, unfortunately. It's just exceptionally strong in this patch. This is not the patch she's been nerfed, so she's still ridiculous. Lee Sin, banned, of course, against Broxah, has been his star pick throughout the entire tournament. Syndra, Cassiopeia aimed at the mid lane, and then Rengar at Taiki.
So this is Ivan or Rise is the position that Fnatic Academy are putting Forge in right now. Either Ivan gets banned, they pick Rise, or Rise gets banned and Ivan comes out. Ivan is another very strong jungler that we haven't seen in this best of 5, but has been seen in CSQs, and it's off the table. So, I mean, if Jizuki wants to Rise, it's there for him.
Yep, first pick, pretty much a no-brainer. And will be picked up. Okay,
it's happening again.
Yeah, I mean, same side, same draft for the start of this one. Poppy and Zyra. If the Ashe was okay. Same
is this
draft.
actually going to be the same draft?
This is the same draft, the same rotation.
So it can't be Cassiopeia here. So Fnatic Academy have to pivot away from that. Will they pick up the Elise and just go for the same strat early on?
Oh, Orianna.
Okay.
Well, there's the Ezreal. That is the same.
Orianna, okay, not quite as good a matchup into Ryze. Still solid. Still, it should be able to hold her own and have that late game presence in team fights and, you know, skirmishes that Cassiopeia can. So still the same kind of building blocks. For Fnatic Academy, if they get the Elise, now I'm like, are they actually just going to do exactly the same start again?
And if it ain't broke, you know, like
I suppose so.
just draft the same thing, right? And for Team Forge, it's just like, okay, if we don't get cheesed,
Taiki.
then all right.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So Maokai into the top lane, but also the Kha'Zix into the jungle.
Okay, I've been looking forward to some Kha'Zix. I still think you can play Elise here for Broxah. I think that's still going to be the pick, but Kha'Zix is a pick that when we were preparing for IWCA, everybody was giving me, you know, a little bit of, you know, shtick. That's the word. Just for like my thoughts on Kha'Zix, where I think that he has the potential to go huge in games. He has decent clear. The reset potentially is the same as Kha'Zix always had, and you know, depending on how he upgrades and where he goes, if you fight him and you're isolated in the jungle, I mean, which unfortunately Elise very rarely is. Yep. Generally, he has such good damage. So he can snowball, but there's the Elise, so Spiderlings and
very rarely
all that
isolated.
jazz.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
But we have seen some Kha'Zix over the last couple of weeks, including IEM, which I was at in Korea, and he was doing pretty well. He's kind of like back when Hecarim was coming into the meta, where it's just like, seems really good in like scrims, where it's just like you get really fed and then you run after people and they're just going to instantly die. Yeah. Sometimes that happens if you have a really good early game, and Kha'Zix will just kill everybody. But getting to that point is rather hard, so he needs to really have a good early game to make that impact, but we've seen it happen multiple times in the last couple of weeks.
And he certainly is a champion that can have that good early game as well, so I'm interested. I really want to see if Taiki can go off on this and you know, get himself a good platform for Jizuki, and maybe we won't see the bot lane die at 2.5 minutes in for Forge.
That'll be nice.
We'll actually get to see an even bot lane.
I think they just won't push forwards this time because they were so far pushed up. It was just like, haha, our opponents aren't in lane. Maybe they're somewhere in like top lane or something.
We
Great.
can take the
we'll
advantage.
go to the tower. There's at least here. So probably won't happen this time, but what it will give Fnatic, regardless of that, will probably be a very fast early game for Elise. We'll be able to clear the jungle very quickly, using the same strategy, right? Tanking with the plants, tanking with the spiderlings, and actually getting through that jungle. So regardless of when he goes for that bot lane gank, he'll be very fast through the jungle.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really anticipating now Fnatic. You know, they're playing a similar strategy to their last, you know, pick and ban phase. They've got the Orianna instead of Cassiopeia, so a little bit of a difference in that one for Forge. Again, very similar. I feel like I kind of prefer, maybe it's just me, prefer the Kha'Zix over the Trundle.
There's a bit of bias there.
Don't know everybody would prefer that, but I know, you know, Trundle jungle isn't seen too often either, but this bot lane, I want to see it have an even start. I want to see what Gary and Maka can do. I want to have them test it out a little bit more.
It's been fine against other opponents who aren't maybe of the same caliber as Mr. Ralez and Kalai, but maybe it's just because they're on a different level, you know, including that first blood. So maybe they can go even, and that's a lane that definitely can go even, you know, like Ashe and Misfortune into this matchup specifically can at least go even, you know, even if they like don't pick up a kill onto Zyra, at least burn her flash from an ultimate, something like that.
Right, it's always going to be difficult to kill the Ezreal as well, but Klai, he's the one that
he's
you can
the
pick
immobile
off.
one.
So that's going to be our main focus, I think, for this game.
For sure.
That's
at least the early game until something else happens.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we're following Broxah around as well. Going to see where he ends up going.
Yeah, because he will be the one who will be dictating the early pace of the game. But once again, use the hashtags 4GWin and hashtag FNAWin. Show your support on Twitter. Tell us what you think is going to happen in this series. We know first game, of course, went to Fnatic, so just need 2 more wins to secure their spot in the EUCS Spring 2017. And we are on to the ref once more for Team Forge and Fnatic Academy. Eyes will be focused on the bot lane, but want to look at that mid lane as well, because Jizuki, if he gets fed, which is a matchup that he can maybe get more fed in, because Cassiopeia is significantly worse for him, because if he wants to all in, oh, I have to face my opponent into Cassiopeia, not so great. So we saw that happen a couple times in the last game, where he went for that trade and instantly got Petrifying Gaze and died. So in this one, a little bit better against Niski.
Yeah, a bit better now as we watch the level 1 play out. Rales and Clyde did take damage down there. Because the Spell Thief's Edge goes on cooldown, Mokka will know that that is where they were. That was the whole point of using Make It Rain at that point. Clyde gets nothing on his check, but obviously does force Mokka away from the bush. But what this essentially creates for Fnatic Academy is a bit of a bubble around the bottom side where they have presence, they can deny any ward attempts to, you know, spot Forge coming up to stop that play. You can see Brox is on the top side of the map. I don't think he's been spotted yet by Taiki. That ward I don't believe sees him. Oh yeah, he did. He got pinged on. So they will see that Broxer is top side of the map. Can't make it down towards the bottom side. And it should be given away by Kikis ending up coming back into lane. That Kikis has helped Broxer top side. So bot can play a little bit more risky now.
So is there any reason why Broxar has decided to start topside other than maybe looking for a bot lane gank a little bit later? Because it seemed like the start was so good regardless of whether you were going to go for that level 3 gank in bot lane. It's
likely that Fnatic Academy just want to switch it up a little bit. Keep Forge guessing. I mean, it's a strong start to go into you know, the play they did last time. You can see it's red now going towards Wolves. So it is still a little unorthodox compared to what we have seen out of you know, people again and again looking off that Krogs to go topside previous you know, in competitions gone by. So I wonder where Brox is actually going to end up. This was about the time that he was already coming down to Tribush, but it has been warded. That's another really important thing, is they saw Mokka drop back in the lane. You can kind of infer that that ward has been placed.
The other great thing is there's been a ward in the mid lane as well, so there's no way for him to make his way into that jungle and even loop all the way around, because sometimes that ward isn't even enough. It's like not enough of an early warning system. It's just like, oh, there's a jungler, but we're too far pushed up anyway, so we are going to get ganked and die. So at least that is something that's there. But however, it has just expired, and Broxar's going to see that with the rubble there on the ward. So Taiki doesn't know he's there. Flash. Oh, the flash into the cocoon onto a minion though. And this time, history does not repeat itself. Jizuki will stay alive for this mid lane gank, and Taiki avoids spikes onto Broxar as he backs away into his jungle. So significantly better for a start for Team Forge in this one.
That's painful. That's pretty painful for Broxar. That flash used already. He did get the ghost out from Jizuki, so we'll see whether he comes back around. Taiki's still in this lane though, so it's a 2v2. No one's really going to do too much here. And you can see now, look at the lane presence that's coming out from this Misfortune from the bottom side. Just the damage alone is enough to push Rales back in the lane. Mokka hits level 3 around about the same time as well. So again, just so much presence coming down, as Mr. Rales and Clyde have not had the same start that they did in the previous game.
Yeah, this is what is meant to happen with the Ashe and Misfortune lane.
And it's so much so that Rales has already had to use his health potion. Like, this is going to have to be a fairly early recall for Mr. Rales to try and get the tier and get health potions again. Otherwise, he's going to be sat so far back in lane, he'll just have to farm with the Mystic shots. So has to be very careful here. Taiki's coming around the side as well. Of course, Kha'Zix can get some interesting gank paths off, but hitting the Scryer's Bloom will kind of give him away.
We'll give him a bit of information as well for where Broxar is, or is not. I was thinking about maybe a bot lane gank, but they are pushed up into tower, and no one's low enough for him to assassinate. Also, they are close to their tower as well. Broxar walks into the top lane, has been pinged out by 4G, who have seen him on that ward. Will head down. Nothing really to take on the top side apart from that Grump, really. Or just phase where both junglers are trying to open something up for their laners.
And a lot of this has been the laners playing fairly smart around where the enemy jungler could be. You can see Niski drop back in the lane, allowed Jizuki to push the lane out towards him. It did mean that Jizuki got a recall off and was able to pick up that tier for himself. So it hasn't been the most punishing start for Niski, but he does have himself a bit of a CS lead now and gets the recall for himself, so Jizuki will even that up himself. Still pressure on that bottom side.
Nice bit of damage there from Clyde, but for the most part, this is why that lane of Ashe and Misfortune is very annoying to play against when you're playing the Zyra into it without that first gank. Top lane, not a lot going on, honestly. Nice first back from Beansu is in the perfect position, so if there was any time to punish as the Maokai into the Poppy is kind of now, but can't even really break the shield, so.
Didn't use TP for it, is the other thing.
Yep.
So unlike the last game where Beansu used his TP fairly early on, Kikis now has a CS advantage, but a laning disadvantage when you take into account the additional items that Beansu's picked up. But Beansu lost a lot of his health coming back into the lane with a trade that went awry again. So for Fnatic Academy, it's a slower start. Now we get to see how do they play when they're not significantly far ahead. It's just, you know, the ebb and flow of CS leads going back and forth right now that has them with a slight lead.
As we were saying in the last game, Fnatic do very well when they're ahead or even. When we have seen them very far behind, we saw them get crushed. So Fnatic just need to avoid that in the early game. They probably should be good to go. Taiki finding Broxar. Lots of damage coming in from Taste Their Fear. And Jizuki also there to help him out. Big ultimate comes in. Broxar jumps in. That'll be the lives traded of the junglers. Mocha being chased down. Kalai, the last auto attack. Not quite enough. Jizuki unable to get in range of Niski. He did have his flash, but so did the Orianna. That will result in a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Niski's so low that Clyde doesn't want to continue that fight. Can't really get enough damage out on his own. You can see how low Mocha dropped from that as well. So importantly, Taiki found Broxar when he was still in human form. So no real, turnabout from that. The Spiderlings weren't around either to keep himself, away from isolators. So that massive damage that comes out early on was felt. But Taiki had to flash in, had to expend quite a lot to try and get himself on the board. And results in a 1-for-1 overall.
And it does. So we'll see that once more with this guy coming in. And it was set up by Taiki over the wall. And nice lockdown from Jizuki, but up into the air.
Yeah, WQ ends up dealing a lot of damage. So Taiki actually flashed forward to avoid the shockwave, which ultimately ends up killing him, but got the kill in exchange for it as well. You can see, look at how Klai wants to push forward, still has full health, but Niski way too low, hovering around 200 health, was not able to keep himself in a safe position.
If he didn't flash there, he may have not even picked up that kill into Broxar.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah.
Looking at it the second time, definitely gets the kill from that. So Taiki,
good flash.
well, at least it was the assist. It was
Yes.
Jizuki that picked up the kill.
Indeed, indeed. So 1-to-1 in this game. A little bit more even. Fnatic still with the advantage though, coming out from just the farm in the mid lane.
And a significant farm advantage for Broxar.
And in a
Look
jungle.
at that, 42 to 17 CS. I mean, you know, Kha'Zix does have an okay clear. Was made, a little tougher by the addition of a few more camps.
Some
so
of that's
the-
got to
the
be
damage.
from lanes, but I
Surely,
haven't seen them in
but-
lanes. Because everyone's just kind of
Yeah.
been laning, you know? So, because you do get more from the bigger camps, like from Raptors, from the Wolves and stuff, so there are more things to kill, and also if you take Krugs, but has a lot, so he might go back and take a look at his jungle pathing, because that is a big advantage over Taiki.
It is. It meant Broxar hit level 6 a fair amount quicker than Taiki. Of course, Taiki's is more influential. Has evolved Taste Their Fear. So that means if he finds an isolated target, gets that Q, gets a fair amount of that cooldown back. Now becomes the time where you really don't want to find Kha'Zix in the jungle on your own. You tend to end up losing that fight. Again, it's kind of still the E is the second upgrade to get the evolved leap.
Yep. For the resets.
There were a couple of people toying with actually
W.
and also the ultimate.
Because they were talking about how, if you use it right, it can work out really well. But I think people were pushing the boundaries of how much you can do with that. And was like, probably not worth it.
Yeah, like if you move from brush to brush all the way up to a lane, like
it
with
achieves
Ivan
nothing.
support, no,
Yeah.
it's there was a time where people were trying that out, trying to get as much as they could from that. But certainly people have settled on the Q evolution first. Broxar gets that mana back. Don't ask me how that works, but it's good for you. So
there we go. Eat your 5 a day, etc. So yeah, I just watched Broxar go for his jungle, and it was pretty much just from farming. He was farming at the same time as Taiki and just farmed faster. So there is a bit more AoE, of course, in that kit from the Volatile Spiderling versus Taiki just hitting it with the Void Spikes. But that was it's kind of interesting to see how fast he farmed.
Broxar's on a ward. He's trying to clear out the control ward. Oh, dodges
Nice
everything.
dodge into Spider form, into Repel. That was very well played actually from Broxar. That was frame perfect, if you will.
That was nice.
That was good. And he got the ward as well. There you go. What a play.
Ends up being worth.
It's the little things. It's the little things in a game like this where you're 10 minutes in, 2 kills have gone down, no dragons. Gotta get hyped about something.
Yep, first Ash arrow missing. That's something to get hyped about.
or not hyped about if you're a Forge fan, unfortunately. The first of many I have to feel.
Yeah.
That's a little bit cruel, but looking at Gary's track record of...
He
not
hit
really
a
hitting-
couple in the
He
last
did. He
game.
hit that good one onto Broxar
Yeah.
near the Baron. Didn't result in anything, though, but we'll see. He has a chance at redemption in this game and more targets for him to hit this time.
So we've crested a century's worth of CS up in the top lane, and still there's not been a further recall after the first one. Both have gone over 100.
That's actually
Kikis doesn't
hilarious.
need items in his mind. But again, we're looking at the impact of the Zyra, the Elise, and assistance on that Dragon. First Infernal goes to Fnatic Academy. Deja vu of the first game in this series. Although a lot slower.
Significantly so. Not going to hit those 5 dragons this time. That was the big thing in the last game.
5 a day.
5 a day? Yeah, no. Five dragons a day keeps, I don't know, the losses away, question mark? Like, bronze 5 away. There you
I
go.
don't know, in a best of 5 dragons isn't much.
No, it isn't. But
That's-
we've seen many dragons before in the CS finals stress.
At that point, it's kind of like 5 a day keeps Challenger away. At that
True.
point.
Or LCS qualification of your, what was it, Diggy You and Mouse?
That game.
What?
That game took years off my life.
30 dragons. That was before it was Elemental Dragons as well. What a series. This has been significantly more exciting at 2 kills at 11 minutes than that series. Would recommend you go back and watch that one. That was one for the ages. If you're
Maybe
looking
if you
for-
have insomnia
yeah,
and you
exactly.
want to
It'll
count
put you
dragons,
to sleep.
like,
Yeah, that's actually really good. I know people, often listen to podcasts. That series will just do it for you. Just listen to that one before you go to sleep. Perfect. Yeah, it's really a variety show here on Challenger. That's what
And
we're
then
really looking for.
you look at it, the team that was Team Dignitas EU at that point, Splice, they get into LCS, go all
Doing
the way
pretty well
through,
for
go to
themselves.
Worlds.
Yeah. It all
Pick up a win.
started. It all started
was-
on taking way too many dragons in one series. the foundation that any good team needs.
All we needed to do was change dragons into elemental dragons and Splice.
It's funny
sent
to go
to
back and
Worlds.
look at series like that. It's like, who
Oh,
would Oh,
Clyde,
this
he
is a
scored.
combo. Goodbye. Oh, Clyde jumps away. Nice sidestep with a flash there. Thought he was dead for sure.
Heal was used by Rallis top side though. Good
what
cocoon.
a cocoon. And an ultimate from Kikis. He's some really pixel perfect aiming of these skill shots. So, well played to Fnatic.
A lot of almost kills around the map. Jizuki nearly died in the mid lane as well. Klai forced to flash away bot side. But this time, it's the bot tower of Fnatic Academy that's getting eroded down. Mr. Rallis is here on his own. Has already used his ultimate on the last wave. So this is a lot of damage going down. Of course, the having Ashe and Misfortune means that you can push towers very quickly. So Forge are in a good position on this one. Kikis is going to TP in. He has got Broxah around, so this isn't the Wonder TP where...
No, not today. He was maybe trying to bait in the Wonder TP. Maybe like, all right, fight me, and then Broxar's there to finish him off. But this is a pretty good start for 4G. We'll be taking this bottom tower.
Yeah, Klai abandoned the tower on the bottom side, as did Mr. Rallis. He realized it was going down very quickly, so Fnatic Academy cutting their losses on that one, give away tower first blood, move up to the top side of the map now to try and alleviate some of the pressure that was being put onto Kikis. Realm Warp comes out. Jizuki's looking for Klai. Flash just doesn't get the vision.
Ambitious, flash, ultimate, Stranglethorns comes down, will knock up Taiki or not knock up Taiki, flash on the wall, little
Beansu TP'd
switcheroo from Kikis there, Kalai getting chased down by Beansu, maybe the other way around, Cocoon comes out, Broxar, the execute damage there from the Q, lots of damage coming out, Broxar taken out though by Jizuki, that'll be a 1-for-1 trade, Kikis looking for blood, looking for something, but he'll jump away with the heroic charge. And Niski finally finds himself at the top lane. So all in all, just a 1-for-1.
And that's the obvious benefit of...
Whoa.
Hang on.
Not onto the perfect target, gotta be honest. But
Not sure what the benefit of is,
Yeah.
but we both were on the same page on that. But
on the same wavelength.
the benefit of that Realm Warp, obviously...
Where are you going with this one,
Hang on,
Stress?
Taiki. I'm
Oh,
going up to
Taiki.
top lane.
We are
Kikis.
going to top lane. Kikis. Whoa, perfect positioning. Not from Taiki, but from Kikis. Taiki, that was the worst place he could have been. Both helped Kikis get to safety and died.
Yeah, I was watching top lane, so that's why I was forgetting how to talk. So the obvious benefit of Realm Warp is able to get up there earlier. Obvious is obvious. No teleport coming out from Niski, so Niski late to the party. Good little steps by Klai to begin this one off. He's still having visions of the last game where he's just getting flashed on the entire time. Ends up with Beansu flashing onto him. Beansu steps way too far forward at this point and is able to be taken down by Fnatic Academy, and still got to be careful of the damage that comes out from Taiki. Broxah was too low. Kikis comes up from the bottom side here, and this play continues after Niski ends up there and Taiki steps way too far forward himself. So again, a little bit of an overstep at the end of it by Forge, but they are still ahead when it comes to the gold. That first tower blood is playing into their favor.
It's true, and by putting their duo lane in the top lane a little bit faster as well than Mr. Rallis and Kalai, maybe they can take down the tower, at least put a bit more damage onto it, because it is down to about a quarter HP. So they put some resources up there. That could be a bit more gold injection into the total gold. Mid lane, Niski jumping onto Jizuki. He's very low, though, in terms of mana.
Oh, bot side, 2v1 here.
It is Kikis, though.
Kikis is isolated.
Yeah, he is isolated, taking
He's
a lot
Poppy.
of damage. He's trying to get away. This is going to be a long
He's
one.
still
Taiki,
fighting.
very low himself. This could be a kill on return. Taiki with the last Q will finish off Kikis.
Kikis nearly got the knockoff on the ultimate then. That was a 2v1 that was way closer than that should have been, considering, you know, the strength of an Kha'Zix against an isolated target. That was a significant amount of damage that Kikis put out. That one missed. Turrets fall.
He's going for someone else, don't worry. Didn't hit the Maokai, that was what he was looking for. His own Maokai, of course. Mid lane tower goes down to Fnatic, evening up the towers, but also a more valuable one. Mid lane tower does open up a lot of map space for Fnatic to utilize. And we're feeling pretty happy with that result. Taiki, again, trying to find some isolated targets in the jungle, but even Zara makes it tricky with those plants. Crab Bro as well will be unfortunately walking towards Team Forge, who will most likely take this one away. Infernal Dragon has just spawned. Hello, Infernal Dragon, 2 in a row. Good day for Infernal Dragons. This is what, our 5th, 4th? In just 2 games?
Maybe 5th, actually.
Yeah. Maybe.
Can't remember what Dragon
the last
5
one,
was
yeah,
in the
so-
last game. I know they got 2 in that, so...
Okay, maybe down to a
Taken
steal.
away.
No steal
Oh.
today. And it's just damage control already from Fnatic. Who can get out alive? Kalai not going to be one to get out alive. Neither will Broxah. So 2 deaths for the Dragon. Worth maybe. Oh, big ultimate out from Niski into the dissonance. Had there been anyone else to follow up, it would have been a kill. Rallis ultimate up soon, though.
And that is really going to deny any pushing potential that Forge were looking to have there. I think Fnatic Academy, because Forge didn't get any towers or anything from that, will probably take that trade. It's not a good trade in their favor, losing 2, but a second Infernal Drake is really going to accelerate this Ezreal, this Orianna, further and further into this game. So Fnatic Academy, it was a fairly clean take on the Infernal Drake, but it was the exit plan that wasn't quite there for them. Broxah drops very low, again dodges out with the repel, very nice timing, but falls right into a couple of members. Klai on this Zyra. I mean, he's doing what his team needs him to do, but it is not looking good for any KDA in these games. He is so squishy that he's just getting taken out time and time again. So despite creating the opening for the rest of Fnatic Academy to get away, they still lose 2. Mokka, careful in the mid lane.
Taking one for the team. And Mokka will have to, again, burn that flash, but that is kind of comes with the territory of playing support Misfortune. No innate escapes apart from running quite quickly when you're out of combat. And Fnatic just controlling again the bottom side of the map, trying to find something from Team Forge. Or maybe Kickers, just finding Mokka once again. The Hammer Shock and the auto attack should be enough to finish him off. Alright, just gonna ult him for dramatic
Ults
effect.
for the win. Oh, Beansu got caught.
Cocoon, CC chain, flash out by Beansu. Again, the ultimate in from Mr. Rallis. And another kill to Fnatic. So I was also a tower as well, so in pretty good shape. Mid tower completely exposed, but they do not have a lot of time to take this tower though.
Yeah,
Kikis
Kikis is on his way.
Realm
Realm
Warp.
Warp out. Okay.
Not going to get the tower, unfortunately, but did escape with their lives. So they are good for now.
It's good damage done. The mid tower is actually the one thing that's kind of swinging this game between the two. Forge, despite having a lead and despite having a good early game, they've been unable to move properly into Fnatic Academy's territory, mainly because the mid tower still stands, whereas Forge don't have theirs. So actually crossing the river, getting themselves into the Fnatic jungle is so difficult and so risky that it has really stemmed their acceleration of their lead. They are still in a decent spot. This is roughly the kind of lead that Fnatic Academy had in the first game, a little bit shy of that, so we'll see what Forge can do with it.
Gary, of course, in a much better position, has not died yet into
yeah.
this game. Doing really well on farm, sat on a full item and a half, pretty much over a half on that Infinity Edge. Last game, he was pretty much on Berserk Greaves and a pickaxe
Yes.
at this point in the game. So feeling much happier about his life.
Yeah, it was kind of rough in the first game. Of course, those two Infernals now from Fnatic are going to play into things. Jizuki is 1 versus the world up in top side.
Oh, lots of damage
Ooh,
onto
Clyde.
Clyde, and Taiki's going to finish him off despite the exhaust. Jizuki still
Jizuki.
alive! Oh, Mystic Shot does not connect. And he'll escape with his life. The kill to 4G. And that's just a win over to them.
You can see the crowd applauding Jizuki.
Oh, really confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure we're in a studio with no people right now. I was like, producer hitting the soundboard? Like,
It's
I
just
actually
me.
did not
I
know what that
I
was.
can throw my voice to sound like a crowd full of people
Got
at
it.
that
Okay,
point. But
very impressive life skill.
Cly could not throw himself into the fight fast enough, got picked off going through Tribush, runs into that Kha'Zix that has the evolved claws.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Roxor was 4 HP a couple seconds ago, ticking down from the red buff. Ah, not quite enough damage. It was actually challenging Smite there, not even a red buff from Taiki. Almost killed his quarry. Unfortunately, will die himself.
Very interesting. Taiki has not evolved Leap with his second evolution. Taiki has evolved Void Spikes, but Rales is very low.
He's the one we need to be talking about. Jizuki, he's leading the charge here with Gary and Mocha in a hot pursuit, but here's Beansu with a flank. Nice. The out-front kickers may have just saved the lives of his squishies there. So, well played to Kickers. Yeah, back to the Kha'Zix point.
Taiki says he doesn't want an escape from the fight. He wants the extra health regeneration and the slow that comes from... see, there is the slow in action. If you find an isolated target with the improved Void Spikes, it just applies such a heavy slow. They took the slow off and then just put it on isolated targets.
Yeah.
So it's significant if you catch somebody out. I don't know whether Cly really would get away even if the slow wasn't
Probably not.
there.
I think his teammate killed him there because they hit the blast plant and then he flew into the Kha'Zix. I don't think he was the one to hit the plant. So no, I think regardless he was team killed.
Yes. Not often we can say that, but
Yeah, it happens now with these plants. I guess there are a few abilities where you can do that now. You know, like putting people into stasis in the middle of an enemy team, or Jizuki putting people into enemy lines with his ultimate.
Yeah.
We have seen times where that's happened in competitive.
Speaking of ultimates, Gary's ultimate is so close to being up. Pair that with Taiki, and you have a Kha'Zix flying out of nowhere onto a stun target. Could be fatal for a member of Fnatic Academy.
Gary's accuracy has gone up this game for sure on those arrows. Unfortunately, a lot of them have gone to Kickers, but
At this point, I'm fairly certain it'll be fatal for Cly because he has no flash. So if Cly even steps into vision on his own and Taiki is anywhere near, then he's going to get jumped on.
I gotta be honest, not a great game to be playing Zyra when you're up against Kha'Zix, arrows coming out of nowhere, Jizuki who will one-shot you in a combo, and Beansu with a point-and-click CC. Just all around bad news bears. Mikey will jump away from Niski. Still very scary in their own right. Fnatic are not that far behind in terms of gold, and remember they do have those 2 Infernal Dragons. So in team fights, still playing with caution. Jizuki starting off this dragon.
Wants to play jungler now instead.
Yeah.
He's,
Done with mid lane.
thinks he's got it. Fnatic should be able to take this, securing it for themselves from the steal. Oh, Jizuki got it!
Wait, what?
Jizuki got it with a Q!
I was looking at Taiki and it's like, no, he's just pulling out, he's just baiting. It's just like, yeah, random Q from Jizuki. I actually wonder how much damage was coming in from that Q.
So, Smite right now is doing 680. Q right now for Jizuki
Empowered.
theoretically is doing like about 300 maybe.
Okay.
So I'd love to see a bit of a slow bro.
Slow-mo.
I'd love to see a slow bro over that.
Yeah. Maybe a slowpoke.
Yeah.
One of the two, really. Alright, I'm just watching it back on my screen. 537 out from Jizuki's Q, so very
Okay,
close
so
to
it was a
Smite.
lot more. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a little more forgiving.
Can't completely forgive him though, because it's still got stolen by the
Oh,
mid laner.
Clyde, no
Clyde, that's
flash.
exactly what you're talking about. Nowhere to go, no flash, and a fast kill to 4G, plus the mid lane tower. And this game is going significantly better for Team Forge this time around.
The funny thing about that one is that everybody put damage down onto Cly and thought he was dead, so stopped. And Cly's just stood there on about 10 health in the mid lane. So this was the steal with the slow bro. 537.
So close.
Jizuki actually the slow king of Dragon steals.
Was, yeah. I wasn't certain if Roxar actually smited and then tried to execute with Q. That's what it looked like, because the animation for Venom's Bite was coming in, so probably what he was looking for. And Jizuki, that small window he used, and opening up another window in the mid lane. Flash after Roxar, the point and click, Rune Prison, all result in yet another kill. And 25 minutes in, perfect time to maybe go for this Baron. Beans who started it off.
Much better game coming out from Forge. They were able to hold things even from the early onset. Now, Fnatic Academy going to try and hold on through this Baron attempt. They've kind of denied it. With Broxah not even alive, this is 4 versus 5 up on the top side, but everybody from Forge was a little bit low to start this one off. You can see Beansu's health, Taiki's health, Jizuki's health, as Fnatic Academy kind of retreat back off to their side, but they stopped the Baron.
They haven't. That's something that Fnatic will have to be very cautious of now that 4G did try and start it. They'll need to keep some vision around that area.
Are they going to go for it?
Maybe.
Fnatic Academy, everybody from Forge recalled.
They may have enough time. The first person there is going to be a Mocha.
There's no smite yet for Fnatic Academy, but look at how quick this is going down. There's no way Taiki's going to get there in time.
Gone.
This is gone. Yeah, even just throwing ultimates at it to make sure they get it, Broxah puts himself into the pit.
Okay, no one actually decided to go up there. That could have been disastrous for Broxah. That would have actually been a big time loss as well for Fnatic. Very hard to push with 4 members. So 4G should have just stuck to their guns and carried on going. But they're good, they're good. So Baron now over to Fnatic. Big swing in this game, despite how it's been going so far for 4G. And all in all, that was just a really good timing play. But you can put a bit of that onus on 4G just recalling in plain sight.
A fair amount of onus on that. If you start the Baron and then the enemy team is there and you're seeing, you know, the likes of Zyra and, you know, all these shields and Kikis as a tank, you have to be wary that they might just start it off. I mean, everybody from Forge recalled. That is a big blunder from Forge, considering how far ahead they were in this game.
Oh, yeah.
The last couple of skirmishes went really well for Forge, picking up objectives from it, getting a dragon, getting kills. Just really backfires now, because it means that everything that Forge had built when it comes to momentum in this game has been stolen away by Fnatic Academy.
It's not all doom and gloom though. Taiki is still massive and he will blow up any squishy that happens to be isolated just a little in these fights if he catches anyone.
So will Jizuki as well.
So
Jizuki's in a good spot, has needlessly large rod on top of most of his core, but these towers are going to die pretty quickly. And of course Fnatic Academy were behind the curve on towers to begin with, so they're catching up on this now. Nearly evened up the goal.
Oh. Gary, got to be cautious of him later into this game. He is sitting on basically 3.5 items. It's pretty strong, but with this Fnatic lineup, as the arrow comes out onto Rales, instantly cleansed out of though. Kikis not really caring too much about this damage, but maybe carry a bit now. He's quite low.
Forge had a golden opportunity there. Look at the you know, through the jungle, there's a few wards, I believe, that they could have TP'd Beansu in on. It's a little in an obscure place in just the nook on the top side away from blue, but Beansu did not TP in as soon as that arrow was fired. Fnatic Academy were fairly low, and if Beansu had been able to lock a couple of people down, Jizuki maybe coming in with his ultimate would have been enough to take them out. So a little bit of a missed opportunity from Forge, playing more on the back foot than they have been in this game so far. It is predominantly because of that Baron buff that was taken by Fnatic Academy.
Really is still within the realms of possibility for 4G to pick up this game, because if they had gone for players, as you just mentioned, could have gotten that pick and try and make that happen. But regardless, I'm going to happen spot lane. Beansu and Kikis. Taiki as well. Given enough time, may be able to kill this Poppy. I'm just kind of coming into the bot side now. It's just the calm before the storm, before Fnatic look for another push.
I just wonder how much of a missed opportunity that is, that Beansu didn't TP in. I mean, the Orianna ultimate whiffed. Fnatic were low health.
Oh, dangerous place for Clyde to be when Ash arrows up. But he's good. Oh, it just came up, literally as I was talking. Kikis trading into Beansu. Nothing really to say down there. But now that Fnatic's all going bot lane, if they could get a pick onto pretty much anyone in the jungle, would be big for them.
Jizuki's coming around the top side, can't quite find the angle to collapse. Rales, pretty strong now with his items completed. Poppy ult whiffs too.
Misfortune ult, clearing out the way.
Oh, Rice is going right in. Who's stepping on it? It's Maokai.
Oh, here comes engage
and
from Team
Misfortune.
Forge. An insta-kill onto Maka, but also the kill onto Broxer. A fantastic shockwave from Niski, who opened up this fight for Fnatic. Kikis is still tanking up 3 players, keeping them all occupied. And even though Beansu felt like he was doing a good job, it's just not enough. Dual kill out there for Niski, and Kikis will find another. Gary, no support to help him now. Chase down for the triple for Niski. And that could be curtains on this game as well. From an initiate, that looked like it was going to go well.
That was the wrong warp pad for Maka. He wanted to send himself to level 8, ends up sending himself back down the pipeline because he TPs right into the middle of everybody on Fnatic Academy, warps right in, gets picked off, doesn't have any kind of potency on the Misfortune in the fight. It wasn't really the linchpin of the entire fight, but it's enough to just put Fnatic Academy straight through the base.
Yeah, we were talking about team kills earlier, Stress. That's definitely one I can put on Jizuki. Maka will be chased down, back for a final kill here. Fnatic onto the Nexus, and Deja Vu, they take game 2.
That Realm Warp at the end, it looked like it could have been good if it was Jizuki coming through with Beansu. Would have been great. Maybe. I think Jizuki could have got caught out there a little bit, but it's Maka. I would love to see how that actually went in the communication between the two, whether...
Probably something like, no, 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 no.
And then just
him died.
appears.
So,
yeah, that was not the best Realm Warp at the end of it.
Yeah, I think even if it did go well, it was going to be an even fight at the end of it, but yeah, that kind of sucked.
Forge, they had such a good lead throughout the entire game. Then that recall was everything. Everything was just turned right around by the fact they recall away from Baron and just let Fnatic take it. They couldn't close the gap fast enough to be able to, capitalize on Fnatic Academy four-manning a Baron 4v5. That shouldn't happen.
It was sad to see because there were so many good decisions made by Team Forge up until that point, but when you make one big blunder like that, it just throws all of those good plays out the window, and you're stuck in a position once again where you're just one loss away from being eliminated and losing a chance of getting into the Challenger Series. And it really was, it was so close. Jizuki as well, and even like you look at Beansu, Taiki, and Jizuki, mainstays of Challenger. We've seen them like split after split after split, and this is one of the ones that they could realistically really not be attending. And it would be a big shock to the system if names like Kikis and Rales and Clyde didn't make it in as well. So regardless of who wins this series, there's lots of players who you would be surprised not to see in Challenger. Really.
Yeah, that is very true. I mean, Taiki's performance in this game was better as well. I like the Kazakhs, just as a pick as well. But Broxer on the other side from Fnatic Academy, a little bit more of a struggle. Just he was fairly slower in this game just because of the way the opening went. Got caught out a couple of times by Forge, but I liked what Forge were trying to do. Gary and Maka seemed a little bit more comfortable in the early part of the game, and then it just all goes wrong. The communication falls apart. Beansu's not TPing in when arrows come out. They back away from a Baron. They take the wrong Realm Warp into the middle of a fight, and it ends the game. Just like 3 pivotal communication errors from Forge completely erodes the entire lead that they got early on, and that's the kind of thing that you cannot afford to make mistakes like that.
But it is better.
It's
so
better.
now it needs to be more better for game 3, because if it's not, then they just get eliminated. So it needs to get progressively better for the rest of this one.
Just like your grammar.
Just
Good
like
job, we've got a break.
Just so I can read a dictionary. Perfect. 2 games down, and Fnatic are on match point. We'll see what happens next when we come back after this break, Stress. Kickers. Whoa, perfect positioning. And it's just damage control already from Fnatic. Who can get out alive? Clyde not going to be one to get out alive. Neither will Broxer. So
Jizuki is 1 versus the world up in top side.
Lots of damage onto Clyde. And Taiki's going to finish him off despite the exhaust. Jizuki still alive. Oh, Mystic Shot does not connect.
Fnatic should be able to take this, securing it for themselves from the steal. Oh, Jizuki got it!
Wait, what?
Jizuki got it with a Q! Oh, Rice is going right in. Who's stepping on it? It's Maokai.
Oh, here comes engage from Team Forge. An insta-kill onto Maka, but also the kill onto Broxer. A fantastic shockwave from Niski, who opened up this fight for Fnatic. Kikis is still tanking up 3 players, keeping them all occupied. Here, Fnatic onto the Nexus, and Deja Vu, they take game 2. And welcome back to the European CSQ Spring Finals. We're about to get into Game 3 between Fnatic Academy and Team Forge. Currently 2-0 to Fnatic Academy, who have done, I would say, pretty well in the series so far, Stress.
Yeah, they have. They certainly have
solid.
done well. That last game, you feel like what could have been for Forge. Honestly, that looked like they were in such a good position to kind of take that game. Everything was going their way. It should have been good. And then it all goes wrong with the Baron call. And it's so frustrating to watch that happen, because that's the kind of thing that just you should know not to do.
It was just sad to see, you know. It was just like a basic error that cost the entire game after so many good plays from Forge as well. So if they can do better than they did last game, then maybe they can stand up against Fnatic. But Fnatic,
if they can win, they can.
if they can win, they can win. Exceptional quote from me today. Great. But Fnatic, they just look so good. You know, like they have made a couple errors, but it's been like errors that is just like okay, like maybe if they can get punished in this one,
Right.
It's not going to be the end of the world. It's not like a big blunder like a Baron play or something like that, you know? And even if they did try and test the waters with a Baron in game 1, it was like, okay, we definitely can't go for this. Let's reevaluate, back away, wait for another play to open up, then go and fully commit on that one. It was just a lot more put together than the game plan from 4G. But it's not like a particular player on Team Forge that is doing like particularly badly. It's not like this guy is screwing up at everybody. It's just kind of an overall team play thing. Because in game 1, it's just like not a lot that bot lane could do about it after that start. Taiki honestly did a fine job in game 1, did a better job in game 2, but it was just kind of as a team when they were going for those plays, just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, it really didn't work out. I wonder whether they're going to mix things up again. So, we are on the same sides. Blue side for Forge again, Fnatic Academy on the red side. And I mean, Fnatic Academy, we saw that funky start in the first game. You know, the second game, we didn't quite see the same, but there was a lot of contention around the dragons. Fnatic, you know, starting Dragon up, that kind of thing, fairly early on. But it's it did backfire for Fnatic when they were going for the Dragons. They, went for this one fairly cleanly. They got the Dragon eventually, but turns around for Forge. And this is what Forge were doing really well, was like punishing Fnatic Academy when they were overstepping. And there were a couple of times that this happened that they didn't punish, where they couldn't quite get things in the fights. And they chose not to TP, that kind of thing, that I wanted to see Forge do more of.
It was a little unfortunate as well because those 2 kills weren't worth it in the long run because it was an Infernal Dragon, and then when Forge finally got like a play onto Fnatic, the Dragon they got was Cloud. And it was just like, well, okay, I guess we don't win these fights regardless. It was followed up as well by just Fnatic did do some more mistakes, like the top lane dive fail, for example. There were a couple of things that did go wrong for them, but
the blast plant.
All right, so I actually want to see if it was Brox who just killed the fly here. Oh, this is a different one. This is where they were chasing down Jizuki.
No, so
Nisqy
hit the blast plant to try
so
and
it was
close the
Nisqy.
gap.
Okay, someone did kill him. All right, it's not Clyde's fault.
Jizuki managed to stay alive. It wasn't Clay's fault that time. We put the onus on Clay a little bit, but I thought he was just a little late through the bush. Actually, ends up that he just got flown across the wall.
Through into the Kha'Zix. So not really his fault on that one, but there was a couple mistakes like that. But honestly, it's such small things in like the big picture when it's just like, oh, I mispositioned on the blast plant, compared to we just all recalled and lost Baron, So it's not as bad, and they just look like a much better team put together. And then on top of that, you add the mechanics in. We spoke about it at the start of the day and the start of the games, where you look at these players and you're looking at least like bottom tier LCS, if not like mid tier for some of those players.
And it's important when you look at this Fnatic Academy to kind of recognize, the way that the team is supposed to interact with the LCS lineup of Fnatic is to have a lot of interaction when it comes to swapping people in and out. Supposedly, we'll see whether that ends up playing with this large roster, but one thing is for certain for them, they are not having any kind of communication errors. Like, the couple of times we've seen like Gary and Mokka be on a different page to Taiki and Binsu. I wonder whether we'll see that happen again for Forge, because it certainly is not a worry for Fnatic.
Well, what's for certain, I'm going to get my wish for today, as Camille has been banned away, along with Rengar and Ivan, all the fun champions to be
Poppy is the big one, and to catch up on this, with the rest of them being the same, the Ryze is not first pick for Forge. Which is fairly surprising.
Yeah, I mean, like, Jizuki is not the reason why you'd feel like Team Forge are losing these games. If anything, he's like the one glimmering hope that maybe gets them back into the game with those Ryze plays. So as the first pick of Zyra, also weird, because like the Miss Fortune did fine last game, right?
I'm also not the biggest fan of this, because I think Cly was... So while Cly wasn't struggling, and yes, he was having impact in team fights, Cly was giving Taiki so much from the kills that, Taiki was in a great position from it. Now, Fnatic obviously going to take the Ryze while it's available. I mean, why wouldn't you at this point?
Yeah, that's pretty much a no-brainer. And with the Karma coming in as well, that will most likely go down to support. So Clyde doesn't want to jump on the Miss Fortune hype train.
And I think Fnatic Academy probably just going to pick the Ezreal again, go for a very safe bot lane where you can sit back, kind of not bother about the Zyra in this setup. It theoretically won't do too much. So the first pick Zyra coming out of Forge is very surprising.
Followed up by Orianna from Jizuki. So I mean, it's a fine pick. It's just not what it's not the same powerhouse pick that he had before.
Well, they're constructing a fairly good team fighting comp here. You got the Ashe, you got the Orianna, you got the Zyra, a lot of things. So, if we see some dive components come through again with the Orianna to create, a wombo combo style, then you put the Zyra ultimate in the middle. It denies Fnatic the ability to close the gap. So there is that option available if Forge round out their composition with that kind of setup.
If that is the case, seems like that's pretty much what they're building at this point in time. Fnatic, next 2 picks over to them. 7 seconds remaining. Most likely going to be at Ezreal, of course. And Elise still open for Broxah. With Lee Sin off the table, his next go-to has been Elise and has done fine so far in this series, including the rest of the tournament. So why not? Again, another no-brainer pick from Fnatic. And now over to 4G for their final 2 picks. This will really be the backbone of the rest of the composition.
Well, previously, Fnatic Academy have locked in the Poppy in the first round. Not available now, so they go blind into the top lane with Shen here. We have seen Rumble
Shen
played into Shen. Ruin tried it in the first series today, but it didn't... Well, the Rumble went fine, but the game did not for, Nerve. I'm interested to see now what Kikis is going to play into it. Kikis is not really a Rumble player. He has played it a little bit, but
Yeah, he's kind of dabbled in some carry picks. Like he did play a bit of Echo and Fiora back when like you pretty much had to play carries in the top lane. He's like, okay, I guess I'll play like Echo, who's basically a tank anyway, you know, and still has ultimate. So he did play some of that. So we'll see if he brings that up. Not much of a Rumble player, as you were saying. Shen, well, there's the Echo. And it's just like, what do I have in my arsenal that does fine into Shen?
So Echo did receive a couple of changes, mostly still the same. You can play him in the top lane. A couple of little cosmetic, minor things that changed during the Assassin update. Didn't really affect him too much in that update and we've seen Echo since, the ones that kind of shredded some of his tankiness and damage away. So interested to see how Kickers is going to be able to handle Binsu on this Shen up in the top lane. But Forge, they got the dive components. They've now got a Kha'Zix to jump in with an Orianna ball and the Stand United.
Yeah. They have the components, and can they make it work? That's
see if they can.
That's the big question. See if they can rebuild it. Glad to see Shen back though. Really like to see some Shen. He has been played a little bit in CSQ so far. Shen kind of fell off a little bit when tanks came back in, because it's just like, well, Maokai and Poppy, they just do more when they arrive in the fight, and even if you have the global ability to be places, it's just like compared to how much like a Poppy and Maokai bring in the late game, just wasn't worth. But it's gotten back to the stage where people are like, well, Shen, and like if you have a Kha'Zix who wants to jump in, shield's still great, and actually does form a part of this composition. So has come back in, nice to see. But it is something a bit different from 4G, which is nice to see. It's not like a Shaco Hail Mary that we saw in the first series of the day. It's something a little bit more put together.
Yeah, that just felt like Memento was like, I'm in LCS, see you guys.
See you nerds, I'm good. It's just like
the last minute turn, like.
Yep.
No, that's... well, if anybody was going to play Shaco, it would be Kickers in this game, because he was the one that did it successfully with the Unicorns of Love, if you remember all the way back to spring 2015.
Yeah, 2015.
Was when Unicorns placed fourth.
Yeah,
second.
Because
they were in the
finals. Yeah.
Okay. Anyway,
we did it. History
that was a
lesson
long
over.
time ago.
Once again, jump on Twitter. Could be the last time for today. Hashtag 4G win and hashtag FNA win. And we'll see who you are favouring. If you were a betting man, probably Fnatic would be a good one to jump on. As they are 2-0 in this series. Match point, just need one win to go, and it will be locked in for EUCS, doing significantly better than their predecessors of the FNA lineup.
What if I'm the type of person that keeps cash under the mattress? Like, doesn't want to invest in anything.
Then
no
you just
gambling,
don't.
No nothing.
You just delete your Twitter account and you just don't vote on anyone, I guess.
I should probably move my cash now that I've told everybody where it is.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, that's probably not a good play.
Well, all of the chips are down on Forge for this game. In their minds, this is a do-or-die situation.
You're all in.
Yeah, exactly. They have to be able to pull out a win here. Otherwise, Fnatic Academy will be taking the last spot in Challenger Series for Spring 2017.
That they will. And Marker and Gary. If anything else, it's a tragedy that their names will not be in EUCS, because Gary's just a great name, you know? Like, casting some Gary.
I mean, we really have not even started to, you know, dip our toes in the water of SpongeBob references with Gary.
It's true, yeah. There's many different ways we could have gone. Isn't Gary the snail, like, in two different things? Because, like, the magic roundabout? Wasn't Gary the snail? Was it a different snail? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was Gary, right?
One of us is a lot closer to watching SpongeBob and the age of the Magic Roundabout than the other, so my memory is hazy on that one. I'm going to stick to League of Legends.
All right, we can do that. That's fine. Someone can educate us on that.
Ooh, here we go again. Fnatic are doing it, this time without the Zyra. Interesting. Okay, so I was talking about how I thought that the Zyra was a fairly important component, but of course, anything with a shield helps. Cly and Raleigh, they will take a little more damage this time around. Broxah takes away the blue buff. Same thing again. Will Gary and Mako be prepared for this? They will know they're coming in late to the lane. Surely they will have this scouted well enough.
Well, he's going down.
There's a ward in try. Okay, so it's different. He's actually going for a red invade right now.
Very sneaky.
And look at how Raleigh and Cly are still playing in the lane. Still playing back. Still trying to, you know... Oh, Taiki. Now he's going to know. Since he didn't move forward, Taiki spotted him out with a ward. Oh, hang on. Mokka was trying to come across as well. This is a very tense moment here. Taiki only level 2. Broxah is level 3. We'll have that slight smite advantage.
Gonna be
we got it!
over to Broxah. I don't even think that was perfect as well. I mean, that was a spiraling which just nibbled away at the red buff just at the very end there. So Taiki, that was a big loss for him at the very start. Big time loss on top of that.
The blast plan from Broxah. Did he get spotted? Did Taiki not see it?
No, he was.
Oh no, bot lane
off
don't
to the
know.
side. The flash. Oh, dodges out of the way of the cocoon.
Flash for flash, double flash, and exhaust was used. Exhaust from Klai.
Okay.
Still a net gain for Fnatic Academy.
Oh, that all could have been disastrous for Forge though.
And keep in mind, the last time Broxah did that play onto bottom side, yes, they got a kill, which they didn't this time, but Taiki responded with a top side invade, which has not happened. So Taiki is not going to be able to catch up, at least on the large buffs and getting the red buff as he would have liked to or as he did in game 1.
Yeah, gonna get triple buffed here. Niski recall has been interrupted by Jizuki, so he's gonna be feeling pretty happy about that one. And Broxah will be taking his red buff as well, but he has the freedom to take his Krugs on top of that. Beansu got the early game. Talking about like tanks into Echo, Shen does kind of have a slight upper hand up until around level 6. Q hits like a truck, so pretty much any squishy target, if you haven't gone for like an armor start or any type of magic resist, you will kind of feel the pain of that.
Yeah, also gets to deny a lot of the auto attack trades, of course, with Shen's abilities to do so. You can see that Kikis is trying to very carefully and tentatively play away from the tower, as well as Beansu has that taunt. It's also another fairly disruptive and annoying thing that Shen can do against Echo. If you land the taunt as E has been channeled, you get jump right back to the Shen. Because you have to obviously be forced to auto anything in range. So there's a little bit of finicky timing there.
Yeah, it's not fun. The first couple of levels can be a bit hard, but you can see Kikis isn't struggling that much. Has burnt 1 pot. So it's not like he's going to die. It's just annoying to play against. And once he gets a couple levels as well, he can just clear with Time Winder. Mid lane, though, we've got the reverse of this matchup. And it seems like Jizuke is doing significantly better on the Orianna than he was on the Rise, actually, in this 1v1 bout.
Yeah, he actually forced a lot of Niski's health down early and then delayed a recall, got more damage down, so Jizuki got a recall at the right time as well. So that's how he's maintaining this lead. See Kikis gets pulled in.
Yep. As soon as Beansu jumps on him, it's not like he can do anything.
Yep. Real tough to deal with.
Unfortunately, the kill range for Shen is like 20%. So unless you drop down that low, you're not really going to die. However, Kikis being a little ballsy here. He needs to dodge the Shadow Dash, and we'll have to burn the flash for it. So that is kill range where he was right there.
Yeah. Oh, Shizuki now feels the wrath of Niski. So Beansu, surprising amount of damage early on the Shen. You were talking about it a little bit coming from the Q. As Beansu and Kikis finished their trade on the top side. Beansu only level 5, should be fairly close, I believe, to that level 6. Niski in that mid lane. Ooh.
Not enough mana to finish him off from Jizuke. Definitely has lane control though. He has shoved Niski out once again on a detrimental timing for himself, so he's feeling pretty good about life.
There is the level 6 from Beansu, so has Stand United available. Teleport is there for Kikis, did not use it to get back to lane, so has at least one global to try and match him with.
Yeah, often with a Shen in the game, it's like, unless the team with the Shen makes a play, the other team wants to play defensive, because it could turn into a 3v2 bot lane or a 2v1 like in the mid lane. So you don't really want to go for those aggressive plays just by Shen being level 6 and having ultimate. That's why we're seeing like not a lot of action happen in the early game, because if you just happen to go for a gank and Shen has the TP, then it's just bad news.
Yeah. Not the same CS advantage Broxah has this game. Taiki didn't struggle for it in the first game either. Considering how significant it was early on, Taiki picked up a few kills and was able to really deal out the damage as the game went on. Kikis may have found Shizuki here. Jumps onto it.
Yeah, let's take the combo off. That'll be enough for now. Takes him down to half. That's okay. But that was after the recall, I believe, from Jizuke, maybe? Yeah, should have been.
Yeah,
so
Jizuki's got his level 2 boots already.
Yeah.
So Kikis eats the fruit, is heading back up to top side, will be able to accept this wave, so won't fall far behind on CS at all.
Yeah, that's a nice thing of being the top laner who can roam, is that you can usually pick up the honey fruit on the way back up unless it's been denied by a jungler. So you essentially get that roam for free outside of the cost of minions that you lost to your top laner, so you can carry on trading. So no real health loss. Bot lane, haven't really spoken about bot lane too much. Slight advantage to Rallies, maybe a wave or two ahead of Gary. But doing fine. It's not going to be a snowball lead either way with these picks.
Just accepting that wave down the bottom as Fnatic will recall out. So fairly standard time on that Fnatic. We saw a similar pace in the last game. Forge were pushing heavier in the last game though. Remember, they got tower first blood. No, at a decent pace for bot lane, but they were playing that Misfortune. Back up to the top side, Kikis and Beansu trade against each other. Still going to be the same thing. A little bit more damage this time perhaps than the Maokai Hoppy matchup that we saw in games 1 and 2.
What type of item breakpoints are 4G looking for before they start going for fights? Because they will, of course, react with the Shen ultimate if anything happens proactively from Fnatic, but when can they start making those proactive moves?
Well, ooh, hang on, there's the arrow. You may very well have found the time.
Found Klai. Is there anyone there? There's Taiki. He's not isolated, though. Sombrero. And Beansu will come into this fight onto Taiki, so he did have the shield down. Klai, luckily have the speed shrine. And Taiki, not the evolved E, so...
Have to back away. Yeah, Taiki, I'm pretty sure, has the Taste of Fear again as his evolved one. So that's both Stand United and TP used by Forge. So they tried to commit so much onto Clay. You're asking item breakpoints. It was actually more about those ultimates, and it landed from Gary. They just weren't able to capitalize properly on top of it. Puts Fnatic Academy at a fairly decent spot when you look at like the ultimates that we used out on Forge and the summoner spells.
Yeah, and specifically like Beansu with no TP and no Stand United, so there's no chance of him getting into a fight. Kikis actually has an advantage now, and that's something that's very rare to get over Shen, is a double TP advantage over him. So Kikis is in very good shape, and that by proxy means that Fnatic, again, can maybe set up a play.
Especially when you take like a third of the tower's health as well on top of that. So not only did you get now summoner advantage, you're able to maybe capitalize on that a little later in the game when Beansu's going to be looking to make plays elsewhere on the map. Taiki having a little bit of a quieter start on this one. On the Kazakhs, went well for him in the second game of this series. It just wasn't enough for the team.
He got a bit bloodthirsty. There was like at least 2 occasions where he just jumped into at least 3 or 4 people by himself and tried to pick up a kill. And you can understand when the red mist descends when you're on an assassin and off Ed. It's just like, yes, I can delete this person. But he also didn't evolve E, so regardless of when he killed them, it was a one-way trip.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that, not evolving E. I mean, for the longest time, pretty much the entirety of Kazakh's history, that reset is just iconic for getting in and out of team fights, taking people out. You see Beansu now has to, buy time for Taiki to get there. Kikis gets the parallel convergence.
He's buying a lot of time. Unfortunately, there is no one anywhere remotely close to save him. And with the jump being up from Taiki and the flash as well,
he got a kill!
First blood every turn! Finally finishing them off for a 1-for-1. But Kikis, the damage coming out there was disgusting. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, able to take this tower, and Mokka was falling there, but my god, that damage from Kikis. I thought he was dead.
Taiki was not expecting the damage to kick in from, everything coming through. I mean, Kikis bought enough time with a parallel convergence, got the shield, runs back away, hits the Q, manages to proc the passive to get the movement speed through, and then Taiki jumps forward right into the auto. And wow, that Kikis showing that it's not just the Poppy that he's able to kind of hang on 1v2. Niski showing us just how much wave clear Rise has. That's disgusting.
Oh, he didn't get
Doesn't get the cannon minion though.
50
so
gold down the drain.
What's all the wave clear used for if you,
if you get the
don't
last
get that?
hits,
Yeah.
Come on, Niski, step it up in this mid lane. That's why you're down.
Yes. Now he's gone bot.
Here's Taiki. He's got the Shen ultimate on top of him. This is what the composition was meant to do, but he's rooted in place and dies before he can do anything. Beansu, he's tanking up a lot of damage, but Gary trying to cut away from Kikis, who was chasing him down relentlessly. Beansu left by his lonesome. Lots of damage from Dazuke in the mid lane, but does not have the killing
Kikis
power.
going in.
Kikis going in. Kikis going out. There's lots of low health targets that Jizuke is eyeing up, but he doesn't have any ultimate anymore and doesn't have flash.
Kikis wants this fight.
Does not get the stun, but just find the shield. Protobot comes out, but it's a little bit scary.
Oh,
Niski
the
in this
plant.
one-on-one. Plan comes into play, the Q! That is the one that you want to dodge. That's the one that does a lot of damage. So, big win for Fnatic after all of that. I think that was at least 3 kills.
And towers as well. There's a bottom tower fell, so it was only one tower, so tower. But this was the play that started it off on the bot side. We won't get to see the top side exchange, but it looked like a good at least hold from Maka. Great, ultimate from Zyra, but it just wasn't enough. You can see there's no response coming out from Forge in time. Shen is there, but the rest of Forge were trying to, or Shen was top side, I should say, but Forge just didn't have enough to respond with.
Yeah, now we're in a situation more reminiscent of Game 1 where Fnatic have this massive advantage and 4G not only are going to have to make some good plays, but some plays that will upset the balance completely of this game, because that was a really big loss for them in terms of time and money and pretty much everything. And Gary is just getting obliterated by Kikis in the bottom lane. There's just nothing he can do. Kikis just styled on him. I'm pretty sure that was not necessary, but he killed him regardless. That'll be the Dragon going down, so it is a constellation prize, ADC for Dragon, and it's a Mountain Dragon as well.
But there was the work that was put in earlier by Kikis, allows Rallis to go up to top side, push down the tower. Now look at Fnatic Academy. You wouldn't typically expect the further push coming from this with only one wave in front, but Fnatic Academy were looking to try and cut in behind Binsu, but Binsu calls their bluff because there was a ward in the jungle that spotted the rest of them coming. Fnatic Academy, hang on, here comes the TP. That's a TP to defend bot tower.
Wow.
What? That is gonna let top tower die. I mean, or at least half the health of it go down.
It may actually just die. I think you were right on your first estimate there, Stress.
I was looking at the Zyra, I'm like, maybe...
Roxa?
Yeah, they keep a hold of it. Alright, for now. But still, I mean, it's lost all of its health.
Yeah.
So it's one more push, and that should go down. TP used bot by Binsu. I'm a little surprised. He did hold the tower, so it's fine for now. Realm Warp comes through. Jizuki, that is not your Realm Warp.
No, it is not. Oh, Binsu jumps into 2 targets, does get the double stun down. But Jizuki will play with his life. Kikis, he's still running. He's out of there. Binsu looking for another Q, but Taiki's the one who won't be able to pick up the kill. Or Maka, rather. Not sure. Just a random Q over the wall will be finishing off that kill. So a 1-for-1. So 4G, not the worst thing in the world for them, but not the best.
Kikis is causing so much havoc for Forge on the map. I mean, he is everywhere. He's jumping around on the top side, bot side, just coming in through mid lane, getting out. I mean, 3-1-3. We were looking at, like, was it the Poppy that was doing it? Obviously, we know Kikis is the caliber of player that should be able to contend all the way through Challenger and up the majority of the way through LCS, because he's kind of got a history of doing that. But still, just showing that he can just be anywhere he wants to on the map. This is the attempt onto Jizuki. I mean, that's a tower that's 2/3 of its health still alive. Kikis didn't even get the stun, and he still wanted this. Jizuki couldn't really back away because, I mean, Niski was going to appear, hit game Broxah and Cly as well, but Kikis gets out alive. Cly inevitably ends up falling seemingly in this series. Not really his fault on a lot of this. He's just squishy and trying to buy time and get the rest of his team away. But this is, again, as you said earlier, a good start, reminiscent of Game 1 for Fnatic Academy. 16 minutes in, 5,000 gold in the lead, there or thereabouts.
It's just all-around good times for Fnatic. They have complete control over the board. And top lane, very, very low, so another push up there will finish off that tower, open up that ring of towers. It's only 16, 17 minutes into the game as well. Like, they have so much to play around.
And this is one that Niski can do here, as long as there's vision control, which as of right now, there isn't a lot of it from Fnatic Academy, because Cly is helping in the middle lane. As long as there's some sense of vision control, he can just walk up. Kikis comes in from the side.
Yeah, a little bit scary for Jizuke right now. Big shockwave. Oh, ultimate lands onto Kikis. Broxah, he knows he can't repel right there, because it will spell Kikis' doom probably. But that is a clean escape.
Yeah, despite the arrow hitting under tower, Jizuki's still the one that dies in this setup. Kikis wants to go in, gets the shield from himself, pushes it down. Niski's still pushing topside, and Gary and Mocha are the two that have to hold on to that. Fnatic Academy are just going to swing around. Way too early to think about Baron because it hasn't even spawned yet, so they're probably going Rift Herald and then going to back away. Niski still wants this tower. Is spotted out by the blue trinket, can't quite get it.
This Herald will inevitably go to Kikis. If he wasn't a monster already, he's got more burst to add to his repertoire. And his burst already is pretty much one-shotting Gary, so now he's definitely going to one-shot Gary if he finds him in the side lane. Beansu, he's sitting in his own side lane, but questionable decisions on an individual level, I would say, in this game from many of the players from Team Forge, which was different from the other games where it was more team blunders, and now it's individual players making mistakes on their own.
Jizuki in this game just has not really felt comfortable. Despite having a CS lead initially against Niski, he's been pushing up in the lane, trying to just kind of get anything he can, and then as soon as he ends up sitting under his tower, there's no vision control around the side of his lane for him. Forge are trying to get that for him now, but the tower's already dead. Like, it's too late to be looking for this vision control. It's so difficult to maintain it that your wards are just going to die. So, okay, you'll see them come in and sweep it out, but Jizuki's got nothing to defend him in the middle lane right now. He just has to sit further back in the lane. Now look at Fnatic Academy swinging around to the top side. Niski's going there again, but they stop off with a blue buff. I mean, it's only a matter of time before Kikis continues bottom lane push, which he's doing right now, and top tower falls. I mean, if Beansu TP's bot now like he did the last time around, that tower's dead.
Not the game you want to be seeing as your match point game against Fnatic. Trying to get into EUCS. That's gone. Yep. I mean, Gary can't get anywhere near that tower. No. Like, kill range is pretty much just outside of his inhibitor tower.
And now Kikis goes mid. The rest of Fnatic Academy are backed off. They're looking for top side, so it's a little bit more conservative than just diving into the mid lane. But certainly the presence is there. The option is there. Top is dead.
Mocha, well, he'll get the E onto Broxer, but again, no capitalization because no one can. And Kikis into mid lane. As you rightly said, we'll carry on pushing this lane. It's just lane to lane, and the dominoes are falling.
And look, Dragon's spawning. Fnatic Academy, they're already angling over there. Taiki's trying to get something. Oh, look at that damage.
Taiki have to get out of here real fast. Kikis has to be a little careful, though. But he just had Chrono Break, so it's not going to be too bad. A lot of Kha'Zix's damage is over time now. Oh, Kha'Zix very, very low. That will be Beansu's awesome on top of him, just saving his life.
The ult actually hit Ezreal. Morales got caught with it in mid lane.
Killing it like.
Oh, hang on, here it comes.
Oh, it hit him. It hit Taiki. It was unfortunately not enough damage, but he was right on the mark. And this will be Dragon going over as well. Oh, okay. All right, got it this time. Good job, Broxer.
Oh, Kikis.
He's got him in his sights.
He was on the ward, knew that Proto Belt wasn't available, so couldn't quite go in.
Well, he's got Gary in his sights.
Okay, yeah.
He wanted somebody. He didn't have Proto Belt, but he has more than enough damage in his kit alone. I feel like he must have a lot of gold to go back on. I feel like Kikis has not gone back in a while.
Yeah, it's about 2k.
Yeah.
So that's a fair amount.
That'll be
going to finish up with the Lich Bane. Yeah. Yep, there you go. I mean, the next step for Fnatic Academy with the lead that they have right now is Kikis goes back to the bottom side, and you try and punish the fact that Beansu, you know, he has Standulated on cooldown still, so can't quite use it, so they're relying on a TP. So Fnatic can try and bait somebody in around Baron if they want to. The other option is to try and dive mid-tower, but it's a little bit trickier than that. You can try and pull Forge through their own jungle and then cut in from the side, which this is what Fnatic Academy are going to try and do. This is fairly straightforward. Niski's not there.
Oh, no, that was a Q, an ultimate and a Q from Ralles, and a bit of damage from elsewhere. That was just Mocha dead.
And there's somebody dead. Now they can look to either try it again or start the Baron. Kikis is putting the pressure down on Beansu. We've reached the point you were talking about where Kikis can actually afford to take some of these trades now in the bottom side. He is so far ahead.
He is, yeah, he is very far ahead. Doesn't really matter what Beansu does at this stage. There's no outplay potential against a 3-1-4 Echo, who's on 2 items at 22 minutes. Mid lane getting sieged in, and Kikis with the flank as well. Gary gets obliterated. He'll have to take a trip back to base. Kikis dropping low, but again, still has that Chrono Break available to him. And mid tower down, objective achieved from Fnatic. they'll go back to base with their pockets lined with gold. And maybe they'll even look towards this Baron as well, place a few wards down before they head back.
That's the important one. They're actually going to go for it. Look, the fruit was
Kickers
available
has
for
TP.
Cly. Kickers does have TP. Oh, it's Mocha that's stepping forward. He stepped through about 4 or 5 wards. You can't. Don't step there. Please.
People you don't want to face check.
They were trying, perhaps, to
Hello,
get in
Nisky.
Nisky. Realm warped out to try and catch people. Rallis just took half everybody's health away while he's still stood in the jungle entrance just with his ultimate.
All right. Okay, so now everyone from Fnatic going to go back to base. Kickers did use his TP, so silver linings for 4G. At least they have TP advantage for Beansu.
At this rate, it's not going to be a challenger lining.
No, it's not, unfortunately.
Forge, I mean, we had a lot of fun casting Forge last split in Challenger. We thought that perhaps, you know, looking at this lineup, Taiki, Jizuki, Beansu, and kind of the question around Gary and Maka, we thought, you know, this is a lineup that theoretically we were looking at could get back into Challenger, but the difficulty is that the field for Challenger this coming split is insane. The players we have in Challenger.
Probably the strongest lineup we've seen in years.
I mean, between Paris Saint-Germain, Schalke, I mean, Fnatic Academy, if they can close this out, we have so many former LCS players in Challenger that, like, you look at Challenger staples like Jizuki, Taiki, Beansu, they're not able to claw their way back in.
If they're not able to make the cut, it's just like, it's just absolutely insane. As
Tells
you
you
were saying.
a lot.
Yeah, it really does about what's to come in this next Challenger split. It'll be very fun to watch indeed. It's just going to be crazy not seeing some of these players, honestly.
I can't wait for the Challenger split. We're going to have so many top-tier matchups week on week.
It really makes you think about like who's actually going to be sitting down in like 5th and 6th. It could be like some teams you really expected to be massive powerhouses in their own right, but just can't make the cut when you look at these top teams.
And I'm seriously worried for the bottom teams of the LCS from this split as well. When you look at the difference in strength.
Yeah, we've got a lot of teams like just looking to survive, not hit relegation is a goal for many of our teams. So
exactly, I'd be like desperately just making sure I'm not at the bottom of a group.
Yeah.
Because there are some scary Challenger teams. Normally we have one. I would argue we have like 3 at least in Challenger next split. That if any of them make it in, you have to be careful if you end up in the bottom of the group.
Yeah, for sure. Relegation tournament.
Oh, Kickers
almost
goes
a
in.
death sentence.
Mock is dead.
Oh, complete obliteration of the support. Bot tower down for the count. Fnatic looking to close in the exact same way they were looking in game 1. Just opening up this base, taking down the towers. Mid lane was being pushed in by Kickers, so even that's set up for them. Moving on to both of these inhibitors. Fnatic only a matter of time before they wipe the floor with 4G. Kickers just get taunted up. Just has his ultimate still, but he doesn't have mana for it. So
that's true.
He's out. That's a calculated play yet again from Kickers. Definitely should have died an additional 2 times this game, but he's out, and the base is exposed for Team Forge.
This has just been so straightforward for Fnatic Academy. Like this would have been the 3rd game if they had closed out there, that they had got 1 Baron and just ended the game. If this game ends before next Baron, it still rings true. But Fnatic Academy just look like they've broken the spirit of Forge right now. There just doesn't seem to be much in the way of communication. Forge is still trying, but they're so far behind, like 12 to 13,000 gold down.
I mean, honestly, for Forge to come back at this stage would be one of the biggest comebacks in a best of 5 that we've ever seen in League of Legends. I mean, when you put it like that, it's just like, oh, well.
It's insurmountable, really. Like, this is Fnatic Academy just stamping the seal. And a lot of people will talk about, like, you know, the draw from the end of the groups yesterday. But, I mean, that's how it's fallen for Fnatic Academy. And Jizuki, oh, he's burning!
I mean, I think that was a minion finishing him off there at the very end.
And the red buff, by the looks of it.
Yep. Well, if it wasn't insurmountable already, it's a 4v5 with your mid laner down.
Yeah.
2 to 12. It's really just filling in the paperwork for Fnatic at this stage. There's the round warp. There's a lot of things coming down, but all that's for certain is Maka is very dead. Fnatic will just take this tower. They'll take the inhib. They'll take everything away from 4G, their hopes, their dreams of getting into EUCS in 2017 spring. They'll have to try again in summer because Fnatic are circling like vultures, looking to just take this as cleanly as they can.
Yeah, triple inhibs down. Fnatic Academy are looking to wind this one up on the last push. No Baron buff for them this time, but the super minions should be enough. Kikis wants to go in for one last set of kills.
All right, let's see how fast I can kill Gary on this one. Can we make it less than a second?
Okay, the hold is there just about for Forge off this wave. Slow and steady wins the race for Fnatic. You know, you see a lot of teams overcommit into these types of scenarios, into double Nexus towers, and then kind of end up having things turn back around.
The vitality effect, where you go in and it's just like, there's like 100 health left on the Nexus, and then you lose the game. Probably not going to happen. Even if Fnatic got 5-man aced at this point in the game, maybe they would lose a tower or two, just because of how much has been taken away from 4G. You know?
Oh wow, Forge haven't actually taken a tower.
Yeah.
I am slow on that realization.
Almost perfect game from
That is
Fnatic.
2 kills and a drag.
2 kills and a drag. Away from a perfect game from Fnatic, pretty much, in this final game. Yeah, Cly, I mean, that definitely wasn't really his fault. Kikis, I can't remember what...
You're just like making...
Yeah, I'm trying
like,
to think what would have been the perfect game. Yeah,
kills.
exactly. What went wrong? That's on you, Kickers. I don't think it was Cly's fault, so it's your fault,
Well,
even though you've been the biggest playmaker of this game.
Of all of it, Kikis took out Taiki in a 2v1.
He did,
in
but he's
topside and
prevented
then
the perfect
died.
game from Fnatic. So regardless of how well you've done, regardless of literally solo killing people and carrying this game on your back,
You're
you
blaming
have
it all on
prevented-
Kikis.
I am.
Okay.
I guess if you die once, then it's still like a perfect KDA, right? Because you can die once and you still have a KDA. Because if you die twice, then you cut your KDA in half, so maybe it can be forgiven.
Well, Fnatic are looking to cut Forge in half and take him out of the CSQ right now. So this is for that last spot in Challenger. Fnatic gonna try and wind this one up against Forge. Kikis goes in.
Okay, Kiss. He goes in, he goes out, the towers are dying, and Beansu, he's tanky, but just not tanky enough. The super minions are pretty much just ending the game on their own, and there's another 6 of them coming into the base. They're getting flooded right now, and there's just not enough damage control in the world to save 4G in their predicament. Beansu jumps in, Beansu has to go back to base, and this will be Fnatic closing in, tighten the screws, the last nail in the coffin. Welcome to Challenger 2017.
I don't think you can argue too much that Fnatic Academy, for the majority of this series, looked like the better team. Forge showed glimpses of what brought them to this kind of platform and what we have seen from the players before, but that Game 2 mistake just seemed to have kind of taken everything Forge had, and then Fnatic with the good starts to the games 1 and 3 really were able to just take the lead and run with it so very well.
Yeah, Fnatic Academy, not only in this series, but in the entire tournament, have looked like the best and most consistent team that we've seen so far coming into the qualifiers, and that's like outside of the already amazing teams that we have coming into Challenger 2017.
And
so it's going to be great.
A lot of people thought Nerve, you know, with their win yesterday over Fnatic Academy, that was a big staple, that, you know, Nerve topped the group,
They were
Fnatic
undefeated.
Academy. Yeah, exactly. And we were asking, like, were Fnatic Academy quite as strong as we thought? Well, Fnatic Academy looks like whatever jitters kind of ailed them yesterday, they've fixed them. And
Yeah.
they just come right back into it against Forge. And Fnatic Academy just take the win.
Pretty much. I mean, that's the end of it, really. And Fnatic will now be contending with teams like Schalke as well at the very top there. And it's just going to be fantastic to watch. I can't stress it enough that this will just be a really interesting split, because you look at the whole history of Challenger, and we've never really had a split as strong and as stacked as this one, when you have organizations now who are like fully backing their teams, big organizations as well.
I think this is the first time that I would definitively say that in my mind, there are multiple Challenger teams that I expect to be better than multiple LCS teams. And that is a big, like, moment, I think, looking at European Challenger, because there's always been one. There's always been one you could look at and say, this team will do it. But now I think there's at least 2.
And even then it was shaky, right? Like, we think back to, like, Millennium, you know, when they looked really strong with, like, the likes of Hansam or Masterwork, and we're like, this team 100% going to go in. didn't make the cut, you know? So we're at that point where it's just like pretty much definitively we can say now.
And right now I'm looking at teams like Origin, like Giants, to some extent Rocket, and looking at it in like, hey guys, you've got to make sure you are picking up big wins throughout the split. Now that we're in best of 3 and into 2 groups, you're not going to be able to pick wins off each other. So you've somehow got to beat the teams above you. In my mind, I think it's a really tough spot for them to be in when you look at some of the competition from like Schalke, Paris Saint-Germain, Fnatic Academy, even Kinguin on a good day, I think may be able to do well.
Yeah, could even look like a 4th place team, something like that when they look at the competition. But either way, let's get to a full rundown of the 2017 EU Challenger Series teams. You've already mentioned a couple of them. Team Kinguin and Fnatic Academy from CSQ have just qualified. So we'll take a look at those rest of the teams just now, and that's also including Millennium, Schalke, of course, coming in from the 2016 EU LCS, some promotion games, and Paris you say it.
It's okay.
You're better at this than I am. You practice this.
Paris Saint-Germain, yeah, practice that a little bit. They acquired the spot of Team Huma, so that's how they're in there. And then Misfits Academy, who they acquired the Epsilon Esports spot. Again, another team that looks very strong. Haven't mentioned them in all of this discussion, and I'm like, I really don't know who's winning Challenger next split, but it is going to be a good one.
Yeah, and it's not even like all the teams are bad. All the teams are so good, it's so difficult to tell. The Challenger Series will be firing up again in 3 weeks. That's later on, of course, into the split, but the EU LCS Spring Split is kicking off this Thursday. So that will be starting with Origin versus H2K, followed by G2 versus Fnatic. So already starting off on a star-studded lineup.
If there is one game for Origin to shut all of the casters up, because we all are fairly unanimous on our thoughts on their roster, Origin against H2K, that would be a great one if they can take out perhaps even a win or 2 against the group leaders, the ones that picked the initial round. That would be a very good start to the split. So there's a lot on the line now, even on day 1 of the EU LCS Spring Split.
Early wins, very important for these teams, because maybe they can take a couple wins off teams who aren't quite as practiced coming to the split. Early preparation, like we saw Schalke even last split. It's like early preparation netted them a lot of wins early on. So maybe you can see that from some of the teams we have lesser expectations for. But remember, to keep up with to date with our Challenger and LCS schedules, you can head over to eu.lolesports.com. And that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all we have for today.
But we're just about to get started.
We're just starting. It's the start of the season once again. 2017, no rest for the wicked. Remember to tune in again on Thursday at 5 p.m. Central European Time as we launch the European LCS Spring Split, and keep an eye out for the beginning of the Challenger Series Spring Split in a few weeks' time. From all of us here in Berlin, thank you for watching and good night.
And here is a big arrow that goes nowhere, but the wave comes on in. Delord looks like to be the targeted choice. Memento and Suno running for their lives as Tabasco is going to claim one. And Sebex just keeps putting him in prison over and over and over again. Sebex with another kill. The damage just isn't quite there enough, and Ruin's going to go down. Woolite picks him up. The last Nexus turret falls, and they are shredding through the Nexus. Desperate charge, but it won't be enough. Team Kinguin with game number 1. And Suno's taking a bit of chunk, and in comes Ice Beasto. He wants to finish off a Chu, and it's Tabasco that does the job. Now
you can see Ruin coming in from the flank.
Oh, but Ruin, he gets flanked himself. The whole team finds their way in, and Woolite finishes the kill. Memento stops straight, turns back around. They may not have gotten the Baron, but they got some more. And double kill, sniped by Woolite. Of the turret is going down. Ruin with one more parry. It's not going to be enough. The repost fails, and it's going to be Nexus. Team Kinguin with 2-0 on the board. Sebex is actually going in, but Memento is tagged, and he's stunned up Sebex. Oh, unleash the power. He goes in for Suno, finishes the job, and wouldn't you know it, Stand United. Memento cannot finish the job. Ice Beasto with the kill. The hook on Sebex. Costs autos to finish it off. Oh, arrow comes out. Arrow. Oh, it's going to land onto Suno, and in comes the Paranoia right onto Anshu, and the burst damage is oh so real. Suno unleashes the power, but Memento's already gone. Team Kinguin are on the Nexus. That's it, a 3-0 sweep, and welcome to Challenger.
But here's another guy into the mid lane. Nice flash into the cocoon onto Dazuki. He'll flash away, but his death is already sealed.
Beansy's coming through.
Putting them off, but this is forcing the fight from Fnatic. Big ultimate in from Mocha. Unfortunately, he just does no damage, and that's 2 fast kills over to Fnatic.
Just trying to clear out the control ward.
Oh,
dodges
nice
everything.
Dodge.
Fnatic should be able to take this, securing it themselves from the steal. Oh, Jizuki got it!
Wait, what?
Jizuki got it with a Q! Oh, Rice is going right in. Who's stepping on it? It's Maokai.
Oh, here comes Engage
and
from
Misfortune.
Team Forge. An insta-kill onto Mocha, but also the kill onto Broxer. A fantastic shockwave from Niski, who opened up this fight for Fnatic. Kickers is still tanking up 3 players, keeping them all occupied. Here, Fnatic onto the Nexus, and Deja Vu, they take game 2.
He's buying a lot of time. Unfortunately, there is no one anywhere remotely close to save him. And with the jump being up from Taiki and the flash as well.
he got a kill! First blood every turn! Oh, finally finishing them off for a 1-for-1.
Oh, here's Taiki. He's got the Shen ultimate on top of him. This is what the composition was meant to do, but he's rooted in place and dies before he can do anything. Binsu, he's tanking up a lot of damage, but Gary trying to cut away from Kickers, who is chasing him down relentlessly.
Oh, Kickers
Almost
goes in.
death sentence.
Fuck is
Kickers.
dead.
Oh, complete obliteration of the support. To be Fnatic closing in, tightening the screws, the last nail in the coffin. Welcome to Challenger 2017.